Chapter 451 The Lone Hero. The identity of the exposer of this hero was soon exposed. He was originally one of the doctors of the Black Alliance, and had completed more than a dozen transplant operations. So he was considered a small backbone. No one knew that this doctor was one of Miss Anna's admirers. Of course, he knew that he was very different from Miss Anna in terms of identity. And this admiration was always hidden in his heart, and never revealed to anyone. But he joined the hospital under the Black family. And everything he did afterwards was all for the purpose of helping Miss Anna. And the tragic death of Miss Anna brought him a devastating impact. At this time on the Star Network, the hero locked himself in the operating room. He had already destroyed the door of the operating room in advance. But the audience watching the live broadcast could hear the sound of banging the door outside the camera. It must be that the door of the operating room will be destroyed soon. And the fate of this exposer must be miserable. However, he was very calm. It was the first time that he exposed his feelings to the public. However, the person who made him secretly determined to follow for life had already passed away. The ordinary-looking man cried without any image in front of the camera, and picked up the fuel to pour all over the operating room. He said hoarsely, "We, the employees of Black, have already undergone surgery collectively, in order to prevent them from using my mental power after my death. I have drunk the solvent. Now I am going to find Miss Anna. I hope that after I wash my hands of sin in hell, I will have the opportunity to follow Miss." With a loud bang, he ignited the ignition in his hand. It was a thin piece of Finghao crystal, and the audience watched him pull it out from a piece of clothing. And that piece of clothing was very familiar to Miss Anna's supporters. It was a batch of goods that Miss Anna took out at a charity event a few years ago. Winter clothes with patterns designed by her personally. Because small pieces of Finghao crystal were used in the interlayer of the clothes. The price was not cheap, at least for an ordinary worker like him. But he bought one, and has carefully preserved it until today. He dismantled this winter coat that had special meaning to him, and ended his life in exactly the same way as the goddess he secretly loved. The storm caused by Anna's death had subsided a lot, but it caused a strong shock again. The number of people applying to join Taoyuan for temporary residence increased sharply, and people used various means to escape the control of the Black Alliance. For a time, riots continued on major planets in the heart of the Alliance. For those planets that did not have Taoyuan and were controlled by the Black Alliance, Lu Jinggu could not provide more powerful help. But don't forget that Gu Duo was leading his troops to the capital Star Circle. Along the way, he, conveniently, provided a lot of help to these civilian resistance organizations. As a result, more people successfully escaped to Taoyuan, and the shortage of manpower was unexpectedly alleviated. And Lu Jinggu was not idle during this period. She tried to find the position of another royal family. She found that the other party's ability to attack with mental power could not be used by herself. She didn't know whether she had become a royal family for too short a time and did not master this ability, or the range of power that could be used between the two was different. But the other party couldn't help but attack her twice in the spiritual world, and finally left traces. Although the other party quickly dealt with these traces, she still captured some residues. The direction was surprising. Another royal family was actually in the contaminated area. But on second thought, perhaps this is the most reasonable answer. If he is really that person, he has not left any traces for so many years. So he can only hide in a place where absolutely no one dares to set foot. The contaminated area is the perfect choice. Although there are vague guidance, it is still difficult to find the other party. According to the records of the Alliance, the scope of the contaminated area is an irregular hollow circle. That is to say, in fact, the territory of the Alliance is surrounded by the contaminated area. Of course, this encirclement is not tight, and some places have appeared cracks in the pollution. But these cracks have basically been abandoned by the Alliance, because no one knows when the pollution will spread from the border of the Alliance to the outside. The area of the entire contaminated area is estimated to have exceeded the area controlled by the Alliance. Some people even put forward a theory that the entire universe, except for the territory of the Alliance, may have fallen into pollution. This is why the two methods of wormhole transfer and using black fog exist. After checking the Alliance's prediction of the contaminated area, Lu Jinggu was silent. Good man. In such a large place, it is more difficult to find a person who is hiding than to find a needle in a haystack. After calculating the available means, she felt that if she wanted to find the other party, she couldn't really look for him by herself, but had to make him unable to sit still and show up on his own. The method was ready, and she returned to star 7444. She had built several paradises when she was looking for the Xia family's base in the polluted area before, so it was convenient for her to move now. Soon, people who followed the vertical and horizontal star map found that the third vertical and horizontal network lit up. It was just a small piece, but the position shocked the followers. Why was it so cool to build a paradise in the polluted area? She was like a diligent little bee, using this small vertical and horizontal network as a basis, and began to circle around to occupy territory. Encountered a hidden black beast? Directly crushed it mentally. Alarmed the growing monster? Continued to crush it mentally. She felt the joy of becoming a super strong person. In short, there was nothing that could stop her in the once crisis-ridden polluted area. However, in just 1 month, the area of this vertical and horizontal network in the polluted area doubled. By the way, she also trained herself to ride a supersonic spacecraft without changing her face. It turns out that motion sickness can be trained. She didn't know that as the network gradually expanded, the atmosphere in the Black Alliance became more and more tense. Joe Black had long abandoned his gentlemanly manners and smashed everything in the study for who knows how many times. Damn it. Damn it. If I had known she was so difficult to deal with, I shouldn't have let her live. The other members of the Alliance looked at the crazy person on the light screen and kept silent. But who knows how many people are secretly complaining in their hearts. If they hadn't coveted Lu Jingu's mutant skills and tried to have both fish and bear's paw, how could they have allowed her to grow to this point? However, things change unpredictably when they realize that the girl might be a stumbling block to their great cause. The other party, whether in terms of her own strength or the capable people gathered around her, was already difficult to shake easily. Therefore, it was ridiculous to say these things at this time and pursue the so-called responsibility. And their leader, the one who once made them afraid and respected, seemed to have lost the reason to distinguish this fact. Chapter 452 Second Sacrifice. Lu Jingu is doing very well in the polluted area. If the poisonous fog had thoughts, it would probably be angry to death because of the loss of prestige. If it weren't for a reminder from the Taoyuan system, she would have almost forgotten what day it was. Ding. The sacrificial function has cooled down. The person who was happily building a new Taoyuan just remembered that there was such a thing, since she had completely forgotten about the sacrifice. She naturally didn't prepare any sacrifices. There were still some feathers from the blue bird, but she couldn't guarantee that the same sacrifice would be exchanged for the same thing. Miracle buildings cannot be built repeatedly, and it would be a pity to waste a sacrifice with a long cooling time. Stopping what she was doing, she began to think about what could be used as a sacrifice now. In fact, she had a lot of collections in her private library, but considering that the things she got from the sacrifice were the cultural heritage related to the sacrifice, she naturally hoped to exchange for things from the Chinese civilization. After looking through all the myths in the history of Chinese civilization, she suddenly had an idea. After a long time, she returned to planet 7133. She was surrounded by Xiaobai and Zhao Union and acted like a spoiled child. She made the two little ancestors happy before she finally got away to look for things in the private vault. After a while, she took out a box from the private vault. The box was quite large, and she needed to hold it with both hands. After leaving the private vault and opening the lid, a very sweet fragrance floated out. Dabai and Zhao Union came over with a roar, staring at the box with shining eyes. She pushed Dabai's drooling head away a little, and then she pulled out a piece of paper from the edge of the box. This piece of paper also looked very extraordinary. The print on it would change with the change of light, and it was lifelike and very beautiful. The paper had been in the box for a long time, and it also brought a faint fragrance, which made Dabai swallow his saliva. Zhao Union was more reserved, and couldn't help but look into the box. She also looked into the box, and looked at the paper in her hand. There is a peach forest in the South China Sea. It blooms for 300 years, and bears fruit for 300 years. Eating it can extend one's life by 500 years. She just checked this thing, and found that it came from the trading partner who bought the black lotus seeds. According to the instructions, eating one can extend one's life by 500 years, which is longevity even in the Alliance era. Of course, she didn't dare to put it in the trading house casually, so she put it away with other goods. Now think about it. Peaches are also a famous existence in Chinese legends, and it may be suitable to use them as sacrifices. But I didn't expect that this box of peaches would still have such an attractive fragrance after being stored for so long. Even Xiao Yunyun, who has always been arrogant, couldn't stand it. Xiao Yunyun looked at her with a pair of wet big eyes, with a strong desire in her eyes. Dubai was even more exaggerated, and a pool of saliva had accumulated on the ground under his head. Seeing the two peaches like this, she was a bit amused and helpless. After thinking for a long time, she took out two peaches from the box. Here, one for each of you. Don't fight over them. Eat slowly. Ah. She guessed what Dubai meant. I never fight over things. Only he fights over mine. Puff. Seeing Dubai's aggrieved look, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Xiao Yunyun seemed to understand, and gave Dubai a claw and a big roll of the eyes. Picked up her own peach, and jumped onto the roof with a little effort. Dubai protected the peach with his two front legs, and lay down beside her, occasionally coming over to smell the fragrance of the peach, licking it with his big tongue, revealing an intoxicated look on his face. Seeing the two peaches so intoxicated, she was also full of curiosity, picked up a peach and looked at it again and again, but finally didn't dare to eat it. If she ate this, she might really borrow another 500 years from heaven. What if she became an old monster when the world changes? Finally, she took a deep breath of the fragrance of the peaches, and she made up her mind and chose to perform the sacrifice. The sacrifice was naturally the peaches. The result was very gratifying, and the altar emitted purple light. After a while, the light dissipated, and 3 heritage items appeared on the altar again. They were peach tree species, corresponding to the miracle building Pantau Garden; peach horse ornaments, corresponding to the miracle building by Ma Wang Stables, Sun Wukong, Let's Talk; peach wine, corresponding to the miracle building Apricot Curtain in sight. Seeing that the 3 heritage items obtained this time were so consistent, she was thoughtful, and seemed to have touched some rules. In this way, maybe she could control the direction of obtaining the heritage items a little. However, this obviously requires a lot of experiments to get more data. So she temporarily wrote this down, and waited for the sacrifice to cool down in 3 months before doing the experiment again. After instructing Yiping and arranging the construction of 3 new miracle buildings, she returned to the contaminated area. She also brought back something new. That brush that seems to come from the poet Li Bai. This is a core material that currently provides the most special miracle building. That Wingkuxing Palace can only be built by her personally. Before, she actually tried to activate the task of Wingkuxing Palace in the Peach Blossom Land of Earth. And the answer she got was, this place does not meet the construction requirements. If this miracle building was not indeed located below the Chinese civilization in the civilization system of the system, she would have suspected that this was a building of another system. After that, she did not find time to study this miracle building, so she had to put the things down first, until she saw it when she went to the private warehouse this time. So she brought it back, thinking that it would be boring to build deep into the enemy camp anyway, so why not study it together? She did it right away, and tried to activate the construction task of Wingkuxing Palace directly at the current location. As expected, she still got the response of this place does not meet the construction conditions. It's really a headache. Little cutie. What are the construction conditions of Wingkuxing Palace? Tong. Can't your hint be more clear? The Taoyuan system didn't respond. Okay. This arrogant system. She didn't have any good way. When the newly built Taoyuan successfully enveloped the entire planet, the system finally responded. Clicking it, it turned out that one of the 8th level tasks, reaching 100 vertical and horizontal network nodes, had been completed unknowingly, and the progress of the other 2 tasks, the civilization inheritance revival, has also reached 85%. When the 3 miracle buildings obtained by this sacrifice are completed, it is estimated that it will not be a problem to rush to more than 90%. The number of sacrifices has also become 2. In another 9 months, this task can also be completed. She breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the Black Alliance and the royal family who hid, she felt that her life would be very comfortable now. After most of the 8th level tasks were completed, a new ancient beast was born in the Nuwa Temple. The paradise prepared by the dragonfish for the 3rd creature had already been used, and her expectations for the 4th creature were already high. As soon as she heard about the birth of the 4th creature, she hurried to the paradise on Earth. Chapter 453. The child has grown up. Di Ting is another mythical beast that appeared in Shanhai Jing. It is said that one can know the world without leaving home. Lu Jingu is so looking forward to this creature. Not only because the detail in the mural is very beautiful, but also because she wants to know whether this legendary creature is really that powerful. She has already thought about it. If she can't find another royal family, she will let the little detail try. After all, people can hide and not come out. But it is impossible not to make any sound at all. Right? In the big tripod of Nuwa Temple, two creatures that look like lions, but not lions, can stand up. They keep swinging their 8 short legs in the big tripod, turning around the space inside the big tripod again and again, and can't stop for a moment. These creatures that look like big cats immediately aroused her joy. She reached out and picked up one, and stroked the little detail from head to toe with skillful techniques. The little detail, who enjoyed the massage treatment for free, made a comfortable snoring sound, which immediately aroused the jealousy of his companions. The little detail in the big cauldron supported his dangling legs and tried to stand up along the edge of the cauldron. His 2 front paws scratched the edge of the cauldron and cried out to the top. This eager look made people laugh. When she was about to satisfy the other one's desire for massage, she suddenly heard a gust of wind. Turning her head, she saw that the bluebird had landed with a group of little alligator sparrows. The bluebirds were usually very happy to see her, and would come over to cuddle with her. But now they only stared at the little detail in her arms, showing full hostility. Hee hee. Hee hee. She felt like she went out to pet a cat, and was discovered by her own pet. But the next second, her attention was drawn away. 10 little alligator sparrows rolled on the ground after landing. The fur balls disappeared, replaced by 10 tender children, 6 boys and 4 girls, all with small buns on their heads, and big eyes like mercury pills on their chubby little faces. What was funny was that all 10 children made the same facial expressions and movements, with their chubby chins slightly raised, their eyes staring at the little detail in her arms, their short arms trying to hug themselves to no avail. So they put them on their chests, 1 foot in front and 1 foot behind. If their appearance and height hadn't ruined the atmosphere, I would have thought they were going to have a group fight. She couldn't help laughing out loud, surprised and happy. The little alligator sparrow can change its shape? The bluebird still gave her face, nodding and singing gracefully. She gestured with a thumbs up. You raised them well. You are great. The 2 bluebirds looked very happy. But when they saw the little detail in her arms, they showed hostility again. They were just born. You have to be patient. I will take them away when they can leave the cauldron, she explained quickly. The 2 bluebirds called out to the little detail, and then called out to the cauldron a few times. Okay. She understood what the bluebirds meant, and gently put the 2 little beasts back into the cauldron. When Xiao Diding left her arms, the blue bird was immediately satisfied, and came over to gently stroke her body with its wings. After a few hairs of Xiao Diding fell to the ground, the blue bird was satisfied to put its head on her shoulder, chirping softly and acting coquettishly. She was a little amused. These little things were all jealous. She gently scratched the blue bird's chin, and contacted the ancient crocodile tribe. Soon, the mud crocodile appeared outside the Nuwa temple panting. At this time, the 10 little crocodile birds had softened their attitudes like their adoptive parents, and they chirped around her in a baby voice. This made her realize a problem. The little crocodile birds could not speak. This was nothing. Although the blue bird was smart, it could not speak human language after all. The little crocodile birds would move to the ancient crocodile tribe sooner or later, and they should be able to teach them. She looked at the mud crocodile, who stuttered to express his joy, and fell into deep thought. Will letting a group of socially anxious people teach a race that should be eloquent to speak delay the talents of the little alligator sparrows? A group of little alligator sparrows that also stuttered appeared in her mind, and she shook her head quickly, and quickly postponed the plan to move the little alligator sparrows back to the ancient crocodile tribe. It is better to put them in the school in Taiyuan, and let them grow up normally with other children. But after the mud crocodile appeared, it can be seen that the 2 races are indeed naturally close. The little alligator sparrows have obviously never seen him, but they naturally feel close to the mud crocodile. After a while, several of the chubby children hung on the mud crocodile. The mud crocodile picked them up, threw them up and caught them. The little alligator sparrows were not afraid, but giggled happily after she told the idea of sending the little alligator sparrows to school. The mud crocodile agreed again and again. You are still thoughtful. They don't have elders to teach them now. If they follow us directly, it will definitely delay their learning to speak. She is quite self-aware. However, the mud crocodile also had his own requests. He wanted to take the little crocodile sparrows home first. In addition, when they went to school, he hoped that she would agree to let the ancient crocodile clan send someone to accompany them. She could understand his emphasis on the companion tribe that had finally reappeared, and children did need elders to take care of them. However, she still doubted whether the ancient crocodile tribe, with severe social anxiety, could take on the responsibility of accompanying them to school. She just agreed at the moment. But the mud crocodile's plan to take the little crocodile sparrows away encountered a little resistance. As soon as the little crocodile sparrows knew they were leaving, they ran away quickly and crowded around the bluebirds and refused to move. This was expected. But the little crocodile sparrows really couldn't live with the bluebirds all the time. After all, they were intelligent creatures. The final solution to this problem was far beyond her expectations. Suddenly, 2 bluebirds chirped at her, then flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Of course, the little crocodile sparrows quickly changed their bodies and followed them. The mud crocodile was stunned. What should I do? She looked far away. They seemed to be going to the post station. The 2 hurriedly chased after them. As expected, the bluebirds appeared with a bunch of little crocodile sparrows, which had already attracted onlookers at the post station. Of course, there are not many people who come to the Earth Paradise to play these days. Now, almost all of them are crowded around the post station, watching the 2 bluebirds striding around in the post station yard. After Lu Jinggu arrived, he suddenly remembered something and asked Ni Crocodile to open the authority and pull out a car to the ancient crocodile tribe. As soon as the carriage stopped, the bluebirds took action. The little crocodile birds were pecked unexpectedly, and then the bluebirds gracefully shook their necks and threw a bunch of furry children accurately into the carriage. When the little crocodile birds got up in a hurry, the 2 bluebirds had already soared into the sky, leaving only a few long calls and flying towards the Nuwa temple without looking back. The little crocodile birds lay on the windows of the carriage with tears in their eyes, but none of them really ran down. Ni Crocodile was so distressed that he quickly climbed up to comfort the children. She also felt a sense of emotion in her heart, and took out a lot of candy, and finally comforted the little crocodile birds. Chapter 454 Missia. After spending a short and relaxing time in the Earth Paradise, Lu Jinggu returned to the contaminated area. Everything was normal in the paradise here. She didn't even encounter the black beasts that should be in the contaminated area. It made people wonder if all the black beasts really went to the border line. But for some reason, she always felt a little uneasy. This was the so-called intuition brought by the powerful mental power. She dared not ignore it. So she checked the entire paradise again. The result was still normal. Helplessly, she could only continue to act according to the plan. After identifying the direction, she pushed the vertical and horizontal network towards the position of the border line. While busy, she suddenly received a message from Gu Duo. My mother wants to see me, and said that there is a secret that I must know. Gu Duo got straight to the point. His mother is a daughter of the Xia family. She also provided help when the Black Alliance took action before. Otherwise the Gu family would not have been so easily conquered. But of course, the daughters of the Xia family of several families did not have a good end. Some of them disappeared with the help of the Black Alliance, and several were imprisoned. The Black Alliance did not intend to turn against each other completely at the beginning. So after controlling the Gu, Gongsun and Sin families, they met some of their demands. These Xia family girls, who were left behind, were obviously to vent their anger. The Gongsun family killed several people directly, while the Gu family did not do anything, but imprisoned them first. This time, they escaped from the capital Star Circle, and even brought the Xia family girl out with them. Needless to say, everyone knows why. After all, that was Gu Duo's mother. Gu Li and his wife have been in love for many years, so it is normal that they can't do it easily. Gu Duo also knew that his mother betrayed the Gu family, but he had too many things in his hands, and another member of the royal family of Huan was suspected to be someone he knew, so he never had the energy to deal with this matter. There were some thoughts of not knowing how to face it, but now that his mother took the initiative to ask to see him, Gu Duo decided to go and see him no matter how he didn't know what to do. The reason why he told her was because Miss Xia also specifically asked to see her. It would be a lie to say that she was not surprised, but her curiosity was aroused, and she agreed without hesitation. Miss Xia, who is now under strict supervision, is of course with the rest of the Gu family. After understanding the function of the Taoyuan cell, the Gu family transferred her here. But when she walked in, She thought for a moment that she had come to the wrong place. From the outside, the Taoyuan cell is quite similar to the costume drama she had watched in her previous life. But it is clean and tidy. But the prisoners are not imprisoned here to enjoy themselves. So the conditions are still mainly poor. However, the cell where Miss Ye is now staying is arranged as a small bedroom. Although it is a little cramped, it feels very warm at first glance. Miss Ye sat dignifiedly on the single sofa. Her expression was calm and indifferent. And she even had a book spread out on her legs. If it weren't for the shackles on her wrists that were vaguely revealed when she turned the book, it would be impossible to imagine that she was in prison. Gu Duo arrived a little later than her, because he had to stay in Taoyuan in the heart of the alliance first and then come here. Therefore, when he walked in, she saw that he was obviously stunned. It seems that she didn't expect such a scene, but it was obvious that he was relieved. Perhaps from the heart. It would still be uncomfortable to see his mother live too miserably. Miss Ye had been reading quietly until Gu Duo came in. Then she slowly raised her head and smiled. A duo. Long time no see. Gu Duo spent most of his time in the army, and indeed did not have much time to go home. Miss Ye seemed to rarely go out, and there was not much news about her on the Star Network. The mother and son could really be called long time no see. But in this situation, Miss Ye's calm look always made people feel very strange. Gu Duo quickly regained his calm expression and stood outside the cage quietly looking at Miss Ye. What's wrong? A duo doesn't even want to say hello to me? Miss Ye gently closed the book. Her tone still calm, as if it was not an accusation, but just a casual remark. Gu Duo pursed his lips and whispered after a moment, Mother. Miss Ye slowly stroked the book cover, lowered her eyes and smiled. That's right. No matter when. Don't forget your upbringing. What about you? Me? Miss Ye tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion, feeling Gu Duo's pressure getting lower. Lu Jingyu couldn't help but pat his arm gently, feeling that he forbearingly tensed his limbs, and felt distressed. After thinking for a while, she whispered, Miss Ye, Gu Duo is so responsible and willing to fight for the people of the Alliance to live and work in peace and happiness, which shows that you have raised him well, and that you are also a person with a sense of right and wrong. But I don't understand why you choose to help the evil in this matter. Miss Ye looked at her for the first time, but did not speak immediately. She continued, I don't think you will think the so-called New World Plan is correct. Miss Ye finally responded, You and I have never met before. How do you know what I think? Poor me. I am thinly clothed. I am worried about the cheap coal, and wish it was cold. There was a foot of snow outside the city at night, and I drove the coal cart over the ice ruts in the morning. She chanted casually, The poetry collection in your hand is produced by Taoyuan, and the page you are looking at is by Juyi's, the charcoal seller. I think a person who is eager for the so-called New World will not be able to read this, without sympathy and care for the lower class people. Such poems will not resonate at all. But there is clearly pain in your eyes just now. At this point, she suddenly moved in her heart. My mental power has exceeded level 3's, and my sensitivity to emotions is unmatched. You don't have to hide it. Miss Ye's eyes shrank, and she was caught off guard and showed a trace of shock. She subconsciously repeated, exceeding level 3's. Sure enough, she reacted to the level of mental power. She and Gu Duo were in tune with each other. So he immediately reacted and said, Mother, my eldest brother was a Super 3's level at the beginning. You shouldn't be so shocked. Miss Ye frowned slightly, looked back and forth between the two, and finally sighed. Yes, I knew, but I didn't expect to see a normal Super 3's. Normal? The word didn't sound normal, and the two looked at each other, eager to know what the other was going to say. Unexpectedly, Miss Ye's next sentence was, Why don't you come in and sit down and talk? When she sat down on one of the other two single sofas, she still had a very outrageous feeling. Sitting in a cell, chatting face to face with a prisoner. This scene would be weird for anyone to see. However, Miss Ye looked calm and even poured them each a cup of black tea. Chapter 455, He is still alive. Faced with their anxiety, Miss Ye remained calm. She gently stroked the book cover and suddenly said something completely unrelated. These words are beautiful. Look at what is written in the preface. Is it a style of Earth civilization? Although she felt that it was inappropriate to say this at this time, she always had a sense of responsibility for the traditional culture of her hometown. Since the other party asked this, she nodded. It's beautiful. Miss Ye smiled. It's a pity to lose such a culture. In her opinion, This lady's position is difficult to distinguish between the enemy and us. But her aesthetics is still on mine. However, she hesitated for a moment, and did not say what was in her heart. Monsieur noticed something. Miss Liu, you may as well speak frankly. She subconsciously looked at Gu Duo, who also looked back at her and whispered, no problem. Speak. Originally, she hesitated because she was afraid that he would feel uncomfortable. Since he said so, she was not polite. It is indeed a pity to lose the brilliant Earth civilization. But the Xie family should not be considered the descendants of Earthlings? Strictly speaking, there are very few completely pure-blooded Earthlings in the Alliance. But the way the Xie family and Tao Rose are combined is very fresh in people's memory. She thinks that it is no longer an ordinary mixed blood that can be explained. Miss Xie was a little surprised. Have you seen the complete form of the Xie family? What is the complete form? She didn't know why, but she could guess that it was probably the weird look. So she nodded again. If you mean the look when connected with the monster Tao Rose, I have indeed seen it. It seems that the Xie family, or the Black Alliance, really regards you as their lifelong enemy. But they can't solve you like this. They must be very angry. Miss Xie actually looked a little happy. And she was slightly determined that if the other party was happy to see the Black Alliance frustrated, they were probably not enemies. Maybe there was some reason for the internal and external cooperation before. She glanced at Gu Duo, but saw that he didn't relax much, and was still waiting for an explanation. Miss Xie finally got to the point. I know that what I did before made you and your son sad. But this is about my child. As a mother, after weighing the pros and cons, I think this is the only way to protect everyone as much as possible. Child. Doesn't that mean Gu Duo? Lu Jinggu's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously put his hand on the back of Gu Duo's hand, as if this would prevent him from getting into danger. Gu Duo turned his hand and intertwined his fingers with hers. She was shocked to find that this action was too intimate. After all, this was the first time she met her boyfriend's mother. She was embarrassed and tried to pull her hand out. However, Miss Xie's eyes had already fallen on their hands. She seemed to be stunned for a moment. And then she said with great emotion, so you were together. She was so sensitive to emotions that she immediately noticed the complex feelings in this sentence. But she couldn't understand why Gu Duo would react like this when it was obviously a very normal thing for him to have a girlfriend at his age. However, Miss Xie did not mean to explain. She just looked at Gu Duo and said slowly, a duo should have guessed that this child is not you. Instantly, she felt Gu Duo's fingers tighten. Brother. The man who was decisive in killing seemed to have difficulty speaking at this moment. After spitting out a name, he opened his mouth several times, but did not dare to ask the following questions. Miss Xie was very calm. Perhaps the initial shock had passed. She nodded slowly. Yes. A Qing is still alive. If the fluctuation of mental power is sound, I believe that Gu Duo's mind must be thundering at this moment. But she felt that this answer was not so surprising. Many things were connected together because of Miss Xie's words, and finally pointed to the most incredible, but only reasonable answer. Gu Qing, the person whose body was destroyed in the explosion, was not dead. However, the Gu family has never stopped looking for him for so many years, and has never concealed the search for him. But Gu Qing has not sent back any news. There are only two possibilities. Otherwise, he has been controlled or unconscious for so many years, and cannot get news from the outside world. Or he knows, but is restricted in his actions. But she thinks this possibility is too low. Almost infinitely close to zero. After all, Gu Qing is the first Super 3S level, and he has no rivals in the Alliance. To control him for so many years without leaking any news, unless that force also has a plug-in like the Taoyuan system, then there is only the second possibility. Gu Qing himself does not want to contact the Gu family. If you think about it carefully, even the explosion may not be an accident, and the truth inside is terrifying. No matter why Gu Qing did this, there is no doubt that it is a heavy blow to those who have been looking for him with expectations. She sighed clearly that Gu Duo's mental power suddenly fell into silence after a fierce fluctuation. You can imagine his mood at this moment. Anyway, the relationship between the two has been known by Miss Xie, so she no longer hides it. She stood up directly, gently stroked Gu Duo's back, and said softly, don't you always believe that Gu Qing is not dead? Now this is confirmed, which shows that your intuition is very accurate. Gu Duo raised her eyes, and saw the fragility in his eyes, and her heart suddenly hurt. One of the saddest things in life is to be betrayed by someone you believe in deeply. Not to mention that the eldest brother in Gu Duo's memory is still such a responsible person, almost regarded by him as a benchmark in life and the direction of effort. But now, his faith is shaky. She felt very sad, and an impulse of don't care about these things anymore arose. But this thought was thrown out of her mind in just a moment. They have been involved too deeply, and it is too late to withdraw at this moment. After the initial shock, Gu Duo also figured it out and asked in a hoarse voice, "What happened?" Miss Xie shook her head slowly. "I don't know the details. They sent someone to see me before they were ready to act, and brought a video of Ah Qing. I can confirm that it was taken recently and Ah Qing is still alive." "They threatened you with my elder brother?" Gu Duo clenched her fingers. She also frowned. If that was true, it would prove that Gu Qing had fallen into the hands of the Black Alliance and was under their control and manipulation. Did she guess wrong? However, Miss Xie shook her head again. "No one threatened me. Ah Qing asked me to do that, and he said that only by doing that would our family have a chance to reunite." Gu Duo was shocked. Miss Xie lowered her eyes and said softly, "When I saw Ah Qing was still alive, I was almost crazy with joy. I acted according to his plan without thinking. But I didn't expect that would happen later." Chapter 456 The Changed Lady. Miss Xie's thing like that refers to the humiliation and danger suffered by Gu Yuan. She stroked the book cover, looking dignified and leisurely. But Lu Jinggu felt a deep sadness. That was the uncontrollable emotion of a mother who had to make a choice about her child. After a while, Miss Xie slowly said, "For the daughters of the Xie family, there are only two things engraved in their bones: raising better children and devoting themselves to the Tao Rose. So I don't understand the righteousness of the family and the country." Miss Lu said something wrong. "I have neither expectations nor disgust for the new world they talk about. For me, being able to reunite with my husband and children is the most important thing." Her right hand suddenly grasped her left arm, and she quickly let go of it when she felt their attention, and continued to talk about the previous topic. "So Ah Qing said that we can reunite in the new world, and I helped him without hesitation. But I didn't expect him to instruct Blake to do so. I don't know how you stopped this, but if you didn't stop it at the time, after the father-in-law, it would be your father's turn." The pain was hard to suppress, and Miss Xie closed her eyes restrainedly, and did not lose her composure in front of them. This was indeed news they didn't know, but thinking about it carefully, it was still not surprising. The biggest threat to the Blake Alliance was of course Gu Duo, who led the army, and her, the master of Taoyuan, and they are lovers. So to some extent, if one loses, both lose. If they can disturb Gu Duo's heart, the Black Alliance can buy more time to carry out the plan, and she is likely to lose her composure because of Gu Duo. It is really a murderous plot to attack Gu family members one by one and broadcast everything live on the Star Network. But they didn't expect that they would become the royal family of Yuan. Otherwise this poisonous plot would be almost 100% successful. And now that they have failed, it has made Miss Xie awaken. Miss Xie's idea is also very simple. After the initial excitement of seeing her eldest son, she naturally has many questions. If Gu Qing cares about his family so much, why doesn't he reveal a little news to them? Using Gu Yuan as the target can barely explain that it is because Gu Yuan's status is there. But Gu Li is his biological father, and for various reasons, he did not join the army, but took the path of politics. His influence among the people of the alliance is far less than Gu Yuan. Miss Xie has no way to convince herself why Gu Qing did this. Such Gu Qing, no matter how you look at it, does not seem to be attached to his family. So Miss Xie came to Taoyuan quietly, and after thinking alone in the prison for so long, she finally decided to tell her youngest son that Gu Qing was still alive. In addition, she obviously had more information. After Gu Duo calmed down, Miss Xie was about to speak. Suddenly, her dignified face twitched. Her eyes suddenly widened, and bloodshot quickly covered her whites. She grabbed her left arm again, using great strength, making people feel that the 5 fingers of her right hand were about to pinch into the flesh. Miss Xie seemed to want to say something, but she only made a hoarse sound. This change happened in the blink of an eye. Even though Lu Jinggu and Gu Duo were both people with extremely fast reactions, they only rushed over when Miss Xie fell to the ground. However, before they got close, the alarm in Taoyuan sounded wildly. A super pollution source was found, which may cause irreparable damage to organisms. Please stay away as much as possible before purification is completed. Repeat. A super pollution source was found, She grabbed Gu Duo hard and dragged him back with all her strength. Miss Xia raised her left arm at a strange angle and reached out to them. At first glance, it seemed as if she was asking her son for help. Mother! Gu Duo certainly didn't want to leave at this time. But the accident happened in an instant. Thorny vines as thick as thumbs pierced out from the 5 fingertips of Miss Xia's left hand and pierced his temple, throat and heart. When these thorny vines appeared, they were accompanied by powerful mental power and suffocating poisonous fog. It stands to reason that they were in Taoyuan, and the pollution could not do anything to them. However, she was just a moment late to set up mental power protection, and was contaminated with a little black air, and she felt that her internal organs seemed to be burning. Fortunately, the purification power of Taoyuan was not much less, and the pain came and went quickly, but she still couldn't help spitting out blood. It can be seen that her internal organs were damaged just a moment ago. Her accidental injury awakened Gu Duo's reason. He took a deep look at his mother, who was lying motionless on the ground, and quickly rushed out along with Lu Jingu's pulling force. Leaving the cell and going outside, there was a sound of collapse behind him. Those thorny vines had broken through the house, making it seem like a substantial black fog rising into the sky, and the edges were rolling violently, struggling with the power of purification. Something is wrong. She wiped the corner of her mouth hard and looked at the scene in front of her coldly. There is something wrong with the mental power on these thorny vines. Suddenly closing her eyes, she also released her mental power. The powerful force instantly enveloped the surroundings, and the world of mental power unfolded in her mind. Sure enough, she shouted in her heart and looked at Gu Duo. Another royal family is controlling these thorny vines. I don't know what method he used to connect his power with this monster. It is precisely because of the protection of that powerful mental power that these thorny vines can exist in Taoyuan for so long. And in just a few seconds of talking, the collapsed cell was propped up by something. Then a huge flower bud appeared. It was the Tao Rose. The flower bud was opening rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, the layers of petals bloomed completely, revealing the flower girl inside. Fuck. She couldn't help but curse out loud, just because the image of the flower girl was exactly the same as Miss Xia. She quickly looked at Gu Duo, and as expected, she saw a face intertwined with anger and pain. You go first, she suddenly said. Leave this to me. You go and see Uncle Gu and the others. All those who escaped from the capital planet were placed in this paradise. And the reason she found was valid. Whether the girl in the flower is Miss Xia herself or not. This battle is too cruel for Gu Duo. She couldn't bear it. However, Gu Duo did not move. He shook his head heavily, and spoke word by word as if crying blood. Mother would not want me to be a deserter. As soon as the voice fell, the girl in the flower opened her arms and opened her eyes. At one glance, she knew that even if this was really Miss Xia, the other party would not recognize them. As soon as the girl in the flower opened her eyes, the momentum of the whole Tao Rose rose a lot higher. With a scream, more vines broke out of the ground. They were different from the one on star number 11. Each vine was covered with small round holes, and a large amount of black mist was sucked in. Yes, not release, but absorption. Chapter 457 Man-Made Aerial Attack. This scene reminded Lu Jingu of the battle at the border. The same goes for those black beasts. They can absorb all the black fog into their bodies, and then the purification power of Taoyuan will be ineffective. Her eyes narrowed, and she and Gu Duo looked at each other, and they both understood each other's thoughts at the same time. We can't let this monster absorb the black fog completely. The next moment, Gu Duo had put on the mecha, and the dark blue long sword was unsheathed, stabbing at Tao Rose. She didn't go forward, but released her mental power wantonly, protecting Gu Duo firmly in the middle. The other party also had a Super 3S level mental power, so she had to be careful. The girl in the flower waved her arms, and several thorny vines rolled over. They were like flexible snakes, clinging tightly to his sword, making it difficult for him to move forward. This monster didn't know that this move was exactly what Gu Duo wanted. The cool spiritual power vibrated along the sword body, just like thousands of tiny sharp blades, cutting the thorny vines wrapped around it into countless pieces. Just like the battle in the space fortress. Once this monster was injured, black mist would emerge from the wound. Once the black mist left the body, it would be judged as a pollution source by the Taoyuan system. Once the purification power took effect, the body would naturally not be able to escape so easily. His tactics were exactly what Lu Jingu thought. So the two cooperated tacitly. The body of Tal Rose was not easy to be injured, so they only targeted those thorny vines for damage. Originally, this monster was a super pollution source, and it had the assistance of Super 3S level spiritual power. It should be very difficult to deal with, of course. It is not easy now, but if you just want to hurt its huge body, it is not that difficult. In addition, both of them are among the strongest in the world, and the effect of joining forces is far more than 1 + 1 greater than 2. For a while, Tal Rose could only be helpless and furious, but the thorny vines were cut one after another, and the black mist that was originally absorbed into the body emerged from the broken end again. Although the warnings about the super pollution source have stopped, the feng shui value of Taoyuan has been fluctuating, indicating that the purification is still going on, which is a good thing. As long as the Tal Rose is suppressed by the power of Taoyuan, they still have a chance. Looking at the angry flower girl, an idea came to her mind. In the previous few times when dealing with Tal Rose, the flower girl was destroyed together with Tal Rose for various reasons. But what would happen if the flower girl could be caught from the pistol? She knew it was not easy, but she had to try it. I believe that even if there is only a glimmer of hope, Guduo would be willing to try. But if they want to peel it out without hurting the flower girl, they still need a little help. She lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. And suddenly she had an idea. A duo! Guduo just cut off a few thorny vines and immediately retreated to her side when he heard the call. When the mecha rushed in front of her, she jumped up, and the metal palm immediately stretched out to hold her. And then she jumped on the other shoulder and whispered the plan again. Guduo nodded slightly and swung his sword in the air. The spiritual power flew out through the blade, like a huge dark blue crescent. The golden power attached to it, and the dark blue was coated with a layer of brilliance. As expected, Tal Rose came to block, and the spiritual power of both sides, which exceeded 3S level, collided first. The power she attached was not much, but the opponent suffered from remote control, which would have some delay. So under the collision, the power of both sides disappeared at the same time. Guduo directly attacked a position very close to the monster body. A huge wound appeared. The black fog rolled violently, and the girl in the flower made a sharp and angry cry. But the wound was not fatal, and Tal Rose's healing power was also very strong. After a moment, the wound was slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was weaker than the previous snake-shaped black beast, but it was also difficult to kill the monster directly with such healing power. Fortunately, they had another plan. Guduo hit it with one strike and ran away immediately. She was still on the shoulder of the mecha, so she naturally ran with it. Tal Rose had just been severely damaged, so how could it let the culprit run away like this? Moreover, its original mission was to destroy this paradise, and it would be best if it could find the core of this magical place and take it away. So it didn't hesitate at all, and the roots under the soil surged, and it immediately chased after it, as a monster in a semi-plant form. When she was moving, half of her body was actually in the soil, but because the soil would be turned over when she moved, it was generally much less firm than when she was still. And this was the opportunity they were waiting for. Lu Jinggu had jumped off the mecha without knowing when, and Guduo suddenly soared into the sky, turning back in the air at a very fast speed and a very tricky angle. Tal Rose instinctively stretched many thorny vines into the air, trying to stop him from approaching. Unexpectedly, he had no intention of approaching Tal Rose from the air, and the metal arm stretched and closed again, almost hugging all the thorny vines that attacked. He grabbed these thorny vines and turned them left and right in the air, and then tied a knot on the pile of thorny vines. Of course, this was useless. These thorny vines were not dead things, and they could be untied in a short time. But he only needed this knot temporarily. The dark blue mecha hugged the knot, and all the air thrusters simultaneously exerted force to the sky. Tal Rose was caught off guard and screamed, and was pulled out of the soil. Once out of the soil, it would be easier for Guduo to move. He kept going up and successfully brought the monster to the sky. As a plant, there were not many experiences of flying. The cold face of the flower girl showed panic, and she subconsciously wanted to use the thorny vines to grab Guduo's mecha. However, the golden mental power suddenly appeared and wrapped the mecha in it. As soon as the thorny vines approached, the golden power on the surface suddenly turned into an ominous gray-white. Even monsters are afraid of the power of illusion. Tal Rose hesitated for only a moment, and Guduo had already operated the mecha to fly out of the gap flexibly. Imagine a flower carried to the sky by a bird. But suddenly the bird opened its mouth and flew away singing. What would happen to the flower? Accompanied by screams. Tal Rose stretched its roots and vines hard, trying to grab the ground as soon as possible to reduce the impact. However, it forgot one thing. This is part of the Taoyuan vertical and horizontal network. After joining the vertical and horizontal network, the upper limit of the giant tree will be connected to another Taoyuan. In other words, the air defense distance is greatly increased, and objects falling from the air at a certain speed will be judged as attacks by the Taoyuan system, which has been verified long ago. So she was not surprised to hear the alarm, and the green vines on the giant tree facing Tal Rose. Chapter 458. Perhaps there is still a chance to save her. The next second, the girl in the flower screamed, but was tied up like a dumpling without resistance. It was really Taoyuan who knew whether she was good or not as soon as she made a move. They were all vines, and those made by the Taoyuan giant tree were obviously of better quality. Anyway, such a huge Tal Rose was tied to the tree and couldn't move at all. The mecha landed lightly, and the shell was removed. Guduo also looked up at the giant tree. What's next? After all, he was not as familiar with Taoyuan as she was, so he asked directly what to do. Lu Jingu touched his chin. It's so strange. The girl in the flower is wearing shackles on her wrist. Right? Before, the figure of the girl in the flower had been hidden in the pistol. Although part of it could be seen, it was always vague and unreal. At this time, probably because of the intense struggle, the vines of the giant tree tied up the Tal Rose and the girl in the flower separately. The two seemed to be still connected, but in fact they were treated differently. The mouth of the girl in the flower was surrounded by vines, so she couldn't make any sound. Her arms were tied up, but her wrists and hands were exposed, so they could clearly see the shackles of Taoyuan prison hanging on her white wrists. This undoubtedly proved the identity of the girl in the flower. Guduo looked very bad, but still asked, "What's strange? The shackles of Taoyuan didn't work just now." She thought about it, called out the Taoyuan system, and opened the prison management interface of Taoyuan to check. After a moment, her eyes shrank. Guduo noticed it keenly and asked immediately, "What's wrong? Maybe Aunt Siet can still be saved." She spoke slowly. How to do it? When her hand was grasped, she knew that the other party would be very excited. So she quickly held his hand with her backhand and said softly, "Don't worry. This matter still needs to be studied." "Okay. I'm not in a hurry." Although he said so, he still couldn't calm down completely. When they learned that the alarm was lifted, others came to check the situation one after another. So there was one more person who was unable to calm down. Adwa. Uncle Gu. Don't get excited yet. I just said it's possible. We may need to call Gong Sunchi to come and see what's going on. I contact him right away. Gu Duo said immediately. He went to communicate, and she ran to the cell to get new shackles and put them on Hua Zong directly. The original shackles were pulled off by her light pull, turning it over. The light on the shackles that indicated that it was working had indeed been turned off long ago. No wonder the shackles didn't work. When I checked the system records of the cell just now, I found that just before Tal Rose appeared, the system had a prompt, prisoner number 1's characteristics changed, and the judgment was being made. The judgment failed. The identity of prisoner number 1 was wrong, and monitoring was stopped. This prompt indirectly proved the relationship between Hua Zong and Miss Ye. And similarly, it also explained another thing. Every action of the prisoners in Taoyuan cell will be monitored by the system through the shackles. So once it is determined that there is a violation behavior, the punishment system will be automatically activated. But at the same time, this kind of shackles is also a disguised protection. As long as the prisoner is not set to death penalty, the system will not agree to die even if he wants to. On the other hand, if there is a problem with a prisoner's vital signs, there will be a record in the system. Now, the last record about prisoner number 1, that is, Miss Ye, is a feature change, which caused the Taoyuan system to have problems with her identity. She guessed that in the logic of the system, prisoner number 1 had performed a substitution trick by some means. So the system believed that the person who was shackled before was innocent. So it stopped detention and turned off all the functions of the shackles. This also explains why Tal Rose was not punished by the cell when he attacked her. Now she used the shackles again. And when she looked at the interface of the cell again, the information of prisoner number 2 really appeared. In the eyes of the system, Miss Ye and the flower girl of Tal Rose are two people. But at the same time, the Taoyuan system did not judge Miss Xie as dead. She remembered very clearly that when she secretly sent Wenji away, and he died outside, although they were thousands of miles away, the record of the cell also showed a prompt of dead. That's why she thought Miss Xie might be saved. However, she couldn't explain these details to everyone, so she had to vaguely say because it is a product of skills. There is some induction, which at least convinced the father and son of the Gu family. Gong Sun Chi came from the post station soon, and Tal Rose had been released at this time. As soon as the flower girl was freed, her first reaction was to attack them. And then, she was educated by the punishment system of the cell. Probably because of her identity as a monster, the system judged her to be more tough and ruthless in punishment. The electric light made people around her have to turn their heads to avoid it, so as not to be blinded. Therefore, what Gong Sun Chi saw was a large section of vines lying on the ground. Heavy petals withered, and a girl in the flower twitching from time to time, with even small arcs of electricity flashing across her body. Gong Sun Chi's mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered, "How cruel." Lu Jinggu rolled his eyes, and quickly explained the matter. "Is this Aunt Xie?" He was shocked and quickly stepped forward to check. Her idea was to separate the girl in the flower from the Tal Rose first, taking the experience in the contaminated area as an example. After cutting off the vines of the Xie family, they did not die, but were much weaker, and any adult could easily subdue them. So she thought very simply, to separate the girl in the flower first, and then she could make various attempts to see if she could bring Miss Xie back. However, Gong Sun Chi shook his head after checking. The Tal Rose grew out of her body, and separating it may cause irreparable damage. What should we do then? Gu Li and Gu Duo spoke at the same time. Send it to my laboratory first. I need to give her a comprehensive examination first. It seemed that this was the only way, but the Tal Rose was too huge, and so many vines piled together could fill dozens of carriages. So how to transport it became a big problem. In the end, it was Gong Sun Chi who said that cutting off the vines would not affect the life of the main body. And everyone worked together, moving the knife close to the position of the flower, and cutting off all the thick vines. The flower girl had no reaction during the whole process, which also proved the severity of the punishment from the Taoyuan system just now. Lu Jinggu brought a large cloak and covered the flower girl, who had the same face as Miss Xie. Gu Duo was about to say something, but Gu Li said first, "I will accompany your mother there. You have your own responsibilities. Don't be distracted." "But, are you going to let a Jin fight the Black Alliance alone?" Gu Li's tone was heavy. Gu Duo stopped talking immediately. Chapter 459 Dubai's New Job. Lu Jinggu wanted to persuade him, but he couldn't give any reason. Compared to the Black Alliance, what they lacked most was top-level strongmen. Gu Duo was not the only threes, but Gong Sun Chi was a scientific researcher, and the Sun family was not good at fighting. There was no problem with one-on-one or small-scale battles, but he was the only one who could really handle the word battle. Even she, who was a super threes, was a novice in war. She had no problem with self-protection and defense, but she was completely clueless when it came to tactics and offense. So Gu Duo struggled for a while, and still followed his father's arrangement. Gu Li accompanied his wife, who had turned into a flower girl, to star 555. Gong Sun Chi was very busy, so he left a device for her and said, "Track mental power. Study it yourself," and ran away. The 7th Army sent a message that the Black Alliance had unusual movements and was suspected of wanting to launch a sneak attack on them. So Gu Duo also left in a hurry. She and the people from the Gu Sun and Gong Sun families were speechless for a while. Gong Sun Ping had always looked uncomfortable when he saw her, so he made up an excuse and left. Sun Yuqing said, "We were allowed to rest and adjust our conditions some time ago. Now we feel that everything is fine. If you need us to do anything, just tell us." She did have a lot of things to do. A large number of newly built Taoyuans were still rough cut, and they needed a lot of decoration to survive. Those rough guys could be handed over to the Taoyuan construction team, but there were always some parts that required people with higher levels to do. Since Sun Yuqing said so, she was naturally not polite and directly handed her a lot of tasks. As for how to complete them and how to assign the people from the Sun family, she just became a hands-off boss. The Gu family was also busy, so they asked them to join the defense forces of various Taoyuans. With the perspective of the Gu family, they quickly helped to adjust some loopholes and inappropriate aspects of Taoyuan's defense. With the help of these families, she was indeed freed a lot, and could expand her territory in the contaminated area with more peace of mind. As the network of vertical and horizontal lines in the contaminated area continued to expand, she also found some abandoned buildings. There were research institutes, living areas, and even places similar to breeding farms. There were no staff in these places, and they were probably evacuated. But in the breeding farm, she unexpectedly found several young black beasts. It was the first time she knew that black beasts could reproduce naturally. These little black beasts were actually the same species as Xiao Yunyun. When she found them, these little black beasts were not dead yet. Seeing her, they wanted to bite her fiercely. But the one in front tripped over its front legs and fell to the ground. The one behind it tripped over it again, and soon rolled into a pile. Lu Jinggu, It once again proved that no matter how terrible a creature is, it is mostly cute when it is young. I was not sure how to deal with these little black beasts. They looked like they couldn't even walk steadily. They might not be able to withstand the pain of being purified alive. Finally, she returned to planet 7133 and brought little Union here. After all, it was its own tribe, so maybe it knew what to do. Then she witnessed what was called cold elders in the tribe. Little Union circled around the little black beasts with disdain, biting them one by one, and threw them into the peach garden by the back of their necks. It was unknown whether these little black beasts were too young or for some other reason. They could not control the black energy in their bodies from spreading outwards, and naturally could not escape the purifying power of the peach garden. They were howling and rolling on the ground desperately. Little Union walked in with an elegant step, and the eyes of the cubs were even more disgusted. They also growled at her, as if complaining, "Why are you causing trouble for me?" It was really a cracked cloud beast that was about to become a spirit. Smiling, she stroked Little Union's head. She upgraded this peach garden to level 5, fully covered the planet, and then joined the Zongheng network. After doing all this, the black beasts had shed their black colors, revealing their original appearance. This shows the difference between them and Xiao Yunyun. Xiao Yunyun's hair was like clouds, very beautiful, while the fur colors of these little split cloud beasts were different, and the cloud-like patterns were not complete and beautiful enough. Just from the appearance, Xiao Yunyun, as the king of split cloud beasts, had already won a lot. Several little split cloud beasts collapsed on the ground, sticking out their tongues and panting, looking like they were living a life worse than death. Xiao Yunyun was very disgusted and growled a few times. Then he saw several little beasts struggling to stand up, staggering to gather around it. Looking up, their eyes were soft and docile, revealing a sense of submission. Xiao Yunyun nodded, as if reluctantly satisfied. Then he meowed at her a few more times. She understood, and sent several split cloud beasts back to planet 7133. Playmate, Bully, was away. Dabai looked bored and wandered around the post station. When he saw her coming back with Xiao Yunyun, he ran over excitedly. He rushed to her and was about to act like a spoiled child. But several fur balls suddenly rolled over. Dabai, sluggish.jpg. He lowered his big head and looked at the fur balls that stopped only after hitting his front legs. Then looked at Xiao Yunyun, who was licking his front legs gracefully, and then looked at her. There was a lot of confusion in his golden eyes. "This is Xiao Yunyun's fellow tribesman." She rubbed dog head and explained kindly, "I rescued them unintentionally. They are too young to live alone and need Xiao Yunyun's care. You have to help them too." Dabai was still shocked and looked down at the fur balls that had climbed up. The more daring one tried to nibble the pillar, Dabai's leg, in front of it. Dabai felt itchy, so he moved. The fur ball that had just climbed up fell flat on its back again because of its action. Then a black shadow flashed by, and Xiao Yunyun jumped on Dabai's head and slapped it hard. A wood Dabai covered his forehead with tears. Lu Jinggu almost burst out laughing. Xiao Yunyun is so arrogant. On the surface, she looks disgusted with the little cracked cloud beasts. But in fact, she protects her calves like this. Look at Dabai, who treated himself like a sculpture after being slapped, and dared not move, letting several fur balls grab his long hair and swing. It seems that Dabai's position as a babysitter will be stable in the future. She held back her laughter and rubbed Dabai well. After confirming that he had no dissatisfaction with helping to take care of the fur ball, she returned to the polluted area. After opening the vertical and horizontal star map and checking it out, the vertical and horizontal network in the polluted area was established last. But its area has surpassed the others, and is now the largest among the 3-star networks. The distance to the border of the alliance is not short. As long as we work harder, we can connect the star network on the border with this side. Once the connection is successful, it will be enough to accommodate the current population of the alliance. However, compared with the scattered living model of tens of thousands of people on a planet in the past, the living environment will definitely be much more crowded. But will the Black Alliance really let her go so smoothly? Chapter 460: The Myth of Mixed Blood. The answer is of course no. A large-scale battle finally broke out. The Black Alliance dispatched all its forces, as if it had made a desperate bet. If it was just about the strength of the troops, the other side was not as good as them. But the scary thing was that a large number of strong men appeared in the other side's army. Although it was not as bad as 3S everywhere and double S as many as dogs, it was almost the same. In the First Legion confrontation, a double S mecha regiment came out directly from the opposite side, and Gu Duo's soldiers were severely damaged at the first sight. If he had not had the Space Fortress, an unexpected trophy, which could multiply the combat power of 3S-level strong men, this time he might have been defeated. In this battle, the mecha regiment of the 7th Army suffered 5 deaths and 72 injuries, which was the casualties that had not occurred in many years. And Gu Duo discovered something more worrying: the mental power of those created strong men had the characteristics of illusion, which could erode the power of others. Although not as strong as illusion, the erosion could assimilate other people in the end. But it could cause difficult-to-treat injuries in mental power. Whether it is mecha or other weapons, they all need mental control. So the 72 soldiers will not be able to return to the battlefield in a short time. If it was just that, he would not be so worried. The problem is that the top medical cabin is actually powerless to treat the injuries of these soldiers. What does this mean? It means that even if they leave the battlefield, they will have to endure painful torture for the rest of their lives. He may not care about the outcome of a battle, but he cannot accept that his brothers, who have been through life and death together, have to face such a future at such a young age. It was at this time that Lu Jinggu took the initiative to contact him. "You want to open a Chinese medicine clinic?" Gu Duo was shocked. He would not hypocritically say that he had not thought about this. But she was very calm. The Chinese medicine clinic now has the name of a joint research and development with Gong Sun-Chi, which will be much less eye-catching than before. And now we also need a strong attraction. The decision to open the Chinese medicine clinic was not entirely to solve Gu Duo's worries, but also to take into account that the battle with the Black Alliance has entered a white-hot stage. Only when the Taoyuan group is more attractive can the other party's path become narrower and narrower. Finally, Gu Duo agreed to her proposal, and the 72 wounded were sent to Taoyuan with great fanfare. The 7th Army did not hide the injuries of these people. So many people, including those from the Black Alliance, were secretly paying attention. If they can solve such injuries, the Chinese medicine clinic did not disappoint them. Perhaps it was disappointing for the Black Alliance. And the injuries of the 72 soldiers soon improved, and they all returned to the front line in less than half a month. Taoyuan Group began to promote super medical cabin beyond existing technology in a timely manner. In life, there is no such thing as not getting sick or injured. Now, let alone ordinary people who wanted to escape. Even some people in the Black Alliance were secretly moved. However, due to the difficulty and high cost of this technology, there are currently only 2 trial points in Taoyuan number 1 and number 6. In addition to the need for appointment, the cost is also not cheap. This makes people feel that this technology is even more advanced. For a time, these 2 Chinese medicine clinics received a large number of appointment applications. And Gong Sun-Chi also cooperated to release news about wormhole crossing technology at this time. He explained that the Chinese medicine clinic was actually an additional product of this technology, and further made everyone believe that the existence of this technology that surpassed the existing technology of the Alliance was mainly due to his research. After a series of operations, the technology of Taoyuan Group and the Chinese medicine clinic had basically been separated, as Gong Sun-Chi is recognized as the strongest brain in the Alliance. He can research such technology, which makes people feel that it should be so. Lu Jinggu didn't know that even Joe Black had a big temper because of this, and hated why such a genius was in the enemy camp. Unless we can increase the combat power of all our hands to double S or above, we can't win this battle. After losing his temper, Joe Black spoke tiredly. Of course, there was no one else at this time. Only the housekeeper was shocked. "Master, Anna is dead," Joe muttered to himself. It's really my daughter. When it's time to be cruel, she is unambiguous. She even refused to leave her body to me. The housekeeper lowered his head quickly, not even daring to breathe. He had been with Joe Black for many years, so he naturally knew how much this master, who was good at both white and black, valued his only daughter. He had given all his love to Miss Anna, but Miss Anna chose to leave in such a tragic and decisive way. The blow to him was beyond words. The housekeeper could only say that the master had been a little mentally abnormal during this period. If it weren't for that person behind him, he would probably kill the culprit at all costs. Joe muttered to himself for a while, and suddenly his whole body trembled. His decadent and crazy expression disappeared, and he seemed to be listening to something. The housekeeper stepped back silently, and he was already familiar with such scenes. Presumably, that person was contacting the master again. A few minutes later, Joe Black sneered. His eyes were frighteningly bright, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, as long as I can kill them, I am willing." The housekeeper was startled again, and raised his eyes to say something. But he was touched by the crazy eyes of the master, and he was scared and dared not speak again. Of course, Lu Jinggu didn't know all this. At this time, she was sitting in the newly built Taoyuan to prepare for the third sacrifice. She had already touched a little bit of the Taoyuan system's preference for sacrifices. This time, she brought the horn that Lei Ho had replaced. It was also the first time she knew that Lei Ho's horns would fall off and grow new ones when he grew up. The moment the two palm-sized horns were placed on the altar, purple light could not wait to emerge. After confirming, the sacrifice disappeared, and 3 inheritances appeared on the altar. As expected, the 3 inheritances this time are all related to thunder and lightning. A pair of chisels and hammers are exactly what the thunder god holds in mythology, and the corresponding miracle building is the thunder god temple. A pair of bronze mirrors, corresponding to the Dianmu temple. These 2 items did not surprise her. But the third inheritance, looking at the small and exquisite hammer in front of her, she was quite speechless. This thing looks familiar. Very similar to the weapon of the bearded Thor in a famous IP. Isn't Lei Ho a legendary creature of Chinese civilization? Why did it exchange for a Western mythological inheritance? It's Western. So why is the shape so similar to the movie? Fortunately, the weight is different from the movie, so she can lift it with a little strength. The name of the miracle building corresponding to Thor's hammer was also unexpected to her. Called Oak Palace? After thinking for a long time, she finally found the connection between Thor and oak. In Norse mythology, oak is considered to be the symbol of Thor. So this is still a hybrid myth product? Chapter 461 Meeting. The result of the third sacrifice was somewhat unexpected, but she quickly arranged all the miracle buildings. By the way, she took a look at the progress of the recovery of the Chinese mythological civilization, not counting the 2 inheritances obtained in this sacrifice. The progress of civilization recovery has reached 89. I feel that victory is in sight. According to the usual practice of the Taoyuan system, there must be good rewards at that time, and she is looking forward to it. After the sacrifice, she originally planned to continue to expand the Zongheng Star network. Under the current circumstances, there seems to be not much she can do directly. However, before she had time to make any moves, she suddenly felt a slight touch in the spiritual world. Frowning slightly, she opened the spiritual world to check the situation. Now when she does not deliberately use her spiritual power, her power is like a calm golden universe, with golden light and slight waves, and there will not be particularly large fluctuations. And somewhere in this universe, it is connected to another fantasy royal family. So strictly speaking, the spiritual worlds of the 2 royal families are connected. But the power of the royal family was too huge. Even though she could vaguely sense the existence of the other party, she could not find the other party's position across a universe. The other party must be the same. So they did not fight directly in the spiritual world. But in terms of controlling the power of the royal family, the other party was obviously much more skilled than her. At least, she had no idea how to achieve the method of investing spiritual power on the Black Beast. The touch this time was also initiated by the other party. In the spiritual world with golden light, a wave came from a distant place, causing layers of ripples. It was very magical that she actually heard the other parties, meaning from the seemingly disordered wave. You said that another royal family hopes to fight you fairly? Guduo frowned and wrinkled his brows into knots. With an incredible tone. Yes. She nodded. The other party sent me a letter of challenge. The time and place are set. And they also said that for the sake of fairness, I can decide how to compete. What does he want to do? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they did not tell others that Gu Qin was still alive. And they did not mention the suspicion that the other royal family of Huan was Gu Qin. Therefore, other people naturally did not know about the discussion at this time. Gu Duo was inevitably confused about this matter. If their speculation was true, no matter how the situation developed, he would inevitably face the situation of relatives killing each other. Moreover, now, the other party took the initiative to challenge his girlfriend. He was inevitably confused for a while. And it took a long time before he said, "Don't ignore it." She could understand her boyfriend's thoughts. On the one hand, he didn't want her to take risks. And on the other hand, he didn't want this dilemma to come out too early. However, she had different ideas. Although she was in the contaminated area, she also knew the crazy actions of the Black Alliance. The resistance army led by Gu Duo has fought several fierce battles with the Black Alliance. Although there is a Chinese medicine clinic to support it, Gu Duo's side has also suffered a lot of casualties. On the other hand, there are more and more strong people above SS on the Black Alliance side. As if these days strong people are like cabbages on the street, appearing one after another. What's more terrifying is that these strong people are obviously very abnormal. Like those transformed black beasts. They are not afraid of life and death or pain. But the difference is that they have their own wisdom. In other words, while they are not afraid of death, they also have brains. Not just fighting instincts. This makes their strength doubled. And it also makes it more and more difficult for Gu Duo to fight. He won't mention these in front of her. But she knows them all. So if there is a chance, she also wants to help the other party reduce the burden. If another royal family can be dealt with, it will be easy to break the situation just by suppressing the mental power of other same family. Looking up at Gu Duo, she said softly, "This is actually a good opportunity. Maybe it can completely solve the problem and restore peace to the alliance." Gu Duo's eyes moved slightly, and he didn't speak for a long time. "I know what you are worried about. But Gu Duo, we have no choice," she persuaded softly. Unless you are willing to share the so-called new world with him. What if her boyfriend really chose love? She quietly pressed her chest and refused to imagine such a future. Gu Duo pursed his lips and asked after a long time, place. Half a month later. Coordinates. When she said that location, she knew that the other party would have a fierce reaction. Gu Duo could probably recite that coordinate backwards. Sure enough, she saw her boyfriend's pupil shaking. In fact, when she got the coordinate, some answers were already very clear. "I will go with you." She didn't refuse. In fact, she couldn't refuse. It was about Gu Qin, and he would definitely go to verify it in person no matter what. Half a month passed in a flash. Lu Jinggu returned to the border from the contaminated area, and then boarded the spaceship driven by Gu Duo himself. After entering the coordinates of the destination and turning on the automatic driving, the young couple snuggled together silently. It was probably difficult to describe how complicated Gu Duo's emotions were at this time. She didn't say much, just gently stroked the other's back. No matter how entangled she was in her heart, what was coming would always come. They soon arrived near the destination, where there was nothing. However, as the spaceship stopped, changes began to appear in front of them. The shadow of a spaceship slowly changed from transparent to solid. Invisible spaceship. She felt Gu Duo's body tense up, and subconsciously held his hand tightly. The public channel of the spaceship lit up with a communication request, and she reached out to connect it. "My dear brother, you are here too, right?" A voice that was somewhat similar to Gu Duo's voice, but much warmer, sounded. She only felt a pain in her fingers, and it was Gu Duo who subconsciously tightened his fingers. She didn't say anything, but also held his hand tightly, and looked over with worry. There was no answer, and the other party did not urge him. After saying this, he fell silent. I don't know how long it took. Gu Duo finally spoke with a hoarse voice. "Brother, long time no see." A chuckle from the other side. "Yes. It's been a long time. My brother has grown up and can stand on his own." The voice in the communicator was full of emotion. "It's a pity to miss the process of your growth into a man." Gu Duo's eyes were red. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, restraining his emotions. However, the surging emotions could not be completely suppressed, and his tone was a little angry when he spoke again. "You could have missed it." "Why?" There were countless questions in his heart, colliding fiercely in his chest. And finally they could only be transformed into 3 simple words. Why? Why didn't you die? But didn't come back? Why didn't you send a message to your family for so many years? Why are you so cruel to use your grandfather and father to intimidate the people? Why did things turn out like this? And we have to stand on the enemy's side? Chapter 462, Psychological Warfare. The other side was silent, as if they were also touched by this. After a long time, another voice finally sounded. Sorry. I have no choice. What do you mean? Maybe when you see me, you will know what I mean. Following Gu Qing's voice, a miniature fairy flew out from the other side, obviously intending to take Gu Duo over. To have a look. Lu Jinggu immediately hugged her boyfriend's arm. The other party was powerful, and other situations were unclear. How could she let him take risks? Fortunately, Gu Duo was not overwhelmed by his emotions. He just looked at him with a sullen face for a while, and then refused. If you want to see me, come here yourself. My good brother. Gu Qing sighed. I also want to see you in person. But unfortunately the situation does not allow it. Both of them frowned, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. Gu Qing said again, I know Miss Lu came with you. If you are worried, you can come together. When he mentioned her, the other party's tone was not so warm. With a hint of teasing, Miss Lu's mental strength is so strong. She won't be afraid of a half-disabled person like me. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurried to see Gu Duo. Sure enough, when he heard the words half-disabled person, his face became extremely ugly. He sighed secretly, and at the same time, he became more vigilant about Gu Qing. A few simple words accurately hit Gu Duo's soft spot. As soon as he revealed his identity, he had already disturbed their thoughts. After that, he sighed and regretted, which touched Gu Duo's heart even more. I wanted to see him, but he couldn't show up. As if he didn't care to tell the reason. Now there is a sea of fire and swords on the other side. And Gu Duo will definitely go for it. As soon as he figured it out, Gu Duo looked over and whispered, Ajin. No need to say anything. Raising her hand to cover his lips. She smiled softly. I go with you. She saw a trace of guilt flash across his face, and was about to say something, but was stopped by her again. Don't apologize. No matter what happens, we will face it together. He finally said nothing more, and the two of them moved to the ferry together. This distance was fleeting, and they soon arrived at Gu Qing's spaceship. Beside the berthing cabin of the ferry, a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit was already waiting there. As soon as the cabin door opened, the other party said, Mr. Gu is waiting for you too. Please follow me. The two looked at each other. Since they were already here, it was useless to be timid. So they both looked calm, walked out of the ferry, and walked side by side. Lu Jinggu observed the surroundings, and found that this spaceship had undergone a lot of modifications. At least the exposed part did not look like a common spaceship at all, but more like a warm home place. The exposed metal walls were covered by soft wallpaper, and the feet were also thick carpets that seemed to be stepping on clouds. Some of the rooms passed by were not closed, and you can see that the interiors were also warm and comfortable. Gu Duo's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he looked straight in one direction, following his line of sight. It was a room arranged as a bedroom. Blinking, she had a guess in her mind. That is, she whispered, it is my brother's room. Sure enough, she couldn't help but look at the room a few more times, and Gu Duo's attention had moved to the side. There was another closed door next to this room. The person leading the way seemed to have guessed his thoughts, and walked to the door and asked, Do you want to see this room? Gu Duo hesitated for a moment and nodded. The other party opened the door. She felt that the breathing of the people around her stopped for a moment. The layout of the two rooms was actually very similar, but all the utensils in this room were a few sizes smaller. She suddenly remembered that when Gu Qing was in trouble, Gu Duo was just a child. All the other parties restored the rooms of the two people, but Gu Duo's room was still filled with children's supplies. If this was a psychological war, there is no doubt that Gu Duo lost miserably. After looking at the two rooms for a long time, he bit his back teeth and moved his eyes away, whispering, Continue to lead the way. The woman didn't say a word, closed the door again, and walked in front again. Unexpectedly, their destination was not the reception room, not the control room, nor any place where they could sit down and talk. It was the medical room equipped on every spacecraft. The cross sign on the door was very conspicuous. The woman who led the way brushed open the door of the medical room, but did not go in. She just turned around and raised her hand. "Please, both of you." She glanced at Gu Duo, but saw that her boyfriend looked timid and hesitated to take a step. Since they boarded the ferry, Gu Qing had not made any sound, which made Gu Duo's heart even more uneasy. In the end, she gently held his hand and said softly, "Let's go in." Gu Duo seemed to come back to his senses, and walked slowly into the medical room with stiff steps. This medical room was unexpectedly empty. Apart from the instruments against the wall, there was only a silver-gray medical cabin in the middle. As soon as they came in, the medical cabin suddenly moved horizontally. The instruments below slowly pushed the medical cabin up, and finally it was almost 90 degrees vertical to the ground. In other words, the medical cabin stood up. This also allowed them to see the window above without having to get close. There was a face that was 70% similar to Gu Duo. However, there were crisscrossing scars on that face, which was very frightening. Gu Qing closed his eyes tightly, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. What happened? Gu Duo's eyes were red, and he immediately turned back to look at the woman standing at the door. "Don't be so fierce, brother." Gu Qing's voice suddenly sounded. "Catherine is one of the people responsible for taking care of me. They have worked very hard over the years, and my current appearance has nothing to do with them." She subconsciously looked around and saw something familiar on the instruments on one wall. Gu Qing seemed to have seen her move and chuckled. Visualized mental communication device. Miss Lu should know it, right? She pursed her lips. She had thought that the organization behind the person who took out the Dragon Clan's secret treasure was an enemy, but she couldn't figure it out. If the other party just took some useless things, it would be fine. No matter how you look at it, the Dragon Clan's secret treasure has a sense of secrets. Why would the other party take it out to exchange with her? But this doubt was soon explained. "Miss Lu, don't misunderstand. Those people have nothing to do with me. But they never thought that there are people around me." A pleasant laugh came from the speaker, and Gu Qing seemed to be in a good mood. "Speaking of which, I want to thank Miss Lu. If it weren't for this thing, I wouldn't be able to communicate with you so easily now." Gu Duo's eyes only glanced at the instrument for a moment, and then quickly moved back to the medical cabin. Compared with these things, he wanted to know what happened to Gu Qing. Chapter 463 Finally Meet. Gu Qing said, "Sit down and talk." As he spoke, a crack suddenly opened in the wall beside the door, and the mechanical arm brought out 2 chairs and placed them very lightly near them. "I'm sorry. I can only entertain you like this in my current situation." Gu Qing paused and ordered, "Catherine, please bring tea and snacks to my guests." "Yes." Catherine left quickly, as if she didn't worry about what they would do to Gu Qing. Gu Duo couldn't help asking as soon as he got on the stool, "What's your situation now?" Unexpectedly, Gu Qing replied, "You don't even want to call me big brother now?" If she could, she would definitely fight back when you did those things. "You didn't see that you treated me as your brother." But she knew that it was not convenient for her to speak in the current situation, so she had to hold it back. But she looked at Gu Duo with a worried look. In any case, facing the current situation, he was the one who suffered the most. Gu Duo was silent for a long time. However, Gu Qing had great patience. If Gu Duo didn't speak, he wouldn't speak either. He was still lying in the medical cabin. No one could do anything to him if he didn't speak. Finally, Gu Duo's lips trembled slightly, and he said in a very low voice, "Brother. After so many years, I finally heard this word brother again." Gu Qing immediately responded, which showed that he was just playing dumb. "Brother, I always miss you. They will report to me regularly about what's happening outside. I'm really happy to know that you have grown into a real man." Gu Duo's body shook slightly, as if the emotions in his body were too turbulent and he couldn't bear it anymore. But he finally restrained himself, sat steadily on the chair, looked at the people in the medical cabin, and did not evade, but asked directly, "Since you care about me so much, why don't you give me your news? Even if you become like this, but you also said that there are other people around you. You can let them pass the news to me. You know, no matter where you are, your family will definitely find a way to bring you home." Lu Jinggu's heart was bitter. He was a person who would never say too much if he could be concise. But now he said so much in one breath, which shows how confused he was. I'm afraid that these words have been suppressed in his heart, since he guessed that the other royal family of Huan might be Gu Qing. Gu Duo's emotions were so intense. But the other party remained the same. And even asked back, "So you hate Big Brother?" "No. I don't." Gu Duo's answer blurted out. "I just. But he didn't say what it was. Maybe the feeling was too complicated. And it was even more difficult for a person who didn't talk much to find an accurate word to explain it. Laughter came from the loudspeaker. "You are still the same as when you were little. You are better at doing things directly instead of talking." Gu Duo clenched his fists again. Every time his brother recalled the past, it was a torture for him. Lu Jinggu finally couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly, "You don't have to talk nonsense. Why don't you just tell me why you disappeared? Why you have been hiding the news that you are still alive from your family? And why you teamed up with Blake to push things to the current situation?" She gently put her hand on the back of Gu Duo's hand, and felt that the other person's body was as stiff as stone under her palm. She felt very sympathetic in her heart, but she was still merciless in her mouth, and put the topic that Gu Qing avoided several times directly between the two parties. "If you miss your family so much, you have always had the opportunity to inform them over the years. When you coldly watched them try every means to find you. How did you feel? Heartache? Happy? Or the secret joy of everything being planned?" "Ajin." Gu Duo spoke softly. She immediately gave in. "Sorry. I was a little excited." Although she apologized, she didn't regret it in her heart. The fig leaf had been torn off, and it was meaningless to whitewash it. Catherine brought tea and snacks, but no one touched those delicious-looking things. Gu Duo stared at a certain point. His body seemed to be stretched to the extreme. Every word she asked was what he wanted to know. But it was the rare weakness that controlled him. He was afraid that the answer would completely cut off the remaining warmth between him and his elder brother. However, he knew that he couldn't keep avoiding it, as long as their positions were different. That time would eventually come. Gu Qing was silent, not knowing whether he wanted to delay time or for some other reason. For a while, the medical room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. However, the silence at this time only made the atmosphere more tense. Gu Qing probably noticed this and suddenly laughed. Ms. Liu is indeed worthy of her reputation. It didn't sound like a good thing, but she nodded calmly. "Thank you." Hee. "I'm not praising you." The other party was frank, but he didn't avoid the question. "When it first happened, I really couldn't help myself. The explosion almost blew my body to pieces, and the shock of my mental power almost destroyed my sanity. For a long time, I lived in a daze, let alone contacting my family. I still think that it was a miracle that I survived at that time." Lu Jinggu and Gu Duo subconsciously focused their minds, not wanting to miss every word the other said. She was very surprised. It turned out that the explosion was really an accident. Gu Duo clenched his fists even more. He was a person who had been to the explosion site and knew how tragic the situation was at that time. It was also easier for him to imagine how bad the situation would be for Gu Qing, who survived such an explosion. At that time, they were not by his side. As long as he imagined Gu Qing's despair and pain at that time, he was suffocated and tightly grasped. Gu Qing paused for a moment before continuing. "I don't know how I survived, but I am still alive after all. However, I was severely burned all over my body, and I couldn't even move a finger. It's no different to say that I am alive or dead. I have been wandering in the universe like a living dead for a long time. Maybe even God felt that I was too pitiful and gave me an opportunity. The key is here." She quickly pricked up her ears. "My mental power has grasped a node." Gu Qing's voice was full of joy. "Brother, you know that experiment. And you should also know that my mental power actually comes from the power of illusion. But all researchers at that time didn't know that the power of illusion would evolve to the extreme and become a more powerful existence. And I reached that realm unintentionally. I became the royal family of illusion. That's what you call it, right? All those who have implanted the power of illusion can become my node and follow my will. So I finally found a way to really come alive." Chapter 464, Tearing Off the Disguise. Lu Jinggu felt that the dust had settled. The other royal family of the illusion was indeed Gu Qing. What does it mean to come back to life? Gu Duo was more concerned about this question. "My dear brother, you don't think that after that explosion, I don't need to pay any price to survive, right?" Gu Qing's voice was still smiling, but it made people feel a little uncomfortable. Afterwards, Lu Jinggu thought about it. Probably because of the madness suppressed in this sentence. It had already revealed a little at that time. It was just because Gu Qing's mental power was as strong as hers. Or even better, so she didn't notice the other party's emotional fluctuations at the first time. Back to the present. Gu Duo could only be speechless about this question. In fact, just looking at the scars on Gu Qing's face, you can get a glimpse of the tragedy of that day. However, the other party did not need his answer, and just continued to talk. Of course there is a price. At that time, I was not alive to be precise, but just a living dead. The time when I became the royal family of Huan was too clever. The 1 in 10,000th coincidence created the situation of neither dead nor alive at that time. But of course, I was unwilling to accept it. You can understand it, right? I had no choice but to become a test subject. But at least I was allowed to choose whether to live or not. I am lucky in this regard. His voice was smiling again. Who is the first node I connected with great difficulty? Lucky? This word made her very concerned. The fact that Gu Qing used this word shows that this node is not an unknown person, but must be someone who can help him. Probably one of those nobles. Although she had a vague guess, she was still a little surprised when Gu Qing said the answer. And at the same time, she felt that fate was indeed unpredictable. The first node that Gu Qing connected to was actually Xia Ling. In terms of status, this is the current helmsman of the Xia family, with great power. In terms of ambition, the Xia family secretly cultivated the Tao Rose and secretly communicated with the Black family and other families in a neutral capacity, which shows how ambitious they are. It was almost the best choice for Gu Qing at the time. He easily reached a consensus with Xia Ling, and used Xia Ling as a channel to contact the Black family. What happened next can be guessed without going into detail. But Gu Duo obviously couldn't accept it. But why? Why didn't you contact us later? She sighed secretly. The person in charge was confused and concerned. If the person she was facing was not the big brother she was looking for, Gu Duo would have seen it clearly a long time ago. Why else? Because Gu Qing didn't want to. I don't know if he had resentment in his heart, or if he had changed his mentality after wandering on the border between life and death. In short, he was no longer the perfect big brother in Gu Duo's mind. But Gu Duo still couldn't see this clearly. Or maybe he actually saw it clearly, but just instinctively refused to think about it and admit it. It was inevitable that she felt sad for him. But this hurdle always needed him to overcome it. So she just silently held her boyfriend's hand and silently told him that no matter what, she was by his side. Gu Qing did not answer this question directly, but asked back, "Do you think the current alliance is good?" "Not good," she answered silently in her heart. The development of technology certainly surprised her, and the development of mental power did bring many conveniences. But it always made her feel uncomfortable everywhere. Who would have thought that slaves, who had been abolished for many years in the flower-growing family, would appear again in the interstellar era? But she thought so. More because the ghost living in the shell was from the Earth civilization era. And for the Native Alliance people, perhaps there would not be too many feelings. She looked at Gu Duo, but saw her boyfriend pondering for a long time before answering carefully, "Of course there are bad things." "Yes," Gu Qing immediately replied. "So what's wrong with me wanting to change it? But at home, don't you know the Gu family's family motto? Instead of being restricted in everything after contacting the family, it is better to borrow the power of the Black family and other families," Gu Qing said excitedly. "Anyway, in order to pursue stronger power, they have already accepted the illusion of spiritual power. And life and death are just a matter of my thoughts. There is no need to worry that they will really do something that will anger both humans and gods." From this, it seems that he is using the Black family and other families. And once he achieves his goal, he can use the power of the royal family to catch all those ambitious people in one fell swoop. Lu Jinggu frowned slightly, tilted his head, and looked at the people around him, thinking that if Gu Duo really couldn't see through the loopholes in Gu Qing's words because of the interference of emotions, and risked making her boyfriend complain, she couldn't let the other party mislead her like this anymore. But Gu Duo's eyes were filled with deep disappointment, and his straight back seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. So he leaned back slightly on the back of the chair. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were firm again. She spoke slowly and carefully, "Brother, I'm not a child anymore. I don't believe that Dian went to the pet planet." Suddenly she breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Dian was a pet that Gu Duo had raised when he was a child, but died in an accident. As a child, she must have been very sad. That sentence, maybe it was what Gu Qing said to persuade her brother at that time. Now Gu Duo said this to show that he would not be fooled by those sweet words. Gu Qing was silent for a while before he smiled softly. Yes. I forgot that you have grown up, and will question your brother's words. Gu Duo's eyes were full of wind and clouds. But he calmed down after a moment, because you have too many flaws. The number of civilians killed by the Black Alliance has exceeded 4 digits. He clenched his fist slightly. And you think that is not something that is infuriating to both humans and gods? Brother, I have not forgotten the Gu family motto. But you have forgotten it. This time Gu Qing was silent for a longer time. And Gu Duo did not speak either. The two brothers just stood in silence, as if waiting for the other to give in. Gu Duo's lips were pursed into a straight line. And he slowly stood up, with a faint blue light around him. Brother, stop. It's not too late now. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter came from the loudspeaker. And Gu Qing finally stopped pretending. Stop? My good brother. You are still so naive. Golden power overflowed from the medical cabin. And at the same time, the door of the medical room slammed shut. They were imprisoned here. Lu Jinggu had been prepared and immediately released her spiritual power. This was the first time that the two royals released their power at such a close distance. And she immediately noticed the difference. Their power came from the same source, but they had completely different feelings. If her spiritual power was like the cold ice of the netherworld, which made people feel cold, then Gu Qing's power was like the evil ghost of hell, as if the color of light could not cover up the blood and horror inside. That was the feeling that only came from being stained with countless flesh and blood. Chapter 465. The beginning of the royal family's hegemony. The leaked breath of power has proved one thing. Gu Qing can no longer turn back. For so many years, his hands have been stained with blood and cannot be washed clean. Gu Duo also discovered this, and his face suddenly became uglier. At this time, the power of Gu Qing and Lu Jinggu had already collided fiercely. Their power seemed to come from the same source, but they had different properties due to their different styles of doing things. With this collision, she only felt the bloody smell coming at her, and suddenly she seemed to fall into a pool of blood. But she almost vomited in a moment. Gu Duo already had a long sword in his hand, roared, and the sword energy was like a rainbow, stabbing towards the medical cabin with an unstoppable momentum. However, when it was half a meter away from the medical cabin, the tip of the sword was blocked by the protective shield. Gu Qing's voice came, Brother, is this your attitude towards your elder brother? You are not my elder brother. Gu Duo's eyes were heavy, and he simply replied, Oh, so that's how it is. Gu Qing didn't sound sad, but his mockery became stronger. For you, only that so-called hero can be called a big brother. And once I want to live for myself, even my original identity will not be recognized. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Ha ha ha, he laughed wildly again. Although he was talking, it did not delay his counterattack against the two. The golden power suddenly split into 2 parts, half of which turned into a weapon and stood with Gu Duo, and the other half was like a sharp spear, stabbing straight at her. Lu Jinggu had long known that the time difference between the two of them becoming royals made the control of power between the two sides different. But the previous few battles, with the Black Beast and his mental power, seemed that the two sides were not too far apart. She never expected that a close-range battle would suddenly widen this distance that seemed to be able to be caught up with effort to a point that caught people off guard. The golden spear with a strong smell of blood pierced her power in an instant. The body seemed to be suddenly put into gel. Everything around seemed to become slow and ridiculous, and the sound was distorted into a faint and strange tone. It seemed that she heard Gu Duo shout, but she could not respond. The light in front of her eyes disappeared, and she fell into the endless darkness. I don't know how long it took. The feeling of endless falling finally ended, and she staggered to stand firm. The light reappeared, and she was already in a completely unfamiliar place. There was a barren and cracked land in front of her, and there were some ruins on the horizon within sight. Standing there blankly and looking around, she didn't understand what happened for a while. Didn't she fight Gu Qing with Gu Duo? Then she was pierced by Gu Qing's power, but she didn't feel any pain, but came here inexplicably? Could it be that I was dead and traveled again? This thought scared her, and she quickly lowered her head to check her condition. Fortunately, there was no physical change. She was still Lu Jinggu of the Interstellar Alliance, and she received a response when she called the Taoyuan system. No one came to explain the current situation. She stood there for a while, and found that waiting like this was not a solution. So she tried to take a step. After walking only 5 steps, a strong wind suddenly blew around her. She subconsciously released her mental power to resist, and saw that the dust in the sky formed a few words. The royal battle begins. After a few seconds, the wind stopped. The sand fell, and there was silence again. Lu Jinggu? ? So who can tell her what happened? The royal battle, from a literal understanding, is probably related to her and Gu Qing's dual royal identities. But how to fight for this hegemony? And where is the opponent? Looking around, there is only wasteland and abandoned city, and there is no one else in the world except her. The mental power continues to expand, and the final result is the same. This is a world with only her. After much puzzlement, she finally decided to walk around. Perhaps it was like a hidden clue in the game, which could only be seen if the trigger conditions were met. However, the scenery of this world remained unchanged. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was no other choice except to walk to the ruins of that city. After all, other places looked the same. The only difference was that it clearly said I have a clue. So she started her long journey. After walking for about 2 hours, the person concerned felt regretful. Very regretful. After her mental strength became stronger, why didn't she take the time to take a mecha license? Even if she didn't have time to take the license, why didn't she buy a mecha on the black market? Driving without a license is not allowed. Good children, don't learn from her. Now she has a strong power. But she could only rely on Route 11. The saying seeing the mountain and running the dead horse is really not a bluff. Her legs are already as heavy as lead. But the ruins of the city still look so far away. If she hadn't been able to sense the existence of the ruins through her spiritual power, she would have doubted whether this was a mirage. The only thing to be thankful for was that she didn't seem to feel hungry or thirsty in this world. So she didn't have to worry about dying of thirst or starvation before she found any clues. She dragged her heavy steps until she couldn't walk anymore. And then she lay down without any image. She suddenly realized something was wrong while she was drowsy. Why did she feel that the clouds in the sky were motionless? After observing carefully for a while with suspicion, she finally confirmed that this was not an illusion. The clouds and the sun in the sky were always in that position without any change. She frowned and sat up to observe the ground. All she could see was the cracked land due to dryness, without even a piece of gravel or a piece of dry grass. So there was nothing that could be used as a mark. Maybe she thought she had been walking for a long time, but she didn't move forward. If that was the case, she needed to do something to change this weird situation. In order to confirm her guess, she first had to establish a reference. She took out a flower branch from her special bag. She was very glad that she had the habit of carrying the peach blossom branch with her a long time ago. Otherwise, she would be helpless now. She inserted the flower branch into the crack of the ground and felt a little nervous. Fortunately, no system alarm sounded. The peach blossom branch stood firmly on the ground. It bloomed and bore fruit in a few moments, and sprouted branches. A giant tree rose from the ground. Clear spring water gushed out from the roots of the giant tree, and the warm wind gently brushed her body. It was as if an invisible hand pressed an invisible switch, and the solidified world began to move again. She first heard the sound of the wind in the wilderness, and then looked up and found that the clouds began to move. But soon, she found a new problem. Chapter 466, I have to be a builder after all. Before she planted the Taoyuan giant tree, she didn't find the problem. Now that the Taoyuan giant tree has been planted, she opened the system and found that although the Taoyuan system is still there, most of its functions have been blocked. All the building options have turned gray, and the only option that can be opened and viewed is the list of materials required for construction. Lu Jinggu tried for a long time, and finally closed the system interface in frustration. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's a waste to build Taoyuan in this weird place anyway. She patted her butt and stood up. She still decided to walk to the ruins of the city. This time the situation changed. Not long after she left the Taoyuan giant tree, the ruins that had always been far away were already in front of her. But, standing in front of the city gate that was weathered to the point where it was almost unrecognizable, she was puzzled, and a few question marks slowly appeared on her forehead. Although it is tattered, it is definitely the form of the ancient building of the flower planting family. Right? Looking around, the city wall and the arrow tower can still be seen faintly. When she looked up, the plaque on the city gate had been completely weathered and nothing could be seen. But no matter what, she would not mistake this structure. She became more and more surprised, and couldn't understand why the royal family of Huan fought for hegemony. But the building of the flower planting family came out. After thinking for a while without any results, she could only let go of this question helplessly. Passing through the dilapidated city gate, more features of this abandoned city were displayed in front of her. A main street ran through the city, with walls on both sides. But most of them had collapsed almost completely, and the scene in the town could be seen directly. Of course, the town was not much better. At a glance, there were basically no houses still standing. It was considered intact if there were a few pillars and half a wall left standing. In order to observe the situation, she almost lay on a crack in the town wall. The sudden sound scared her. Do you want to start the task of repairing the town wall? Yes or no? Looking at the task prompts that were completely different from the Taoyuan system style, she felt confused. So she had another system? Looking at the task prompts that were floating in front of her eyes, she finally chose yes. In any case, this was the only difference so far. In order to leave here, she couldn't let go of the exploration. After making the choice, the task content changed. Task target: repair the wall of Changelfeng. 0/55. And the hole in the wall that she touched. A bubble appeared, showing the materials needed to repair the hole. Earth bricks *10. Rice paste *2. Stones *25. It looked quite similar. If the Taoyuan system could be used normally, she could get these things in minutes. But now, suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. Yes, it seems that there is a way. But how to do it? Touching her chin, she began to recall Lu Nianjin's skills as a powerful builder that the Lu family wanted to keep by all means. Lu Nianjin was indeed a good person to imitate, although they had not deliberately discussed the skills of the builder. Her powerful mental power was enough to deconstruct the skills she had only observed to a certain extent. When she first came to this world, she used the name of a builder to cover up the fact that she had a golden finger. It was really a good cycle of fate. Now she really had to become a builder. Strong mental power meant that her learning ability was also amazing. Soon she deconstructed most of the skills of the builder in the mental power world and could try it out in practice, calling on a wisp of mental power relative to the power she had now. It was really just a wisp. She tried to materialize it. Earth bricks were undoubtedly the simplest material. After only 2 attempts, she constructed a standard rectangular brick body. Then rice paste, which was a little more troublesome, but it was also successful soon. Finally, it was the stone. As expected, the harder the object, the more difficult it would be to construct it out of thin air with mental power. Fortunately, she found some broken stones in the ruins. With this as the basis, it was much easier to construct square stones. After gathering the required materials, the gap in front of her was not repaired directly, but assembling the materials into a finished product was also one of the tasks of the builder. She recalled Lu Nianjin's method and first used her mental power to draw the repaired part on the gap in front of her. Then she filled the materials one by one and carefully smeared the rice paste between the materials. With mental power as a catalyst, the rice paste became dry in a very short time, and its stickiness was no less than that of cement. Soon the gap was completely blocked, and the task progress became 1/55. However, she couldn't be happy. If the premise of leaving here was to repair this ancient city, she could already imagine how boring and hard the days ahead would be. It's not that she hadn't thought of other ways, but unfortunately, in this strange world, it seems that there is nothing else strange except this damaged city. Finally, she could only accept her fate and start repairing one by one. With the example of the initial task, she soon received a lot of repair tasks. As long as she touched the damaged buildings, she would pick out the relevant repair tasks. She materialized materials day after day, and then used her mental power to build a blueprint for repair. In this world, she would not be hungry or sleepy, and slowly even the passage of time became blurred. She herself could not remember how long it had passed. The 8 outer squares, 4 inner squares, and the 4 vertical and 3 horizontal main roads had been completely repaired. It must be said that although the work was boring, it still made people feel proud when seeing the results in front of them. There is no doubt that this is indeed a historical building of the flower-growing family, which made her feel more intimate. If she was forced to repair it completely for the purpose of leaving at the beginning, now she has an additional idea from the bottom of her heart. That is, to completely restore the city. So after completing this part of the repair work, She walked to the inner city without hesitation. Although she didn't know the name of the city yet, she could see that it obviously borrowed the structure of the ancient royal city. And the whole city was roughly divided into 3 rings. The inner city is a palace structure for the royal family to live in. In the middle are the 4 inner quarters, where only those with high positions and power are qualified to live. The 8 outer quarters are naturally located at the outermost periphery. 4 of them are where the common people live. The other 4 are located in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, northeast, and northeast. They are shops and entertainment places. The aristocratic entertainment and the common people's business are not connected to each other. Now, if you observe from the air, you will find that only the inner city and the outermost city wall have not been repaired. If she were to choose, she would like to repair it regularly from the outside to the inside. But the only limitation of this task is that the outermost city wall must be repaired after the entire city is repaired. So she had no choice but to challenge the complex palace repair first. Chapter 467 Absurd Process. As the sun rose and the moon set, Lu Jinggu let out a long sigh and looked down with pride. At this moment, she was sitting on the roof of a palace, which was the highest point in the entire city. So she could easily see the entire city, the neat inner and outer squares, and 7 main roads, the gorgeous and complex palaces with different heights. She was a little dazed for a moment, and it was hard to believe that she had restored them brick by brick. Next, just restore the outermost wall. For her now, this task is not difficult at all. After all, compared with a palace with carved beams and painted rafters, the rough style of the city wall means that the difficulty of repair is greatly reduced. In short, she quickly repaired the city wall. When the broken city gate was also repaired and a blank plaque integrated with the city gate appeared, the task prompt popped up. The town has been repaired. Please name the city. So that's it. Looking up thoughtfully, she quickly made a decision. Just call. It was as if an invisible hand was carving on the plaque, and the 3 words Yong'an City emerged one by one. When the last stroke appeared, there was suddenly 100 musics around. Flowers bloomed. The sky was full of rosy clouds, and the air was filled with fairy air. And she finally heard a voice other than her own. Although it was not very pleasant, it was Gu Qing's roar. A golden light suddenly appeared, and the whole world seemed to fall into a golden sea at once. As the golden tide surged towards her, many things that were originally unclear suddenly became clear. The so-called world is actually constructed by spiritual power. She also fully understood what the hegemony of the royal family of Huan was all about. The previous challenge letter clearly stated that the time and place were set by the other party. In order to show fairness, the way of the competition was decided by her. It seemed like a favorable condition for her, but in fact it was not. After all, Gu Qing had been a member of the royal family of Huan for a long time. Not only did he have a better grasp of this power than her, but he also knew much more about this race and this identity than her. Or maybe because he became a royal family first, he had already obtained many memories related to this power. No matter which case, Gu Qing knew that he could not control the method of the competition. The race of illusions is very interesting. Before the royal family appeared, they fed on the spiritual power of other creatures, and were notorious in the entire universe. But once the royal family appeared, all ordinary illusions were in danger of becoming food for the royal family at any time. And once the royal family absorbed the power of all ordinary people, they would grow to a powerful level that even the universe could not bear. After that, this royal family would inevitably disintegrate, just like the fall of a whale and the birth of all things. After the disintegration of this powerful existence, all the power would return to the most primitive cosmic energy, feedback and nourish the world. In short, if this race does not deliberately restrict the appearance of the royal family, their existence will be an eternal cycle of seizure and feedback. It is precisely because of the need to ensure the existence of this cycle that when multiple illusions have the qualifications to become kings at the same time, the restrictions have long been engraved in the genes and cannot be resisted or controlled by will. The so-called royal hegemony, time, place, and method. The 3 cannot be decided by the same party. As for Gu Qing, his body greatly limits his choices. First of all, he cannot give her the qualification to decide the location. There is no doubt that with Taoyuan as the trump card, if she can decide the location of the competition, she will definitely decide it in a Taoyuan. Gu Qing would be stupid to step into the enemy's lair. Secondly, the time cannot be left to her to decide. Gu Qing's great cause has been repeatedly interfered with by her and Gu Duo, and it can no longer be delayed. On the other hand, except for some troubles with the strong men who emerged from the Black Alliance, they have been making great progress recently. Moreover, with Tao Yuan as the backing, the trouble caused by those strong men is also very limited. So Gu Qing must want to solve the trouble as soon as possible, and will not allow the qualification to decide the time to fall into her hands. So he has no choice. But this does not mean that Gu Qing is at a disadvantage. In fact, if there is no accident, his chances of winning are at least 80%. With the same mental strength. Of course, the one who has mastered it more skillfully has a greater chance of winning. That's why Gu Qing made the appointment today without hesitation, and dragged her into the competition immediately, while tearing her face apart. Unfortunately, even the wisest man can make mistakes. No matter how smart Gu Qing is, he never thought that she was a ghost from another world. The royal competition suddenly started when she didn't deliberately specify the method. So the mental world automatically extracted one of the most profound scenes in her memory and reproduced it. For her, the Earth civilization and everything about the flower-growing family are, of course, the most unforgettable past. However, she was also surprised that the mental world would transform into a restored ancient city, since it was a competition between two parties. The competition system was, of course, exactly the same. So the situation encountered by Gu Qing was exactly the same as hers. The difference was that the other party did not have a Taoyuan system to help. So the first level of the repair made him very angry. Making that world alive, she planted a Taoyuan giant tree to break the dead silence of that world. With living things other than her, that world would of course be alive. But this operation could not be copied. To be more serious, she was cheating. Gu Qing could only follow the process honestly and dig out the records of the ancient city first. It was only at this time that she knew that there was actually a archaeological site restored underground. It probably came from the scene when she cooperated with the archaeological team to find those lost folk legends. In short, if you use your mental power to search deep underground, you can find a record about this ancient city and get the storied background of that world. Only then will the repair task be started. She skipped the first stage. But that doesn't mean the final result is unfair. After all, Gu Qing never thought that after being full of murderous anger, the final game would be repairing a house. As talented as he is, he also has shortcomings. Who would let the eldest son of the Gu family, a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, a man who broke the limit of the Alliance's mental power, to repair a house? Even if he forcibly simulated the skills of a builder with his mental power, he was completely blind to the shape of the ancient buildings of the flower-planting family. So a carefully prepared conspiracy, a battle that seemed to be sure to win, ended because of such a ridiculous reason. No wonder Gu Qing was so angry that her voice changed. If it were anyone else who lost so aggressively, they would vomit blood. However, the result was out. This was the limit engraved in the power of the Huan family. She won. So she became the only king in a period of time. At this time, her body was like a huge vortex, constantly absorbing the power of the royal family. Gu Qing tried her best to resist, but the strong were just ordinary people who were powerless to resist in front of the laws of the universe. Chapter 468. It's time to make a choice. As the power surged, her consciousness also left the spiritual world and returned to reality. As soon as she looked up, she saw the medical cabin. It was like a leaking container, and a large amount of golden light poured out of it, which probably exceeded the limit of the medical cabin. There was a crisp cracking sound, and the observation window located above was the first to break. With a splash, most of the treatment fluid spilled out. Gu Qing's pale and hideous face was exposed to the air. A figure rushed up. The joy that rose because of the victory disappeared in an instant, and she looked at Gu Duo's back and couldn't bear the sadness. In a way, she and Gu Qing are closely connected. So now she can most clearly feel that the other's life is passing away rapidly. For so many years, Gu Qing has been able to survive because of the strong spiritual support. After all, the Huan race originally has no physical body, and the body assimilated and parasitized by them is actually dead. A state of ghost possession. But now, he lost. The royal family's spiritual power no longer belonged to him, and his body, which had long been dead, could not support it. On the screen of the visual spiritual power communication device, after all the garbled characters appeared because of anger, A face suddenly appeared. It was Gu Qing's unscathed, intact face. "Brother, save me. I don't want to die. Save me," he screamed on the screen, showing a painful expression. "Brother, I never thought of abandoning you. I just want to create a world where we can live together." She couldn't help but look at Gu Duo. It's a pity that she could only see a little bit of his cheek from the side and back at this time, and couldn't know what his expression was. But she guessed that he must be in a bad mood at this time. The hero who stood tall in his memory has completely become another person. But what made her more worried was that Gu Qing seemed to be dying in her hands. Would this become an irreparable rift between the two? She clenched her fingers slightly, and couldn't help feeling panic. However, the current situation was not something she could control, and the surging spiritual power was not under her control at all. Gu Duo placed his hands on the damaged medical cabin, but his eyes were fixed on the virtual screen. Gu Qing on the screen was in even more pain, and he seemed to be unable to speak for a while. The door of the medical room slammed open, and 5 people, including Catherine, rushed in. Their target was clear, and they pulled the trigger of their weapons directly at her. Gu Duo was distracted at the moment, and his reaction was half a beat slower. He stabbed with his long sword and only blocked 3 attacks. However, the remaining 2 attacks just touched her mental power, and the people who issued these 2 attacks screamed. Several people turned their heads in surprise, but saw that they had fallen down without a sound. As for the 2 attacks, naturally, they did not cause any effect. Gu Qing yelled, "It's useless. Brother, only you can save me. Ah, Duo. Ah, Duo. Have you forgotten? Father is busy. Mother doesn't like to go out. I took you to fly in the sky for the first time. I taught you to drive a mecha. I am the eldest brother who loves you the most. Brother, do you want to watch me die?" He pressed tightly against the screen, as if he wanted to get out of it, to see if Gu Duo was really so cruel. "Brother, what did I do wrong? When they used me as an experiment, did I have a choice? I just wanted to live. Am I wrong?" Gu Duo's body trembled obviously. Lu Jinggu's heart trembled with it. How ridiculous is fate. They have to face such a difficult situation. It's more heartbreaking than killing them directly. Gu Qing was still attacking her heart. "Brother, have you ever tasted the feeling of your body being torn apart? Do you know what it feels like to be unable to move or make any sound? Have you ever felt eternal darkness? I have endured all this for more than 10 years. Brother, I just want to live like a human being again. Is that not possible?" Gu Duo trembled even more, as if he was the last leaf struggling to support itself in the autumn wind, ready to leave the branch at any time. He finally spoke, his voice trembling so much that it was almost inaudible. "What should I do?" Lu Jinggu had been staring at him, so when he turned his head after saying this, their eyes were entangled together without surprise. The emotion in the man's eyes, so heavy that it could not be described in words, immediately deeply hurt her heart. It was like swallowing a mouthful of mustard raw. Tears welled up uncontrollably. But at the same time, she also smiled. The mood at the moment could not be described in words, but she wanted him to know that, at least at this moment, when he had not made a choice, they were still together. The brief exchange of eyes and the surge of emotions were soon interrupted by Gu Qing's voice. He answered Gu Duo's question word by word. "Kill her and let me become the only royal family member. Only in this way can I live. Adwa, big brother, please." A sense of dust settled in her heart. In fact, she had guessed it from the beginning. She lowered her eyes slightly, and at this moment, she dared not look at Gu Duo's face. Ask yourself, when the moment of choice comes, how far will you go for this relationship? She couldn't find a suitable answer for a while, but the only thing that was certain was that she couldn't give her life for such a reason. So at this moment, for them, it was not as simple as continuing or separating. It was the boundary between life and death, and the natural barrier between enemies and friends. So she wouldn't look at him, and didn't want to see even a trace of hesitation on his face. So that after love and longing were gradually worn away in time, there would be only complaints when she recalled it. "Come on. No matter what the choice is, I don't regret having been with you." She said this in her heart. It was too quiet, giving Lu Jinggu the illusion that he was not in the medical room of the spacecraft, but in the deep sea. Even if this choice is really tangled, this time is too long. She can clearly feel that the huge mental power is about to be absorbed, and Gu Qing's life will come to an end. Finally, she couldn't help but look up, but saw Gu Duo standing there with his head down. quietly looking at the people in the medical cabin. Gu Qin finally realized that something was wrong. He began to beg constantly, and after not getting any feedback, he couldn't control his cursing. However, these sounds suddenly stopped. The screen flickered a few times, and the picture was completely extinguished. The misty golden light went out, and the last ray of mental power happily drilled into her brain. She inevitably had a feeling of finally complete. In the world of mental power, she looked down on everything, and there was no feeling of symbiosis. All creatures that have been implanted with the power of illusion in this golden universe are like pale stars, and can be seen at a glance. After becoming the only member of the royal family, she had a completely different feeling about this power. She knew that at this moment, she only needed to think about it to make those stars go out forever. But she just glanced at it quickly, and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Instead, she focused her eyes on the person in front of her. The person who was motionless, as if he had become a sculpture. Chapter 469 Innocent Wish. Lu Jingu walked up slowly. It was hard for her to control what Gu Duo was thinking at the moment. But no matter what, there was no room for him to regret. In the damaged medical cabin, Gu Qin was silent. In just such a short time, his body had already shown large patches of corpse spots, which was creepy and terrifying. Faced with such a scene, she really didn't know what to say, so she could only raise her hand and gently place it on Gu Duo's arm. Instead, it was Gu Duo who spoke first. The children of the Gu family didn't actually have a very happy childhood. In my memory, they started to receive training at a very young age. Physical fitness, control, combat, in order to survive as much as possible on the battlefield. Every child of the Gu family had to go through cruel training. She listened quietly without interrupting him. Even reunion with my parents is a luxury. But I know that my father is sacrificing for the family. How can a man of the Gu family not have a heart to fight on the battlefield? But the right to speak in the parliament must not be handed over in vain. So in every generation of the Gu family, one or more people will have to give up their dreams and turn to the path of participating in politics. So my father is very busy, especially when something big happens in the alliance. He often doesn't come back for days or even months. Mother can't meet us often, because all the training is too hard. And going home every day is also a luxury, especially for those children from the family who participate in the training. If we can go home every day, it is obviously unfair to those children from the side branches who are far away from the family. And it is not conducive to the unity within the Gu family. But when I was young, I missed my parents. I remember that I hid and cried. Now I think about it, it's really embarrassing. No, it's not embarrassing. She responded silently in her heart. But she knew that Gu Duo didn't need such light comfort at this time. So she just gently held his hand. I also spent my 6th birthday in the training camp. A simulated survival training was arranged that day. And I didn't even have time to talk to my parents. Of course, according to the rules, my parents couldn't come to visit me. But my eldest brother showed up as a special instructor that day. Although he didn't show any special attitude during the whole day of simulated survival training, I felt that it was enough to see an important relative that day. I didn't expect that after the training was over and everyone fell asleep, my eldest brother secretly came to find me and took out the dots hidden in his clothes to show me. That was the pet beast, which was not popular at the time. Was a species that my eldest brother found when he was cleaning up the planet after the last battle. It has been strictly tested and confirmed to be non-aggressive. My eldest brother told me that this kind of pet beast will be put on the market soon. But those are all artificially bred. Only this one is a native species of that planet. He specially left it as a birthday gift for my 6th birthday. In the Gu family, 6-year-old children can take the first mental test. In fact, compared with the time when ordinary people take the test at the age of 12, the 7 families have more or less advanced. The 7 families have special. Once the child's mental power is determined to be promising, these secret medicines will be used early to regulate the child, ensuring that when the mental power is finally stable, it can reach the peak of awakening as much as possible. My eldest brother said that my mental power test will be great, which is also an early congratulations to me. Fortunately, I did not disappoint my eldest brother. A few days later, I was taken to test my mental power, which showed double S potential. This means that when the mental power is completely stable, there is a good chance that it can reach the 3S level. The elders are very happy. But this also means that I need to receive more and more rigorous training. After all, the 3S level. The Gu family must go to the most dangerous battlefield. But it doesn't matter. Dian accompanies me, and my elder brother will come to see me whenever he has time. In the increasingly heavy training, I feel very happy. One day, I will stand on the battlefield with my elder brother. My elder brother is the commander-in-chief of the Legion, and I am his deputy. Together, we will completely eliminate the Black Beast, find the cause of interstellar pollution, and solve all problems. The one who had been hanging his head finally looked over, with a flickering light in his eyes. At that time, I was very naive. No, your wish is very good, she responded softly. Gu Duo suddenly closed his eyes, and the whole person seemed to fall to one side, as if he had lost his strength. With a low cry of surprise, she tried her best to hold the other person, but the size of the two was very different. In the end, she could only sit on the ground with this force, and let the other person rest his head on her legs. Gently straightened the messy hair, and felt the wetness when her fingertips touched the corners of the other person's eyes. He paused for a moment, but then he moved his hand away as if nothing had happened, without looking at the tears slowly flowing down his cheeks. Perhaps because of the great stimulation, Gu Duo fell into a coma for a long time, and the fluctuation of his mental power once exceeded the safe value. But just as he could easily soothe her restless power before, she could also do it easily at this time. Even when soothing his restless power, she could also invade the huge mental power into the control consoles of the two spacecrafts. She didn't need to go into the control room. The two spacecrafts were moving in the same direction under her control. A few days later, they returned to the nearest paradise. Let him rest well. Don't disturb him. With this order, no one bothered him except carrying Gu Duo to the room. Others from the Gu family came over, and she returned Gu Qing's body to them. On the way back, she thought for a long time, and finally she didn't tell them about the somewhat absurd royal war, but only said that Gu Qing's body had long been at the end of its strength, and there might be various arrangements, but it didn't last until the time of realization. But maybe it's also worth celebrating. At least they met in the end. She said so at last. Everyone who heard it knew who she was talking about, and there were also low voices of agreement. 2 days later, Gu Duo woke up. He listened to the rumors in silence. There were no temptations and deceptions from Gu Qing, no struggles and pains from him, as if the collapse of the sky and the earth was just a gentle joke of fate. Although they were hostile, they did not have time to tear off the remaining warmth in the end. He did not expose all this, and tacitly accepted that this was the truth. At least in this way, Gu Qing can still retain the last bit of dignity. A tragic person who was forced to become a test subject, but still retained a trace of compassion for his family after going crazy. People sympathize with the weak, and also sympathize with this kind of villain who is forced into darkness by fate, but always retains a bit of softness. This is also good. Chapter 470: The Sudden End. No one in the Alliance expected that this turmoil would start suddenly and end strangely. Seeing that the Black Alliance had already set up a posture to fight a decisive battle with the coalition army led by Gu Duo, the ordinary people trapped in the heart of the Alliance and unable to evacuate were naturally extremely nervous. Not only did they stay at home if they could, but they also secretly started digging cellars. However, everyone knew that this was just a psychological comfort. With the current level of military power of the Alliance, it was not safe to stay underground unless they could dig into the center of the earth. People who had gradually woken up from the beautiful dream of becoming a strongman overnight regretted not moving to Taoyuan at this time. However, it was too late to regret now. In view of the serious situation, all flights between the planets had stopped, and all the Taoyuans had adopted a tightening policy. Since the voices clamoring for fairness had disappeared, even the time to send people out every few days had been cancelled. In short, Taoyuan was now truly inaccessible. On a few planets, Taoyuan and ordinary Alliance cities coexist, and there is a scene where one side looks at the other side with envy every day. However, separated by a wall, the residents of Taoyuan basically maintain a normal rhythm of life, which shows the difference between the two sides. But it must be said that even the residents of Taoyuan can't help feeling uneasy during this period. So one morning when they woke up, they suddenly found that one of the parties that was ready for a decisive battle suddenly announced its surrender. And everyone thought they were still dreaming. After pinching themselves, slapping, banging their heads, trying to fall off the bed, after various weird awakening methods, Strong cheers suddenly broke out on various planets. Although they don't understand. It's a good thing that the war is over. A large number of discussion posts appeared on the Star Network in an instant. And everyone was speaking passionately, speculating why the Black Alliance suddenly surrendered. What conscience discovery theory? Secret beheading theory. Secret and discussion. Various theories emerged one after another. And anyone who could connect to the Star Network could not help but speak. There was no way. Ordinary people had been too depressed during this period, and finally had the opportunity to vent. And everyone wanted to relieve the pressure in their hearts. Such a dramatic change, of course, was related to Lu Jinggu becoming the royal family of Huan. After Gu Qing died, she finally mastered this powerful power completely. All those who had implanted the power of Huan were already labeled as nutrients. In the spiritual world, she could clearly feel the power scattered in every corner of the alliance. She only needed to think about it to directly take their power for her own use. And those whose power was taken away naturally had only one way to go. Death. She was not so cruel. She just absorbed most of their power. Of course, for those who were absorbed, this was enough to make them feel hopeless. However, in an instant, she fell from the double S or even 3S level to the B or even C level. This terrible sense of gap made many people choose to commit suicide directly. So after absorbing a wave of power, she passively accepted another wave. Fortunately, not everyone has the courage to face death. Checking the spiritual world, most of the dim power spots are still bright. Thanks to this. Otherwise, I would be worried that I would reach the critical point if I absorbed so much power in one go. She let out a long sigh and smiled at the people around her. It had been a week since Gu Qing's funeral, and Gu Duo had already controlled his grief. But he had new worries. He held her shoulders at this moment, with worries in his eyes and eyebrows. She did not hide the fact that Huan's race was destined to reincarnate. When he learned that Huan's royal family would die when their power was so strong that it exceeded the limit that the world could bear, he could not help but worry. Gu Duo almost rejected her absorption plan. But there is no doubt that this is the best solution, which can exchange the least casualties for the greatest victory. So in the end, she still persuaded the other party, and carefully controlled the upper limit of absorption. It's just that some people can't accept the fact of losing power and directly in their lives, which makes her gain a wave of unexpected power, and also makes Gu Duo's heart hang high. Fortunately, the result is good after all, and a war is eliminated. However, they could not rest yet. They had to receive prisoners of war, distinguish those who were completely assimilated by Huan, and those who were partially assimilated, detain those war criminals who had committed crimes against humanity in isolation, and wait for trial, and restore order on the planets originally occupied by the enemy. A series of things were waiting for them to deal with, and Lu Jinggu and Gu Duo had to act separately. Each noble was more or less hit, because most of these superiors did not think highly of her at the beginning, and naturally would not stand on their side clearly. Therefore, in this war, a small number of nobles declared neutrality, and were then slaughtered by the Black Alliance, while most of the nobles chose to join the Black Alliance. Of course, the Black Alliance would give some sweet treats to such a useful ally. In the end, at least the power fell into her hands, and these nobles were naturally hit. As a result, the civilians suffered heavy casualties, and the nobles were not much better, and their vitality and strength were greatly damaged. At this time, the Taoyuan group released the news of building a new Taoyuan and spreading the vertical and horizontal network throughout the alliance. And the nobles, who were reserved before, went crazy. Is there anyone who still doubts the ability of the Taoyuan group now? No! Everyone can see clearly that in the case that the so-called New World is no longer possible. Only the Taoyuan group can solve the pollution problem. As the relationship between Gu Duo and Lu Jinggu gradually spread, the nobles who claimed to be sufficiently foresight became more certain that the Taoyuan group would definitely have a seat among the future New Order makers. So if they don't seize the opportunity to cooperate with the other party now, when will they? However, when they understood what Taoyuan group was going to do, they all fell silent again. Lu Jinggu did intend to take advantage of the opportunity to change the uncomfortable rules of the alliance, and did not intend to continue to be a partner with these half-dead nobles. This time, she released a completely different recruitment model. After the war, all newly built Taoyuans were no longer privately owned, but operated in the name of the alliance government. Taoyuan group even gave up the majority of the profits, and the operating income of each Taoyuan accounted for only 10%. It sounds really small. But those who are interested have calculated that the number of Taoyuans that have been completed now exceeds 3 digits. Even if each Taoyuan only accounts for 10% of the income, it is an astronomical figure when added up. Of the remaining 90% of the income, 40% will be returned to the alliance government that has not yet been completed, and the remaining 50% will be included in the maintenance funds of the Taoyuan. In other words, although these paradises will not belong to any individual in the future, the Taoyuan group will gradually divest itself of the subsequent maintenance and construction, allowing these paradises to truly begin to operate independently. Chapter 471 Construction by all people. Although the alliance government is to be reorganized, most people know that the main members of the new government will definitely be among the 3 families of Gu, Gongsun, and Cian. After all, the other 4 of the 7 major families in the parliament have been abolished, and the relationship between Taoyuan group and these 3 families. Many people secretly made a sound of TSK. The so-called decentralization of power and profit is just to win a good reputation for oneself. No matter how the outside world speculates, Lu Jinggu has no reaction at all, but just releases the news step by step in an orderly manner, to fully build Taoyuan covering the entire alliance. The workload is certainly not small. She is already very tired just to control the general direction. The employees affiliated with Taoyuan Group are so busy that they have to rush to eat. A group of experts, who are good at calculations, have been calculating with various data for several days. They are the basis of all subsequent construction work. They must calculate the number and location of Taoyuan as accurately as possible. Only in this way can we ensure that the Taoyuan network covers all planets most effectively. Because there was no rigorous calculation when the vertical and horizontal network was strategically built before, a lot of waste was caused. Now the experts are trying to turn this waste into an advantage. In short, the workload is huge, and the mastermind of the waste is often glared at when passing by the experts' meeting room recently. Even Lu Nianjun, who has always been particularly gentle and caring to her daughter, has criticized her several times because of her participation in this work. Even if you are rich and powerful, you can't be so wasteful. Look, these places are all duplicated. Alas, there is no plan. No plan. No wonder you have always denied that you are a builder. This planning ability is really not enough. Lu Jinggu was helpless. How long has it been since he was disliked by his elders? This feeling is really unfamiliar. After determining the construction location of each Taoyuan, she began to gradually release the construction quota of these Taoyuan. According to what was agreed before, she would no longer intervene in the construction of these Taoyuan. And the Taoyuan flowers were also distributed to her followers. Compared to her going directly into battle, such construction is of course much slower. After the news was released, many voices of opposition immediately appeared. Before, everyone just treated Taoyuan as a tourist destination. Although there seemed to be many people willing to move to Taoyuan, it was still a small number in terms of the number of people in the entire alliance. Therefore, it was enough to officially open Taoyuan for residents. But everything was different after a turmoil. Almost everyone wanted to live in Taoyuan. In addition, the people of the alliance were already accustomed to a relatively loose living pattern. Even 100 Taoyuans would not be enough. If the construction speed slowed down again, how long would they have to wait? It was not Taoyuan Group that responded to this, but the newly established interim government. Gu Li became the most important leader, which was not unexpected at all. In the related documents on the construction of Taoyuan issued by the interim government, several points mentioned surprised many people. In general, the government welcomes and encourages everyone to join the construction of the new Taoyuan, regardless of whether you are a builder, whether you have awakened relevant skills, regardless of your mental strength, and whether you are a pure-blooded human, an alien, or a mixed race. In short, all people build, and in the work of building Taoyuan, a new point system was introduced. The document published a detailed calculation method of points and corresponding remuneration. The calculation of points is very complicated. From moving bricks to directly participating in the construction, there are corresponding points calculations. And similarly, the corresponding remuneration of points is also several pages. From a small number of items that can be exchanged for 1 point to a large number of points that can be exchanged for houses. There is no doubt that the last item made everyone boil. Before Taoyuan was less open, it was well known that renting a house was cheap, but buying a house was expensive. It was not that Taoyuan Group speculated on real estate, But there were too many wolves and little meat, so the price naturally went up. Although the nobles were seriously injured, most of them still had no pressure to buy some real estate. But the people were not necessarily the same, especially those who were at the bottom of the spiritual power level. It was impossible to pay for a house. But now, points can actually be exchanged for real estate. Although the required points seem scary, it still gives them a glimmer of hope anyway. So when the nobles were still thinking about what to do, the momentum of the people signing up was already crazy. It was only half a day after the file was released that the registration address was overwhelmed 3 times. Fortunately, the Star network was powerful after all, and it was quickly repaired. The first person to register received a reply very quickly. There were too many people needed to build a new paradise this time, except for those who were physically disabled and unable to do the relevant work. Basically everyone got a job. However, within 3 days, the first batch of builders boarded the spacecraft. Since the plan was confirmed, Lu Jinggu and her followers have been carrying a large number of Taoyuan flowers and branches to various places, planting Taoyuan giant trees on the planned planets. Then, they didn't care and went directly to the next location. In this way, except for the time spent on the road, the time spent on construction was almost negligible. So the foundation of the new Taoyuan was laid very quickly. When the first batch of builders started working, dozens of foundations had been laid. When the nobles who were still living in the past reacted, they found that the Taoyuan locations left for them to choose were relatively remote. How could they wait any longer? Otherwise a family might not be able to live together at that time. Grouping is one of the reasons why they are strong. So the nobles finally couldn't sit still and started to act. However, after looking through the documents, they finally confirmed one thing. This time it was really equality for all beings, and no privileges were given to the nobles. If you want the qualification to live in Taoyuan, good. Use points to exchange. What's more, points are based on personal real name system. Unless there is definite evidence to prove that there is a blood relationship, or a legal husband-wife relationship recognized by the alliance, points cannot be used together. In other words, if the Redeemer wants a high-end residential building, only your relatives and spouses can collect points together to redeem it. As for good friends or sworn brothers and sisters, sorry. Please choose the level that your personal points can afford. For the people, this restriction is almost meaningless. After all, ordinary people will not directly choose high-end residential buildings. After upgrading, ordinary residential buildings are enough for a family of 7 or 8 people. Moreover, among the items that can be redeemed with points, in addition to the largest house, there are many other things. Except for the nobles who pursue luxury, no one would be stupid enough to use all their points to exchange for the top houses. Therefore, the nobles all believe that this restriction is aimed at them. After all, in this way, the slaves in their hands will lose their function. Chapter 472, Sorting Out Tasks. However, now is not the era when the 7 major families in the parliament restrict each other. The interim government is headed by the Gu family, and they have never been a person who treats civilians as nothing. So no matter how many opinions the nobles have, the interim government's decision remains unchanged. Although there are many new Taoyuans planned to be built, there are always fewer and fewer. After the first family surrendered, it soon caused a domino effect. For a time, the entire alliance joined the hot infrastructure work. After Lu Jinggu and his followers planted all the Taoyuan giant trees in the predetermined locations, they became the most leisurely ones. Back to star 7133. She checked the tasks that have not been completed yet. One is the 8th level task, and the other is the Dragon Clan surrender task. Among them, the 8th level task is divided into 3 small tasks. Task 1. The progress of civilization inheritance recovery has reached 100%. Since she did not stop the construction of miracle buildings during the war, the progress is now as high as 97%, and it is almost a matter of time to complete it. Out of selfishness, she placed all the related buildings of Chinese mythology civilization on the Earth Peach Blossom Land and the planet this week. She was looking forward to what would happen when the progress reached 100%. Task 2 was to reach 100 nodes in the vertical and horizontal network. This was just a matter of time, so there was no need to worry. Task 3 was not difficult at all. 3 of the 5 sacrifices had been carried out, and the 4th could be carried out soon. Looking at the Dragon Clan surrender task, it was more difficult than the Peach Blossom Land upgrade in terms of completion. Only 3 of the 10 Dragon Clan holy places have been completed. namely the three mountains Dragon Vein, Dragon Gate and Dragon Palace, all of which were provided by the gift package opened by the Dragon Clan's secret treasure. 10,000 years of appointment. Huh? It turned out that the Fonchan Terrace had been built, and she could choose to accept the subsequent tasks at any time. The route-seeking journey was linked to the 8th level task 1, and could not be carried out yet. After this arrangement, the only thing she could do now was the subsequent tasks of the 10,000 years of appointment. The time limit was 50 years, and more than a year had passed. Of course, she chose to accept it. Then she saw the task panel change, and a new task description popped up. 10,000 years of promise. 10,000 years later. Can the descendants of the dragon still remember the original agreement? All things live and die. Cause and effect cycle. The promise of the past. The journey of today. As a person who keeps the promise, please find the complete dragon bone. A map was also attached after the task, and several places were shining, which was obviously the task guide. This is a Dragon Clan surrender task, which is naturally related to dragons, and according to the previous race surrender tasks, the content of the task is related to the revival of this race. What caught her attention was the description of this task. Whether it is the familiar term descendants of the dragon, or words such as promise and practice, it gives people a very subtle feeling. If the Taoyuan system does not belong to her, isn't it strange to use the term descendants of the dragon? There is no saying in the legend of the Alliance that all humans are descendants of the Dragon Clan. Or, is this actually some kind of destiny? Taping the table gently, she always felt that something was about to come out. But because she lacked the most important pieces, she could never grasp the truth. After thinking for a long time without any results, she could only let it go. She glanced at the task content again and decided to complete it first. She had a hunch that as the Dragon Clan surrendered to the mission, many doubts would be answered. She took out the Alliance star map and compared it with the mission map. She was surprised to find that the locations of the dragon bones marked in the mission were basically all in the polluted area, and most of them were distributed in the earliest polluted areas, which were also the locations that the Alliance was forced to abandon as soon as it was developed. No wonder I have never heard that the Alliance has dug up any magical bones. Those planets fell just after they were developed by the Alliance. They must have been too late. 2 more beads appeared in the scattered beads. Polluted area cannot be developed. If it weren't for the help of the Taoyuan system, the dragon bones in the heavily polluted area would never be dug out. She chuckled and always felt that things were becoming more and more interesting. The mysterious, powerful, and occasionally cute Taoyuan system seemed to be revealing its secrets to her bit by bit. What are you laughing at? Gu Duo suddenly walked in. She stood up in surprise. Are you done? Who is the busiest among the core members of the team? It must be Gu Duo. Counting the prisoners, receiving the original Black Alliance's combat power, sorting out the evidence of war criminals, distinguishing the innocent. If Gu Li's battlefield is in the political world, then the responsibility of the entire military is almost all on him. So the two of them can only video chat in a hurry, let alone meet in person, which is even less than during the war. Naturally, she missed him in her heart, and seeing him suddenly appear, her longing became even more turbulent. Gu Duo's eyes softened, and he didn't say anything, but opened his arms. She immediately jumped over with a smile and let him hug her tightly. After some tenderness, the two leaned against the giant tree side by side. Gu Duo raised his head slightly and stared at the lush branches and leaves in a daze. What are you thinking about? She looked at the other's beautiful profile and the thick eyelashes that many girls would envy and suddenly couldn't help but reach out and touch it gently. However, Gu Duo had excellent concentration. Although her action was sudden, the other party didn't even blink. But after she touched it gently a few times, her hand was grabbed. Gu Duo held her hand and moved it down along her cheek, then kissed her palm lightly, and then answered her question. It feels unreal. She could understand. In fact, she often had this feeling. But although this ending was unexpected, it was reasonable if you think about it carefully. After all, no matter how smart Gu Qing and others were, they couldn't have thought that she had traveled through time. It can only be God's will. Or, after thinking for a moment, she suddenly invited, if you are done, why don't you accompany me to the contaminated area? Something? Yes. There are some things that must be completed. She did not explain. But Gu Duo did not mean to ask, and directly turned on the light brain. Arrange some things for Xing Leonida and others. and then asked, "When are you leaving?" Still the decisive and capable character. She smiled. "Tomorrow. I will cook crayfish for you tonight." Then she saw the other party's eyes light up. The foodie attribute came out again. She kept her promise. And the two of them ran to catch 30 kilograms of crayfish in the afternoon. And took 6 basins in the evening. The flavors are also spicy. Garlic. Spicy. Everything you can think of. She felt that the portion was enough. But she never expected that when she took out a basin to share with Dubai and Zio Union. Gu Duo was still unwilling and threatened the two with mental power. Dubai couldn't resist his strength back then. And he couldn't resist now. Zio Union was smarter, and never acted arrogantly in front of Gu Duo. However, the food was right before their mouths. The two of them whimpered and looked at her eagerly. And neither of them was willing to give up. Chapter 473 Natural Intimacy. Lu Jinggu was amused and angry. Looking at Gu Duo speechlessly, "There are still 5 basins. Not enough for you." Gu Duo reluctantly withdrew his mental power. And Dubai immediately ran away biting the basin. Xiao Union was very cooperative. And with a roar, several small cracked cloud beasts also ran over and followed it out. Apparently looking for a place where Gu Duo couldn't see to feast. She sat back. And Gu Duo had already peeled a shrimp. But he didn't eat it himself. And put the shrimp meat covered with soup on her plate. She suddenly laughed again. Always feeling that this scene seemed to be replayed yesterday. Making people full of emotion and very fortunate that after so many things, the person sitting in front of him was still him. Unexpectedly, this feeling did not last long. And suddenly a voice came from afar. "What a nice smell. Miss Ajin must have made something delicious. Then we came at the right time? What's that smell? I can't control my saliva." The man who had just taken a bite of shrimp meat suddenly turned black. And the speed of peeling shrimp suddenly became much faster. She suppressed her laughter and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Greenleaf. Qinglan. Isabella. Zell. Wanchia. And I Crocodile. Good guy. They came together suddenly. And I don't know what happened. But it's better to come at the right time than to come early. Everyone just happened to catch up with the crayfish banquet. They couldn't eat while others watched them. So she faced Gu Duo's resentful eyes, and finally added bowls and chopsticks for everyone. Fortunately, they made a lot today. Although there were several more mouths, it was barely enough to eat. Everyone ate and talked. And she realized that it was a coincidence that they came together. After the war, the original ethnic minorities had no work because the paradise they lived in was built earlier. So they gathered in the town of Jiren Bay to recall the past and look forward to the future. And then discuss together to come to see her. Anyway, there were post stations between the Taoyuans. And because they were followers, even the 7,133 stars were open to them. So they came at any time. But they originally planned to take her to Jiren Bay to drink and play. But after seeing the fragrant and bright red crayfish, they decisively abandoned the original plan. But it doesn't matter. Qinglan took out several jars from somewhere. This is the specialty of the elves. Baiwa wine. Let's drink it with crayfish. Okay. Just celebrate. Others agreed. So the spicy crayfish was paired with a mellow and floral wine. And everyone was even more high. She didn't drink much. But she drank several glasses unconsciously in the joyful atmosphere. Soon her consciousness became a little erratic. She showed a drooling smile that she would never have when she was awake. And pointed at the two elves and praised them sincerely. "You are so beautiful." Then she turned her arms and childishly dubbed her movements, beep, 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 as if she was a malfunctioning instrument. Her fingertips pointed in the direction where Isabella and Zell were sitting. "You are also super beautiful." She nodded seriously and said, "A feast of handsome men and beautiful women. I like it." The large swing of her head made her center of gravity unstable. And she tilted to the side all of a sudden. But she did not fall, but fell into a warm embrace. She looked up in a daze, and bumped into a pair of deep eyes. Blinking, her eyes slid down along Gu Duo's high nose bridge, and fell on his lips that were particularly red because of the spicy oil. Gu Duo narrowed his eyes, and suddenly asked, "They are good looking. What about me?" Drunk people even think slowly. She stared at the rosy lips greedily, and said after a while, "Hee. Mine." Grinning foolishly, he propped up his waist, and pecked the other's lips. Gu Duo, The eyes suddenly became very deep. Cough. Zell suddenly coughed, picked up a wet towel to wipe his hands, and said, "It's getting late. We should also say goodbye." The mud crocodile swallowed a mouthful of Baiwa wine and said foolishly, "I haven't finished eating yet." Before he finished speaking, he was lifted up by the two elves. Wanchia poured the crayfish into a basin, but the wine is gone. Pack it up and go to the elves to eat. Brother Lui, Sister Qingwan, there is still Baiwa wine? Enough? Enough? Isabella suppressed her laughter and hurriedly helped Wanchia carry the basin, and caught up with the elves, who forcibly dragged the mud crocodile away. But she still couldn't help but look back. But there was no one at the open-air table. Lu Jinggu felt very hot in her dream, and subconsciously kicked a few times. She kicked the quilt like this when she felt hot when sleeping before. But this time, the quilt couldn't be thrown off for some reason, and she seemed to hear laughter in a daze. Then the air suddenly became cool, and she immediately fell into a deep sleep again. The slowly rising sunlight shone through the window lattice, making the sleeper move slightly. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and was confused for a long time before he suddenly remembered something. Lu Jinggu sat up with the quilt in his arms, and some images vaguely emerged in his mind. He couldn't help but look into the quilt. She was neatly dressed in a soft nightgown, and her waist and legs didn't hurt. She breathed a sigh of relief. But she heard a sudden movement at the door, and turned her head to see Gu Duo walking in with a bowl. Her face slowly turned red as their eyes met. Although nothing really happened, they were close enough last night. Gu Duo seemed to have a smile in his eyes, and he stuffed the bowl into her hand. "It's the first time I cook it. The taste is average. Just make do with it." Looking down, it turned out to be a bowl of white porridge. It can be seen that he is not a skilled worker, but his thoughtfulness is touching. Even though shy feelings were diluted a lot by this bowl of porridge, it was as if they had been together for many years, and any intimate behavior was taken for granted. After breakfast, the stomachs tortured by alcohol felt much better, and the two began to pack up. The time required to dig for dragon bones in the contaminated area this time was unknown, but the two were not in a hurry, so she packed a lot of food and filled the cold storage of the spacecraft, and then set off slowly. They did not go to the Peach Blossom land within the contaminated area, but went directly to a place marked on the mission map. Anyway, with the combined mental power of the two, even if they encountered a large army of black beasts, they did not have to worry about the consumption of moving the Peach Blossom land. Although there was nothing to see outside the spacecraft, this was a rare time for the two to be alone, and they both felt very fresh and happy. She even had the leisure to restore several entertainment activities from her previous life. The two played go-bang, military flags, and poker. At first, Gu Duohin was not proficient, and it could be seen that all the entertainment activities were extremely unfamiliar to him. But he soon got the hang of it, especially the military flags. Except for the teaching game, she never won once. Chapter 474 Construction failed again. After more than a month of flight, they finally reached the target planet. The planets in the polluted area have very similar scenery. Looking around, the whole planet seems to be dipped in ink, and it is pitch black. The two of them each took the mobile paradise and got off the spacecraft. Lu Jinggu couldn't help but cover his nose. "Do you smell a strange smell?" Gu Duo nodded and held her hand. "Go over and take a look." "Yeah. This smell is just as she described. Not the sour and rancid smell of interstellar pollution, but a very strange smell that is hard to describe whether it is fragrant or smelly." Although the mission marked the location of the dragon bone, it only marked the planet. There is no more detailed location, so she can only rely on herself to find it. But there is no clue so far, so she can only check if there is something wrong. Gu Duo directly put on the mecha, held her in his arms, started the ground thrusters, and quickly moved towards the direction where the smell was getting stronger and stronger. 10 minutes later, a huge pit appeared in front of him. Standing on the edge of the pit, no trace of the edge could be seen from afar or below. But there was no doubt that the strange smell came from this pit. She felt that the smell was likely related to the dragon clan, which meant that they had to go down to have a look. After talking to Gu Duo, he had no objection and continued to protect her in the arms of the mecha, and then jumped down. The thrusters on the back began to work, allowing them to go down smoothly and safely. At first, she was still very vigilant, but the two had been flying down for a long time, and there was nothing but thick poisonous fog. She gradually felt bored and simply chatted with Gu Duo. "Is the mecha difficult to drive? Do ordinary people have a chance to learn?" The metal head drooped slightly, indicating that the operator inside was also making the same action. After a moment, Guduo spoke, okay. But? She raised her eyebrows slightly, expressing doubt. With her current mental power, it can't be a problem that can't be controlled. Then are there any other problems in learning mecha? Who would have thought that there really is a problem? And it is related to mental power. The mental power is too strong. And the existing mecha core can't bear it. Good guy. It was too weak before. And now it's too strong. She shook her head helplessly, thinking that this big metal guy didn't seem to be as omnipotent as she imagined. What if I suppress some of the mental power? But she still wanted to try. I can't do it. He said it too concisely. And she didn't know whether it was you can't do it or the mecha can't do it. Just when she was about to ask again, he suddenly gave a hint. It's the bottom. Finally. After flying for so long without any obstacles, they finally reached the bottom of the cave. However, the black fog here is thicker. If the fog above is so thick that people can't see their fingers, the fog at the bottom of the cave directly leads to the effect of blindness. Anyway, she can't see it even if she puts her finger in front of her eyes. There's no way to find anything. We still have to make a paradise. Trying to be lazy but failing. She pouted and took out the flower branch and stuck it into the ground. As a result, the system prompt popped up. A special environment was detected and the Taoyuan giant tree could not be planted. She was very shocked. So far, the Taoyuan giant tree has only failed to be planted once. On planet 555. But that was because the ground of planet 555 was completely covered by energy plates. After removing the energy plates to expose the land below, the Taoyuan giant tree was successfully planted. But now, although she can't see it, the touch of her fingers tells her that there is indeed soil underneath, although it has been heavily polluted. When has Taoyuan ever been afraid of pollution? She tried a few more times without giving up. But there was nothing to gain except adding a few identical system prompts. Huh? She sighed and gave up. The skill failed. The Peach Blossom Land cannot be built. Gu Duo had already disarmed the mecha. Since he could not see the other party's position in the black fog, he had been holding her shoulders. Now he came over and almost hugged her in his arms. Wondering why. It seems that this is a special environment. She explained vaguely, and thought about what to do now. From the mission point of view, the more weird this place is, the more likely it is the target. So it is a good thing. The problem is now, nothing can be seen. How can she find the dragon bone? She thought of building a mobile Peach Blossom Land again. As long as its range is continuously expanded, it can actually be regarded as building a Peach Blossom Land in disguise. It's just that the size of the mobile Peach Blossom Land will increase as the purification range increases, and it may lose the mobile feature. But she doesn't feel sorry for a mobile Peach Blossom Land now. If it can't be moved, it can't be moved. As a result, when she actually built the mobile Peach Blossom Land, she found that she thought too much. The so-called special environment not only limits the planting of Taoyuan giant trees, but also limits the range of mobile Taoyuan. She can expand the purification range to 10 times 10 at most. After trying it, the cleared toxic fog is like an isolated island in the sea, and there is no land in all directions. She pouted her lips and simply sat on the ground to start mass production. Gu Duo helped to arrange the mobile Taoyuans one by one, ensuring that their purification ranges were just connected. Countless isolated islands are connected to each other, and naturally there is also a vast land in the end. Choose to build a mobile Taoyuan. Expand the purification range to 10 times 10. Confirm. She didn't know how many times she repeated this process, and she was a little numb. Finally, she heard Gu Duo say, enough. Looking up, everything at the bottom of the pit finally came into view. Overall, this is a long and narrow oval, but the width is not small. At a glance, the widest position is about 500 meters, and the narrow places at both ends are enough to fit a football field. The mobile peach gardens were like lamps, dispelling the black fog at the bottom of the pit. But when she looked up, she could still see that the black fog was rolling violently, fighting with the power of purification. Her mental power was connected to all the mobile peach gardens, providing them with a constant supply of energy. Because of this, she could clearly feel that something was wrong. The pollution here seemed different from other places. Frowning, she thought of a word, the source of pollution. The particularly dense black fog here, the special nature of being unable to build a peach garden, and the abnormal mental power consumption rate now all made people doubt whether there was a source of pollution. After carefully checking the ground, no special pollution was found anywhere. What are you looking for? Hearing Gu Duo's question, she told him her speculation. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, I can't see anything special. Maybe because every inch of the ground is very special. Chapter 475 Hope of a Complete Solution. Lu Jinggu was slightly startled, and then looked at the ground under his feet. After a little thought, he knew that what Gu Duo said might make sense. The bottom of the pit was so big, and they were in it. If the surroundings were all special, it was indeed very likely that they would not be able to see it. Then they could only uncover the bottom. The two of them were in tune with each other, and they made a decision as soon as they looked at each other. Gu Duo drew out his long sword, and his mental power spun like a whirlpool. He used this power to jump high, and the sword flashed. Boom, a dull collision sounded, and the mighty air wave lifted a lot of soil. She stood there, and the golden power rose and fell around her, blocking the destructive power outside. When the floating smoke and dust fell, the surroundings had changed drastically. Gu Duo's blow blew away most of the soil on the ground, and he controlled it very well. He only lifted the soil and moved the Taoyuan square formation neatly without any damage. The soil was also held tightly by his power. At this time, it was tightly attached to the surrounding pit walls, and would not fall down at all. This made it very convenient for her to check the situation under the soil. In fact, she had already noticed the difference. What was exposed after the soil was lifted was not stone or minerals, but large pieces of crystal, glittering, and black crystal-like things. And it was very obvious that a lot of black fog was pouring out of it. As Gu Duo said, this whole area was like this. So she couldn't see it just now, and she was confused because she was in it. But at this time, Gu Duo's blow was so powerful that even the black fog that kept pouring out was cut off for a moment. Just a very subtle moment, but it was enough. Squatting down and stroking the crystal, she realized that the touch was not smooth and cold, but slightly rough, and had an imperceptible temperature. It was like, ding, the system prompt suddenly sounded, and when she called it out, it was really a prompt found Dragon Bone *1. So this is the Dragon Bone. She was surprised and happy, but also very confused. From the existing information, the dragon race is undoubtedly a kind, powerful, and mysterious race. Even the prophecy of interstellar pollution comes from this race. Since the disaster was predicted early, the dragon race could not be unprepared. But what is going on in front of her? Is this thick black fog contaminated by the corpse of a dragon after death? Or, in an instant, many speculations flashed through her mind. But in the end, she only confirmed it in the Taoyuan system. The feeling of falling suddenly came, and Gu Duo put on the mecha in time and grabbed her. Both of them were startled, and they realized it was a false alarm after the noise disappeared. After the Taoyuan system prompted that the dragon bone had been found, it also asked whether to collect the task item. She chose yes. And then, there was nothing under her feet. How could it not be empty? Such a large piece of bone was gone, which directly deepened the pit by at least 5 meters. The movement came too suddenly, and they mistakenly thought it was a landslide. Where are the things on the ground? Although Gu Duo didn't know that they had just stepped on a piece of dragon bone, he could see that the ground had changed. It has been taken away. To do the system's task together, she was ready to reveal some secrets. Since she had the idea of spending her life with this person, some things could not be concealed at all. Covered by the mecha, she couldn't see the other person's expression at the moment, but she also felt the surprise from his slightly stagnant mental power. But at this moment, she didn't explain, just looked carefully below. As the dragon bone disappeared, the black fog that was so thick that it blinded people began to dissipate. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide. So, is this dragon bone really the source of pollution? Then if she took away all the dragon bones, wouldn't she be able to solve the pollution problem? My heart was pounding, so loud that Gu Duo could hear it without using his mental power. The mecha lowered its head and looked at the person in its arms. She also raised her head and tightly grasped a finger of the mecha. Very excited. Maybe we can completely solve the pollution problem. A burst of light flowed in the goggles of the mecha, and it seemed that the operator was also very emotional at this moment. Let's go, she said excitedly. Maybe we can be sure if we go to a few more places. Gu Duo rushed up without saying a word, holding her. The two of them boarded the spaceship very quickly and took off directly to the next target. Because of the idea of completely eliminating pollution, The originally leisurely journey became anxious, and they wished they could teleport so that they could collect all the dragon bones in the blink of an eye. As time passed, they collected the second, third dragon bones. Some dragon bones were even exposed on the surface, and she could collect them directly by just touching them. But some dragon bones were hidden very deep. She remembered that time when they searched the entire planet, but didn't find any problems. So they had to choose a location and start digging. She kept digging and digging, and she almost suspected that she had dug through the entire planet before she finally found the dragon bone. However, they were attacked. This was the first time she encountered a black beast while digging for dragon bones, and it was a kind she had never seen before. It looked like a snake but had legs, and it looked like a lizard but was particularly slender. This strange-looking black beast could also be invisible, and its ability was very amazing. One of them was a royal family of illusion, and the other was 3S level. When they approached the dragon bone, they didn't even notice its existence. It wasn't until her hand was about to touch the dragon bone that the other party launched an attack, exposing her existence. It must be said that this black beast was very difficult to deal with. The location they were in was just dug out in order to ensure speed and safety. It was naturally impossible to dig too wide, so the space for maneuvering was very narrow, and the enemy's body was very flexible in such a space. In addition to its very special mental power, it took the two of them a little effort to subdue it. But in the end, of course, they succeeded in getting the dragon bone. At this time, the black beast had not been killed. She took an opportunity to get close to the dragon bone and touched it with her hand. The dragon bone disappeared, and the black beast went crazy. This reminded her of the novel she had read before, where those fierce beasts guarding the treasures of heaven and earth would go berserk if anyone dared to touch the treasures they guarded. The result was of course no surprise. They killed the black beast, and its body, like other black beasts, turned into a pool of extremely strong venom, which quickly deepened the pollution of this place, and then continued to spread far away. But there was one difference. After the black beast's body disappeared, a coconut-sized cylinder was left behind, which was pitch black and translucent, and surprisingly beautiful. But just as she picked up the bead, she heard the alarm of the Taoyuan system. A super pollution source was found, and it was recommended to purify it immediately. Chapter 476 Symbiosis? Lu Jinggu was stunned for a moment, and her eyes turned cold when she looked at the bead. This is actually a super pollution source. In the meantime, she has seen many powerful pollution sources, but there is only one super pollution source, Tao Rose. So what does this thing have to do with Tao Rose? When she was thinking, her mental power instinctively dissipated, and naturally touched the super pollution source in her hand. But she saw what was in the bead. It turned out to be a seed. The seed of Tao Rose. This can explain why it is a super pollution source. But there are still many questions, such as why this seed is in the body of that strange black beast, and why it appears here in the dragon bone. However, no one answered these questions for her. Even though she was curious, she could only put the questions aside temporarily. As for the seed of Tao Rose, of course she couldn't just indulge it, but it was too troublesome to go back to the Peach Blossom Land to purify it. So she built a Peach Blossom Land here very luxuriously, used this material for evolution, as a paradise independent of the vertical and horizontal network. If she wants to purify the super pollution source, the feng shui value consumed can only be provided by her continuous construction. Fortunately, for her now, the mental power consumed is completely insignificant. While purifying the super pollution source, this paradise was also directly purified to level 5, covering the planet. She also discovered by the way that after collecting the dragon bones, there would be no problem with the cultivation of the paradise. This race has too many secrets, and she is looking forward to the day when they will be answered. The purified Tao Rose seeds turn from black to light purple. Using mental power to probe into them, they can still feel active. She was thoughtful. The living black beasts can be purified by the Taoyuan, and after experiencing some pain, they will return to their pre-pollution state. But the dead black beasts will only be purified into a pool of ashes. So from the current situation, this seed is actually alive. So it has returned to its original appearance after purification. This also means that she can now plant it safely. But she didn't plan to do so. After all, the black beasts after being contaminated basically retained their original appearance and abilities. The Tao Rose was so strange. I'm afraid the prototype was also very aggressive. Finally, she collected the seed first, intending to study it later and consider whether to do it. Their journey continued. In addition to the dragon bones, they collected 8 more seeds. And she also found a pattern. Wherever there were Tal Rose seeds, there would be strange black beasts. Gradually, there was a guess that perhaps these black beasts and seeds were related to the Xia family. Unexpectedly, this guess was soon confirmed. That time, they still landed on a planet according to the mission prompts. When they left the spacecraft and prepared to look for dragon bones, several powerful power fluctuations suddenly appeared. The two of them sensed what these powers wanted to do in an instant, and the powerful mental power spread wildly. There were 8 Tal Roses in 8 directions, and the women in the flowers had opened their eyes. She saw the faces of Xia Ling and others. They manipulated countless tentacles to form a complex formation, and their powerful mental power was rapidly expanding. She actually wanted to kill them by the self-explosion of 8 strong men. However, they didn't expect that a man should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Even if it was a self-explosion of spiritual power that made people change color, it was not a dead end for her. She directly opened the spiritual world. The few light spots close at hand were undoubtedly Xia Ling and others, but the power representing them was different from the gray-white color of pure illusion power, and it was also mixed with strands of blue. Those blue silk threads were outlined in the shape of roses. It seems that the reason why the Xia family was able to escape the repeated searches was related to the Tal Rose. Even when she used the illusion of the royal power to search, she did not find their existence. It was just that the two sides were too close now, so the power of the royal family still had the upper hand. She directly seized the power of Xia Ling and others. The ever-increasing power was like a balloon that was punctured, and it shrank very quickly. Xia Ling was terrified, but she could not control the loss of this power. It was not until their spiritual power dropped to level F that she stopped collecting. Her body felt a sense of fullness. It was an instinct for the royal family to seize the power of their own kind, and she had been suppressing this instinct. Naturally, her body would feel some discomfort, but she had never mentioned it before. If she did not want to end up with the inevitable collapse of the royal family, she would have to pay a price. But this time she absorbed a lot of power. In addition to the feeling of fullness, there was also a mysterious feeling that swept through her body. Unconsciously, her eyes turned golden, and the world seemed a little different in her eyes. When looking at Xia Ling, some pictures naturally emerged in his mind. The process of Xia Ling obtaining the power of illusion. How she buried the seeds one by one in the land of God's destruction. And how she bred the Tal Rose. This half-plant, half-animal creature has extremely special abilities. The Xia family has achieved symbiosis with the Tal Rose through some means. And a long time ago, the Xia family has always regarded this creature as an object of sacrifice. Every member of the Xia family believes that their ancestors were born from this plant. Perhaps this legend is true. So their combination with the Tal Rose is very simple. If close breeding did not bring about blood defects, the Xia family would not need to marry with the outside world. But the benefits of marriage are also great. Lu Jinggu knew from these pictures that if it were not for the accident of Guqing, the Xia family would have their own plans. They are also looking forward to a new world. A future where Tal Rose blooms in every inch of this world. She saw a terrifying picture. Her eyebrows sank, and she quickly grabbed Gu Duo's hand and probed his body with her mental power. The other party actively suppressed the instinct to resist, allowing her to explore his body and strength without hindrance. So she found that thing very smoothly. It was hidden in Gu Duo's heart, and even the top medical cabin could not detect it. When she thought of the original plan of the Xia family, she broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Gu Qing probably didn't expect that his plan delayed what the Xia family originally wanted to do, and indirectly helped Gu Duo. After all, at that time she was just a useless, who could only be slaughtered by others in terms of mental power. Not to mention that she didn't know the hidden dangers in Gu Duo's body. Even if she knew, she couldn't help seeing her gloomy face. Gu Duo also guessed that there might be something wrong with his body, but he looked indifferent, gently rubbed her head, and didn't even ask a question. This was not the time to talk about these things. She just grabbed the other party's hand and held it, turning her head to look at the dying Xia Ling. Chapter 477 Weird Changes. As a person who grew up in a peaceful era, Lu Jinggu rarely has the intention to kill anyone. Even when facing those who are full of malice towards her, she would subconsciously prefer to choose to use legal means to solve the problem. Just this time, she did have the intention to kill. If you really compare them, it is actually difficult to say which plan is more excessive. Gu Qing's or Xie's. After all, they both want to use inhuman power to completely change the Alliance humans into another form. But, perhaps because Xie Ling's plan targets Gu Duo more, she can't suppress the anger in her heart. The killing intention born from this is also very obvious. The slightly cool mental power enveloped her, which calmed her emotions from the root. She took a deep breath, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and planted a giant peach tree with her backhand. To a certain extent, the Xie family members, who merged with Tao Rose, are already a kind of black beast. The purification power of Tao Yuan is of course effective on them. So Xie Ling and others, who had just been robbed of their mental power, screamed again because of the pain of purification. This was not Tao Yuan's first battle with Tao Rose, and she did not take it too seriously at first. But the result of this purification was obviously different from that of Planet 11. Tao Rose trembled and began to wither, and the long thorny vines dried up first, and finally shrank into sections of dead branches. Then the overlapping petals fell off one by one, turning from a dazzling dark blue to blue-black. Finally, after the whole flower withered, only the stamens that merged with the legs of Xie Ling and others remained. Those stamens suddenly shrank like living things, and then a bang was heard. Light blue pollen sprayed out. She and Gu Duo retreated immediately, and their mental power laid a thick defense in front of them. However, the pollen did not float around, but all fell on the girl in the flower. After Xie Ling and others screamed for a while, they suddenly became more heartbreaking. Before she could figure out what was going on, she saw that those people suddenly began to shrink. They seemed to be forcibly compressed by some force, shrinking and shrinking. Even though she had become one of the strongest people in the world, she felt very disgusted when she saw such a weird scene. She couldn't help but take a step back and turn her head away. Gu Duo gently embraced her and patted her back to comfort her. After a long time, the screams disappeared and the surroundings were quiet. He whispered, "It's over." She turned her head and looked. The huge Tao Rose disappeared, and even Xie Ling and others disappeared. Only 8 crystal clear rose seeds were left on the ground. But unlike the previously collected and purified lavender seeds, these 8 seeds were still pitch black, and the purification power of Tao Yuan did not work on them. She frowned and reacted after a moment. Did they transform themselves? Maybe. Gu Duo also looked down. This is a headache. These seeds still contain a lot of pollution, but they cannot be purified by Tao Yuan. If they are cut open, can they be purified? She tried it and found that this thing is still very strong, and it is a bit invulnerable. Even her and Gu Duo's mental power can penetrate the shell and observe the inside, but it is difficult to damage it. In the end, she could only collect these seeds first, and then slowly study how to deal with them when she has time in the future. Because Xie Ling and others appeared on this planet, they spent a long time here and found a settlement. It seems that this is not a temporary camp built in a hurry. Although it is not comparable to the original camp of the Xie family in the capital star circle, it is comparable to an ordinary town. It was only when they walked into the town that they realized how creepy the situation inside was. There was no living person in sight, or rather, no normal living person. The thorny rose vines squeezed out from the windows of every house, almost half surrounding all the buildings. In the middle, there was a miniature version of the Star 11 temple, which was also mostly covered by thorny vines. A blue rose, larger than any Tao rose she had ever seen, bloomed in the temple, with layers of petals peeking out from the door. It trembled slightly when it heard the noise, and after a moment, the rose slowly turned around. There was no human figure in the pistil, but 2 bones were lying across it. Having found so many dragon bones, she could tell at a glance that it was her goal. She looked at Gu Duo, and both of them understood each other's intentions. Fight. Gu Duo stroked his wrist and instantly put on the mecha. Almost at the same time, thorny vines came from all directions. The long sword was unsheathed, and with a flash of cold light, it had cut off several thorny vines. However, the broken parts burrowed into the soil as soon as they fell to the ground. Looking closely, new thorny vines grew out from those places. This Tao Rose might be the king of the tribe, and its recovery ability is much stronger. There was movement in the houses around, and she looked over vigilantly. Then she saw people walking out one by one. She had seen the 2 states of the Xie family and the Tao Rose symbiosis. The thorny vines were connected to the footsteps. After cutting off the vines, The connected Xia family members had no other problems except weakness. Or like Xia Ling and others, they became the girls of flowers. And finally either fell into a coma, such as Gu Duo's mother, or turned into that strange seed. However, these people were indeed the third type. A thin vine as thick as a thumb pierced through their heads, moving as if absorbing something. If you ignore the things on their heads, those people seemed to be fine. At this time, they all walked out of the house, and spiritual power came out of their bodies. But she could feel that the strongest among these people was only S level, and there were only a few of them. So even if it was a human wave tactic, it would be difficult to cause harm to her and Gu Duo. However, her face changed slightly the next second. The mental power of these people merged together without any obstacles, and their momentum was rising. However, in the blink of an eye, she felt not a few S level plus a bunch of A, B, C, but several 3S level, and their momentum was still rising. It was possible to hurt them. She couldn't wait any longer, so she also released her mental power, and the golden light swept around like a storm. However, a large number of thorny vines rushed over, and their tips suddenly cracked, and they all sprayed dark blue gas in her direction. A sweet smell that made people dizzy spread, and Lu Jinggu was in a trance for a moment. Gu Duo was actually more resistant in the mecha. With a sweep of the long sword, ice crystals suddenly condensed in the air. The dark blue gas was wrapped in fine ice crystals, like beautiful sapphires, falling to the ground one after another. Chapter 478, The Most Troublesome Enemy. Lu Jinggu came back to her senses from her trance, and was shocked to find that the operation of her mental power had stagnated a little since becoming a royal family, except for the sense of crisis when facing Gu Qing. This was the first time that her mental power was affected. She dared not be careless anymore. While laying a thick protective layer around her, she took out her weapons. She had traded with the suspected arms dealer many times before. The other party was willing to provide more and more powerful weapons. The caravan brought back the latest weapon of the other party last time. CT-910 hand cannon. According to the manual, she thought it would be better to call it a small rocket instead of a hand cannon. Stabilizing her lower body, she fired at the two Xia family members. Countless thorny vines rushed over and instantly intertwined into a thick sphere, blocking the two Xia family members firmly behind. She carefully checked the power of the CT-910 hand cannon with a trial mentality. There was no fire, no explosion, and for a moment, people couldn't help but suspect that it was a dud. However, the next second, whether it was the thorny vines protecting the Xia family, the thorny vines trying to attack her, or the thorny vines fighting with Gu Duo, they all trembled wildly. She was a second late to see what happened. The thorny vine ball hit by the shell disappeared. No, it was not just the thorny vines. It was as if an invisible knife had dug out that piece of space. For a very brief moment, she felt a familiar breath, exactly the same as when she passed through the passage and entered the elves' homeland. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at CT-910 in disbelief. This hand cannon continued the consistent style of the trading partner. Small, round, mainly candy-colored, with a bulging barrel, without any cold lines of the weapon. The whole hand cannon was only as long as the palm plus half of the forearm, and there was even a cute bow decoration at the end of the barrel. But now she was told, this thing can tear the space directly. Although it was only a moment, the space was soon restored. Not like what Ling Song did at the beginning, hiding such a large space. But thinking about the difference between the two, CT-910 is already amazing enough. After all, the previous shot did not consume much of her mental power, and it has recovered most of it in such a short time. Divine object. Her curiosity about this trading partner was unprecedentedly high. What kind of world can have such a split aesthetic and creativity? Of course, this idea only hovered in her mind for a while, and she turned her attention back to the battle. The thorn vine that was cut off did not regenerate. She was delighted and fired several shots without hesitation. After several silent spaced tears, many thorn vines appeared with strange wounds. And these wounds, without any surprise, could not be regenerated. The Tao rose in the temple was shaking violently, probably because of anger. With a loud bang, the entire temple collapsed. Countless vines supported the huge rose and raised it high. The two dragon bones opened and closed in the pistil, like the canine teeth of a rose. The Xia family members suddenly moved together. They raised their arms, and the spiritual power of many people turned into countless sharp blades to cut at her. Perhaps they thought she was a bigger threat, so they even gave up attacking Guduo. Only a few thorny vines were blocking him. Humph. A cold voice came from the air. Guduo deftly avoided a few thorny vines, and stabbed the Tao Rose with a sword. The sword light left the body, and became extremely huge under the catalysis of spiritual power, heading straight for the flower. But the two dragon bones suddenly shook and turned into a huge phantom, colliding with Guduo's sword light. With a bang, the sword light and the phantom disappeared together. However, Guduo's next attack had already been launched. Two gun barrels flipped out of the shoulders of the mecha and began to attack. The dense artillery fire and the attack of mental power forced the Tao Rose to constantly use the power of the dragon bone. The outermost petals soon curled up as if they were lacking water. After only glancing at Guduo's battlefield, she turned her head to deal with the powerful attack. I don't know how the CF family did it. After their mental power merged, it seemed to be infinitely elevated. In the short time from preparing to attack to the attack reaching her, their mental power level was still rising. Could it continue to rise to the royal level of Huan? At first, she didn't worry about this, but now she is indeed a little uncertain. This is a battle that can't be delayed any longer. Squinting her eyes, she released all her mental power without reservation for the first time. The golden power rushed out with her as the center and spread rapidly. A pair of pupils also turned golden. When looking at the CF family, she could see the scenes that she couldn't see with her eyes before. Invisible threads spread out from the direction of Tao Rose, connecting to the thorny vines and the tops of the CF family members' heads. These threads were intertwined and complex, like an invisible spider web. And the power of Tao Rose. The CF family and the dragon bones flowed repeatedly on this web. And every collision, intersection, and brushing against each other would become stronger. This kind of intersection occurred tens of thousands of times every minute and every second in this spider web. And in her senses, the opponent's power kept rising. These CF family members did not have the power of illusion in their mental power, so they used some means of the CF family, and she could not directly stop it by absorbing their power. She tried to use her mental power to move the spider web, and a wisp of power was firmly stuck as soon as it touched. She was startled and immediately withdrew her power. The good news is that the stickiness of the spider web is not strong for her, and the stuck mental power quickly broke away successfully. The bad news is that the power flowing on the spider web is too dense, and in a short time when she pulled her mental power down, which may be less than a millisecond, a little bit of power was taken away. It was just a grain of rice-sized force, which was insignificant with her current strength. But she still broke out in a cold sweat. If this spider web could take away a little power, it could take away more. And she also saw that the golden power belonging to her disappeared soon after being taken away by the spiritual power wandering on the spider web, and merged with other powers, and could no longer be distinguished. This means that the spider web can not only take away her power, but also turn it into her own in a very short time. This ability is too terrible, which means that if she wants to attack the spider web, she has to take the possibility of strengthening the opponent instead. If the opponent's strengthening speed is faster than her destruction speed in the end, she will have to face the super strong in turn. She couldn't help but frown, facing the most troublesome enemy in her life, and felt very difficult for a while. Chapter 479. You are the best system in the world. Lu Jingu did not move immediately. With her strength, it would be difficult to hurt her even if she did not move or resist. But it was obvious that she could not keep on wasting time like this. Bang! The huge mecha landed beside her, and Guduo's attack on Tao Rose was unsuccessful. There were several scars on the dark blue mecha shell, and she was slightly startled. You should know that the liquefied metal used to make mechas has a certain self-repair ability. But now these scars have no signs of repair, which shows that this attack power is unusual. Soon, Guduo's words confirmed her guess. The power of those two bones is very strange. Be careful. Yeah. She also told the other party about her discovery just now, asking him to be careful and not to spread his mental power in all directions. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he accidentally hit the spider web. They temporarily stopped the attack, but it did not mean that Tao Rose would stop. On the contrary, taking this opportunity, it immediately launched a counterattack. After just a moment, the power of the sharp blades transformed by the spiritual power increased again. Although they could not hurt them for a while, it was uncertain if they continued like this, because the attack method of Tao Rose was very different. Guduo simply disarmed the mecha, and the two stood together to defend together, which could reduce the risk of touching the spider web. After retracting the mecha, he sensed it, and his face was gloomy. The damage cannot be repaired. She looked at the dragon bone with more fear. Should it be said that it is worthy of being the most powerful and mysterious dragon clan? Even 2 bones can give people a headache. It happened that the planet where the dragon bone was located could not build Taoyuan. So it was impossible to use the power of purification to fight against Tao Rose. Otherwise, I could only gamble. Just when I was about to make up my mind, a ding-dong sound suddenly rang in my ears. I opened the Taoyuan system and took a look, and found that the cooling time of the sacrifice had expired. Blinking, she suddenly had an evil idea. System. She called silently in her heart. I have a question. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the giant tree hologram on the homepage seemed to freeze. However, she turned a blind eye and asked directly, can living things be used as sacrifices? A row of ellipses appeared on the giant tree, which was not surprising at all. But she still pretended not to see it, and further refined the question. For example, look at this huge rose in front of you. Can it be used as a sacrifice? There are more ellipses. She persevered. In ancient times, sacrifices were originally made of living things. And generally speaking, living sacrifices are more advanced. As a powerful system, you can't be prejudiced against living sacrifices. This kind of monster has to be killed anyway. So why not make the best use of it? What do you think? As if using ellipsis could no longer express her feelings, the leaves of the giant tree rustled and trembled. For the first time, she knew that the hologram in the system could also make sounds. She lied with her eyes open. So you agree? Okay. Let's try it now. As she said that, she opened the altar interface and directly chose to place the Tal Rose as a sacrifice. And then it failed. Don't be so rigid, everyone, she protested dissatisfiedly, and the golden power fluctuated, blocking several blades transformed from spiritual power, and then melted away. But she had already felt the impact, which meant that the opponent's strength had risen step by step. A hint of sweetness surged in her throat, and she swallowed it as if nothing had happened, without letting Gu Duo see the clue. But the Taoyuan system was of the same origin as her, so it could naturally feel that she was injured. The swaying leaves suddenly stopped, and if interpreted from the perspective of human behavior, she felt that the hologram of the giant tree was stunned. Swish, swish, several more sharp blades transformed from spiritual power flew towards their vital parts, and she and Gu Duo each blocked a few. Another mouthful of blood came up. She closed her eyes and secretly adjusted her breathing, and forced the blood back after a few seconds. The giant tree was completely still. She was silent, revealing a melancholy atmosphere from inside to outside. Even Gu Duo felt something was wrong and tilted his head to look at her in confusion. But she just blinked at him and didn't say anything. The system prompt slowly emerged, with only 2 words, seeds. She understood it immediately, and took out the Tao Rose seeds that Xia Ling and others had turned into. Before it was put on the altar, the Tao Rose excitedly swung the thorny vines and made a snapping sound. It seems that these seeds are also very important to it. It is very happy to make the enemy unhappy. So she showed a bright smile without hesitation, regardless of whether a rose could see it or not. Then she threw the rose seeds on the altar with a backhand. But in the eyes of Gu Duo, and perhaps the Tao Rose, those seeds suddenly disappeared. Tao Rose attacked them even more frantically. With the Xia family's spiritual power increased again, Gu Duo suddenly groaned. Already injured, her eyebrows sank slightly, and she quickly chose to perform the sacrifice. A purple light flashed, and she looked carefully, and there were still 3 seeds on the altar. Just when she felt puzzled, she found that these 3 seeds were not exactly the same as the sacrifice. Picked up one, and the system prompt popped up. Miracle building detected. The conditions for the construction of the Sea of Eros were activated. Do you want to start the construction task of the Sea of Eros? Yes or no? In addition, there was another prompt that had never been seen before. Aphrodite Rose can be planted directly. She reacted immediately, and immediately praised sweetly in her heart. System, you are awesome. You are the most considerate, powerful, and lovable system in the world. Moi. The 3D image of the giant tree turned red with a bang. What a cute system. She couldn't help laughing, and threw the seed to the ground. This time, there was no prompt that it could not be planted. But the world of spiritual power felt a suction force. A strange feeling rose up, as if she heard a voice saying, I'm so hungry. So hungry. She subconsciously let go of the resistance to the suction. And then her mental power was sucked away. The Aphrodite rose began to sprout. And in the blink of an eye, a large thorny vine-like plant appeared beside her. As a plant named after the goddess of love and beauty in mythology. This appearance is a bit disappointing. This plant is still craving a lot of mental power. And she relies on her strong power to generously supply unlimited amounts. Then she and Gu Duo had to retreat. This thorny vine grew bigger and bigger. And taller. It was originally ignored by Tal Rose because of its lack of power fluctuations. But now it has also attracted the attention of the other party. Many thorny vines swung over, as if they wanted to tear the plant into pieces. However, the plant that looks ordinary, except for being particularly tall, is very tough. No matter whether Tal Rose directly tore it with thorny vines or attacked it with mental power, it did not move at all, but just kept growing and growing. Chapter 480 The Last Madness. The last rose watered with spiritual power actually grew into a large thorn wall. The Tal Rose and the Xia family were isolated on the other side of the thorn wall. But its growth has not yet ended. Creamy yellow buds emerged in a staggered manner, and soon grew to the size of a basketball. The tightly closed petals trembled and slowly opened. And finally, the entire thorn wall was full of flowers. Lu Jinggu finally understood why this rose was named after the god of love and beauty. It was really beautiful. When large pieces were squeezed together, it was simply intoxicating at first sight. The faint fragrance permeated the air, soothing all the unstable emotions. What's more amazing is that the Aphrodite rose seems to have a strong resistance to pollution. Even if the thorny vines of the Tal Rose puffed out poisonous gas, it did not affect its growth at all. When the last bud bloomed completely, the situation suddenly changed. Every Aphrodite rose began to sing. Yes, they were singing. It was hard to tell whether this scene was magical or weird. In short, every rose joined the chorus. They sang a song they couldn't understand with extremely soft and melodious voices. The invisible sound waves spread like ripples. And she suddenly felt sleepy. Fortunately, she and Gu Duo had strong mental strength. When they noticed something was wrong, they immediately triggered the power shock to offset the power from the Aphrodite rose. A magical scene appeared. The Tal Rose seemed to be drunk and swayed. And then it clicked. The huge rose closed slightly, and the vines that supported it lifted up slowly softened, and finally fell to the ground with the flowers. The thorny vines with fangs and claws fell to the ground one after another, and those weird Xia family members still stood upright, but their heads drooped 90 degrees. If you ignore this weird posture, it feels that both the Tal Rose and the Xia family have fallen into a deep sleep. The singing of the Aphrodite rose continued, but the sound became softer, with a beautiful tremolo. Gu Duo frowned slightly. He had always respected everything about her and rarely asked questions. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" To be precise, it is a byproduct of the construction of Taoyuan. She was not lying. It's called Aphrodite Rose. I just wanted to try it. I didn't expect it to be the nemesis of Tal Rose. Gu Duo raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he just said, "What now?" I try to take down the two bones. Through the spiritual world, she could see that the spider web also stopped. And the endless power stopped on the web and stopped moving. She touched it tentatively, and the suction of the spider web disappeared. But she still didn't care. She laid a thick defense around her and walked gently towards Tal Rose. At this moment, all the petals of the huge blue rose were drooping softly, and the body was shaking gently, as if a sleeping person was breathing. Two keels stretched out obliquely from the stamens, as if they would slip out at any time. After watching for a while, she reached out and touched the dragon bone. Fortunately, the system responded immediately. It would be convenient as long as it could be collected. So she immediately took away both dragon bones. In this way, there was only one place marked by the task. The Tal Rose, which had lost its dragon bone, trembled violently, accompanied by the sudden high-pitched singing of Aphrodite Rose. It seems that the dragon bone is really important. Once it is taken away, the beautiful dream brought by the singing can no longer be maintained. But now she no longer needs to maintain hypnosis. She ran quickly to Gu Duo and shouted, "Take me back to Taoyuan." Gu Duo instantly completed the mecha transformation, picked up the person running towards him, and then soared into the sky, flying quickly towards Taoyuan. Behind him, Tal Rose woke up completely, and immediately discovered the fact that the dragon bone was missing. She angrily swung the thorn vines, making a snapping sound, and the ground surged. Those thorn vines seemed to catch up as if there was no length limit. The controlled CF family members also completely gave up pretending to be normal people. They were like ghosts, being carried away by the thin vines that pierced their heads. They all started in the air, and the huge mental power was like a cannonball hitting them. A protective shield floated on the surface of the mecha, and it was shaky after a few seconds. She stuck her head out from the shoulder of the mecha, raised the CT-910 and fired. In such a high-speed chase, her accuracy was not good, but the CT-910 shells could directly tear the space, so it didn't have to hit the target. Anyway, there were invisible spider webs behind, and tearing off a piece would naturally block the infinitely rising mental power for a moment. Both sides were as fast as lightning, and soon, the newly built Taoyuan could be seen from a distance. She immediately turned on the system and began to build ornamental buildings. The feng shui value rose rapidly, and as the level of Taoyuan continued to rise, the area was also expanding. She and Gu Duo passed through the invisible barrier, and the pursuers behind them stopped suddenly, just touching the edge. But this did not mean that they could escape. Lu Jingu smiled lightly, and did not stop expanding the peach garden. The vines of the Tao rose shrank back faster than when they chased them, and soon sank into the ground and disappeared. She did not care, but continued to arrange the feng shui array. No matter how the opponent escaped, as long as the peach garden covered the entire planet, the monster would only end up being evolved. Just when she felt that she had one, the ground suddenly shook violently. Gu Duo hugged her, who almost fell, and his brows suddenly wrinkled into knots. "Earthquake," he said in a deep voice. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. How could there be an earthquake suddenly? The shaking became stronger and stronger, and Gu Duo took her up again. "Let's go back to the spaceship." He obviously noticed something wrong, and took her directly to the hovering spaceship. The ground below made a terrible wail. She looked down and saw huge cracks running through the ground within her sight. Even the giant trees in Taoyuan were shaking. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared one after another, as if the planet was falling apart. The cracks in the ground disturbed the airflow above, and the mecha suddenly shook violently. It was obviously less than 100 meters away from the spaceship, but it was very difficult to get closer. Squeak! Snap! As the harsh sound rang out, the ground below broke into countless pieces, and the flow of air around them became very chaotic. The airflow formed countless vortices. Maybe the previous one was still rotating clockwise, and the next one became counterclockwise. Or it might be clockwise and counterclockwise, left and right. Gu Duo struggled to control the mecha to move forward in the chaotic airflow. But something even more terrible happened. Their spaceship was also shaking with the airflow. Chapter 481, Despair. Although the two were only riding on a small spaceship, it weighed thousands of tons, and the hovering engine was always on. Logically, even if it encountered a storm, the spaceship should not move. However, the spaceship was also affected now. Before Lu Jingu could say anything, she suddenly heard another terrible roar below. Subconsciously turning her eyes, her pupils dilated. She wanted to remind Gu Duo, but the scene she saw was too shocking. For a moment, she seemed to be deprived of language and could not make any sound. This really can't be blamed on her. Anyone who sees a planet falling apart in front of their eyes will have such a feeling. But Gu Duo didn't need her to remind him. After all, the sound behind him was too loud. He turned his head and took a look in his busy schedule. Then the force rushing out from the core of the earth hit them hard. She almost flew out of the arms of the mecha. Gu Duo subconsciously retracted his steel arm. She quickly released her mental power, which avoided the tragic end of having two ribs broken. But now their situation is obviously not good. The power caused by the broken planet is too terrifying. Now, with this planet as the center, a terrible storm has formed. Whether it is a spaceship, a mecha, or a strong spiritual person, there is no power to resist this natural power. She can only shrink in the arms of the mecha desperately to ensure that the two of them will not be separated in this disaster. She has consumed all her energy. The Mad Tao Rose tried to die together, perhaps as the king of this race. Its roots have probably been rooted in every corner of this planet, so it can directly break the earth. But no one knows whether the current situation is in the monster's plan, or it may have set off the beginning of this storm, and it can no longer be controlled. The collapse of the planet is naturally not overnight, but in the long history of the universe, it is only a short moment. But for those who are in it, It seems as difficult as several centuries. The particle storm came first. She knew that this was the most terrible disaster in the universe. Without a doubt. Once encountered, even a space fortress could not resist it. All electronic devices will collapse directly in the particle storm. Gu Duo had to dismantle the mecha immediately. If he was 0.5 seconds later, he might be trapped in the metal shell. Without energy, without oxygen. It was like a metal coffin, and he would be trapped to death. The two hugged each other tightly. In order not to separate, she used all her strength to release a strong mental force to wrap the two of them up, and finally formed a huge golden cocoon. Even so, it only reduced the power of the storm that could easily tear them apart to a strength that could blow them apart at any time, making people feel painful on the surface of the body. She could feel her nails deeply embedded in Gu Duo's back, and at the same time she could feel the pain from her back. And she must have had a wound. But they had no choice. Once they were blown away in such a disaster, it might be the last time they met. The joke of fate continued, but the particle storm had made it difficult for them to resist. The planet whose crust had been completely broken suddenly changed. The energy of the core was exhausted, and the light quickly went out. But a wave that could not be seen by the eyes came from the center of the core. But the particle storm concealed this change. And by the time their mental power sensed it, it was too late to dodge. The terrible suction came, leaving no chance for resistance. The particle storm seemed to have materialized, being pulled by this force, and turned from a ball into a thin strip. They finally escaped from the range of this storm, and fell rapidly towards the invisible hole. Her heart was also falling rapidly. That was a black hole that could swallow everything in the universe. Even though the Alliance's technology had developed so much that it could accurately detect the location of each black hole, it was still powerless to deal with its existence. The only effective means was to monitor it accurately, and then avoid it. But now a new black hole was born directly next to them. This kind of existence, which could be called the big whirlpool in the universe, could not even escape its capture by light. Not to mention that they were just two humans. Unprecedented despair gripped her heart. Any struggle was useless. The only thing she could do now was to release all her mental power and wrap her and Gu Duo tightly. Maybe they could hold on for a few more seconds. Soon, even her mental power began to lose control, caught by the gravity of the black hole, and began to dissipate. The round golden cocoon spread to the center of the black hole and became a long line, with the end connected to their position, like a strange kite, which was being taken back to the ground by invisible hands. She gritted her teeth and reached into her pocket. Peach Blossom Branch. Useless. CT-910 Hand Cannon. Also useless. Mobile Peach Blossom. Useless. Finally she held something. Portable Wormhole Channel. This was an improved model brought back by the caravan not long ago. Only some modifications were made to the energy intake, so she didn't give it to Gonsun Chi for research, but just put it in her pocket. She didn't know if it would be useful, but she could only try it. She took the thing out with difficulty, and just when it was unfolded, the suction of the black hole increased again. They were too close to the cave. The portable wormhole channel flew out as it unfolded. She screamed and stretched out her hand to catch it. Her fingertips brushed past it, but failed to save it, having lost the only thing that might help. She couldn't control the tears that welled up. The back of her head was suddenly grabbed, and she was forced to raise her head. A kiss fell on her lips. It was an eager, passionate kiss full of deep reluctance, but it only lasted for an extreme moment. She suddenly sensed something. Her eyes widened, and the word no came to her lips. However, it was too late. A huge force suddenly pushed her out, in the opposite direction of the black hole. The next second, a silent explosion appeared in front of her. The shock wave of the explosion cut off the attraction from the black hole in a very short moment. But it was enough for her to break free, like a golden meteor breaking out of the shackles. She stopped in the vast universe and looked around blankly. The powerful impact force, the particle storm that was caught by the black hole but not completely dissipated, and perhaps the residual power of the destroyed planet. The several intertwined together, and the balance point was destroyed by the power of Gu Duo's self-explosion. The black hole that had not yet fully formed disappeared completely under this impact. She refused to think about what this meant, and only continued to spread her mental power. If it was not enough, she would directly seize it, completely ignoring the fact that her constantly increasing power was getting closer and closer to the limit allowed by the universe. Chapter 482 You Must Be Safe. It was purely coincidental that Lui came to Taoyuan No. 1 today. After the elves rebuilt their homeland, new elves were finally born. He decided to prepare gifts for the first batch of children. But the traditional crafts and toys of the elves were all available from uncles and aunts of the elves, and he felt that they were not distinctive enough. So he came to Taoyuan No. 1, where all kinds of shops were the most complete, to find a gift that was in line with the aesthetics of the elves and innovative. As one of Lu Jingu's followers, he had enough authority in every Taoyuan and was given enough attention. Therefore, He Ping received the news just after he had been shopping for a while. But if nothing happened, the vice president of Taoyuan Group would not disturb his interest. But he didn't expect that something would really happen today. Lui had just finished looking at a beautiful 3 different embroidery and was amazed at the craftsmanship. Suddenly, he felt a familiar mental fluctuation that was extremely strong and was approaching him quickly. He turned his head curiously and saw He Ping's nervous expression. "Please follow me." Although nervous, He Ping remained sober and did not say anything in public. Lu Yi had already noticed something was wrong and left without saying a word. He Ping took him to the cell of Taoyuan No. 1. After discussion, the new government unanimously agreed that it was most appropriate to lock up the war criminals who provoked the war and killed many innocent people in the cells of Taoyuan. As for which Taoyuan to lock them up in, they felt that No. 1 was the most suitable. The public could see these war criminals, which could also deter those evil people who might be hiding. Therefore, including Joe Black, almost all the war criminals were in the cell of Taoyuan No. 1. They had to undergo labor reform every day, but no one deliberately abused them. But now these prisoners have all fallen to the ground. Their mental strength is rapidly decreasing, and those with weaker strength are already foaming at the mouth, and they are about to die. Lu Ye's face changed drastically. As a member who knows everything, he saw what happened at a glance. He Ping was also an insider, so her face was extremely ugly. Did something happen to Miss Ajin? What should we do now? Block the news. Don't let ordinary people know. Greenleaf did not hesitate. After years of ups and downs in the alliance, he had already become very different from a simple tribesman. He reacted immediately. If such a thing spread, it would have a great impact on Lu Jingu's reputation. Fortunately, the Taoyuan prison cell was magical enough and did not need too many guards. So only a team from the Taoyuan army was sent to stand outside. It was not mealtime, so they found out early, and the situation in the cell would not be spread. He Ping nodded. I have released the news that someone tried to escape from prison, and let the Taoyuan army block this area. Well done. There was a deep green in his eyes, and he operated on the optical brain. The communication between Lu Jingu and Gu Duo was in a state of disconnection, and he quickly contacted other people. The virtual conference room, which had not been used for a long time after the war, was opened again. Everyone came in very quickly. When Li was about to speak, someone came into the conference room, which surprised everyone. Gu Li, who was busy now, also came. He didn't have time to delay, so he nodded to Lui and said first, Adwa may be in trouble. Lui's face was as gloomy as water, and his heart fell straight down. He didn't doubt Gu Li's words at all. He thought that the Gu family must have some means to confirm the safety of the outsiders, and they all knew that the two were together. So Lu Jingu might also be in trouble. Gu Li only said this sentence and looked at Lui. He also immediately explained the situation, and finally said, Miss Ajin said that if the power of the royal family is too strong, it will disintegrate uncontrollably. So she will not absorb the power of those people for no reason. Something must have happened, and she had to do it. The last place where they sent the signal is in the contaminated area. Gong Sun Chi quickly controlled the optical brain. The specific coordinates are here. Are you sure? Yes. This is not the signal of their optical brain, but the signal of a previous experimental sample. There are only 2 such samples in the universe. One in my laboratory, and one in their hands. We will go there immediately. It only took a few minutes for them to confirm the participants. Greenleaf is needless to say. He is the first follower. The remaining Wanchiya, Zaire, and Mud Crocodile are all followers, and they have no choice but to follow. However, no one expected that Gong Sun Chi also rushed over immediately, bringing a robot carrying a large box. The things inside may be helpful. He only explained this, and the others did not ask more questions. Everyone knew that Gong Sun Chi's IQ was off the charts, and it was naturally a good thing that he was willing to follow. Greenleaf planned to go to planet 7132 first, because only there was the airport closest to the contaminated area. But Gonsunchi said no. They could just go directly into the contaminated area. Everyone was confused, but they still chose to believe him. They appeared in a paradise closest to that coordinate, but it was called closest. In fact, if the spacecraft went at full speed, it would still take several days to get there, and it was even more impossible to get there directly by manpower. What should we do now? Everyone looked at Gonsunchi. Then, they saw him quickly open the metal box, take out a bunch of parts from it, and then assemble something like many tree branches with great speed. He called the old housekeeper, who was obviously prepared, and answered immediately. Let's start. Gonsunchi said only 3 words. 10 seconds later, the tree branch began to glow, and countless beams of light shot up into the sky, reflecting a large spot of light in the extremely distant sky. After a few seconds, the black shadow gradually gathered in the light spot, and everyone saw that it was a spaceship. About 5 minutes later, a spaceship called the Shadow, which was known for its speed, appeared above everyone's heads. Gonsunchi briefly introduced. The newly developed wormhole transmission technology can only safely transmit inanimate objects for the time being. Whatever it is, it greatly saves their time. Soon everyone was transferred to the spaceship, and after entering the coordinates, the Shadow was immediately started. And in this process, they never gave up contacting the 2 people. However, the result was not optimistic. The optical brain communication of the 2 people changed from temporarily unable to connect to the optical brain does not exist. Please check and try again. There is only one possibility for such a response: that their optical brain is damaged, and it is irreparable. Greenleaf finally stopped making calls and looked at the planets passing by quickly outside. Everyone prayed in secret, "You must be safe." Chapter 483 Slim Hope. No. Why can't I find him? Lu Jingu floated in the universe, and his mental power expanded again and again. Almost half of the contaminated area was swept through, but he still couldn't find the existence of that person. The system alarm sounded frantically, but she ignored it until a gentle force appeared in her mind, and she finally calmed down a little. System prompt: overactive mental power detected. After several times in a row, it became self-defense mechanism activated. She suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw and frantically called the system in her mind. "You must have a way to find Guduo." "Right. Where did he go? Help me. Help me. Help me." Taoyuan's system was silent. She went from full of hope to despair, and couldn't help crying. When Lu Yi and others finally arrived at the coordinates, they saw a golden cocoon floating in the universe. In the misty golden light, she floated there absent-mindedly, without any reaction to their arrival. But everyone was relieved. No matter what, it was good to be alive. Back in the cabin, she remained silent. Vi and the others vaguely guessed that something was wrong. They exchanged glances with each other, but no one knew what to say. Only Gonsunchi spoke directly. "What happened to you? Where is Guduo?" Bending her knees slowly, she buried her face in her arms and whispered, "He blew himself up to save me." Everyone's face changed. Even Gonsunchi's expression was distorted for a moment. But soon he shook his head. "Are you saying that Guduo is dead? I think he may not be." She raised her head and stared at the other person with burning eyes, and her desire was very obvious. "Did you open the portable wormhole channel before?" I took it out, but I didn't have time to use it. But I caught the signal of the channel opening, and that's why we can find your location." "What?" She stood up suddenly. "You mean, a duo might have entered the channel? I think there is this possibility." She walked around excitedly, and her reason told her that this possibility was very low. After all, Guduo chose to self-destruct. At the moment of detonating his mental power, his body was the first to be impacted. Even if the wormhole channel was opened, it might not help him escape. But emotionally, she refused to think about this possibility, and it only took a moment for her to believe Gonsunchi's speculation. "Yes, he must have entered the channel. Can you locate the destination of the channel? We have to go and find him quickly." As if a drowning person grabbed a straw, she held Gonsunchi's hand tightly, and a surprising light flashed in her eyes. The latter pursed his lips and nodded. "I try my best." Although she said so, she did not put all her hopes on Gonsunchi alone. The other party provided her with a possibility, which seemed to inject new vitality into her. In any case, before confirming the situation at the other end of the fleeting wormhole channel, she would not believe that Gu Duo had died. When she thought that Gu Duo might be lying at the other end of the channel with injuries all over his body, she felt anxious. She could only think of two ways now. One required Gong Sun Chi to come up with the result, and she would go through the wormhole directly to find Gu Duo. The other was to find a way to bring him back directly. How could this be done? A name emerged in her mind. After taking a look at the system task, she said in a hoarse voice, "I have something else to do. You go back first, and notify me as soon as you have any news." Everyone never thought that she would leave, and they all persuaded her at once. But she was very determined, and no one could persuade her. If there was any benefit from this incident, it was that she discovered that after her ability was close to the ceiling of this world, she was already a non-human existence. As long as she had enough mental power, she could survive in the environment of the universe without the help of any equipment. This gave her some associations, and she felt that mental power might have more uses that could be developed. After leaving the spaceship, she tried it in front of everyone. She was not proficient at first, but soon, she felt free to do whatever she wanted. The power wrapped outside her body could be exerted in any direction at will, and then pushed her forward continuously. She felt the consumption, and it was not very large. In other words, as long as she brought supplies and had a certain plan, she could fly freely in the universe. So she landed on the nearest planet, built a new paradise directly, and then set up a post station. She replenished her supplies, and then ran away regardless of other people's dissuasion. Now she just wanted to complete the dragon mission quickly. Let this magical race return, and maybe bring Gu Duo back directly. The journey was undoubtedly lonely, but she was unaware of it. In addition to checking the task instructions and checking the direction, her mind was full of hurry up. As time went by, she became more and more proficient in using this power, and she was completely unaware of it. However, if another person could see her at this moment, they would definitely not recognize that this was the famous Miss Ajin. She looked completely like a ball of light, and both her speed and image had broken through the inherent characteristics of humans. When she landed at the last mission location, the golden light suddenly shrank, and then Lu Jingu walked out of it intact. She was unaware of all these changes, and was only relieved that she had finally reached her destination. This time there was no Gu Duo to help, but she was no longer the same as before. With the abundant power at her fingertips, she easily penetrated the entire planet, and found the dragon bone buried deep underground in the blink of an eye. This dragon bone was also guarded by a strange black beast. But she didn't care. Her mental power turned into a golden big hand and grabbed it hard. There was a roar from the ground, and the dragon bone and the black beast were forcibly dragged out of the ground and fell in front of her. The black beast just bared its teeth at her, and was crushed by the unmatched force. As usual, a contaminated seed was left behind, which she threw into the mobile Taoyuan, and it was purified a moment later. She also collected the dragon bone as soon as possible, and the prompt of task completion sounded. And then the interface of the Taoyuan system automatically popped up. In the hologram of the giant tree, a huge dragon skeleton lay quietly at the root of the tree. She could feel that all the purification power of Taoyuan was concentrating here, covering the dragon bone, desperately purifying the toxins contained in it. At the same time, with a drip, the altar was cooled down early. There are 3 conditions for Taoyuan to be upgraded to level 8. 100 vertical and horizontal network nodes have been achieved. The progress of the revival of the inheritance of Chinese civilization is still 1%, and the number of sacrifices is also 1. But now that the altar has cooled down early, she can complete this time. Chapter 484 Progress Bar 100%. Looking at the dragon bones that slowly turned white from the dragon horns to the dragon tail, Lu Jingu understood what the system wanted her to do. The purification of the dragon bones was very difficult, and there would even be repetitions. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had built enough paradises and stored enough feng shui values. This difficult purification lasted for 9 days and 9 nights, and finally only a trace of black remained on the dragon bones. She couldn't help but get a little excited, staring at the gain between the power of purification and the black, and she only wished she could turn into an incarnation to help. Finally, with a slight puff sound, the black turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared, and the entire dragon bone became as white as jade. The lustrous luster flowed on the bones, and she was a little dazed at a glance. It seemed that she could see a dragon circling upwards and straight into the sky. But in the blink of an eye, there was still only a skeleton in front of her. But she had a hunch that things would change soon. Taking a deep breath, she opened the altar, and then thought silently, put the dragon skeleton on the altar. The next second, a dragon skeleton appeared on the altar. After a short silence, the purple light almost engulfed everything. This time the light lasted for a particularly long time, and she was anxious waiting. And a large group of light turned into purple stars and dissipated. There were still 3 items on the altar. She was a little disappointed that it didn't appear directly as a living dragon. After a long time, she checked the 3 things one by one. It turned out that these were 3 matching items. From left to right, dragon bowl, dragon scale, dragon egg. The 3 inheritances only correspond to one miracle building, the real dragon wall. At the same time, the dragon clan's mission was also updated. 10,000 years of agreement. Progress 33%. Build the real dragon wall. Mission time limit, 47 years. Even if there was no mission urging, she would do it immediately. This miracle building has another limitation, which is also the first time she has seen it. Its construction location must be in the 3 mountain dragon veins. Fortunately, the 3 mountains dragon veins had been built in the Dragon Clan's secret treasure gift pack. So she built Taoyuan on the spot, and then returned to Taoyuan on Earth. At the same time, an emergency construction task was issued, and He Ping immediately organized a construction team to come over. And she also ran over. Seeing that she was safe and sound, the other party finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jinggu had not intervened in various construction works in Taoyuan for a long time, including miracle buildings, and it was not entirely dependent on mental power, except for the first few places where she supervised. The later miracle buildings were all done by the engineering team, but this time she was too anxious, so she simply stayed, and she did everything that required mental power. In this way, the construction of the true dragon wall became very fast. It was originally expected to be completed in at least half a year, but now it was completed in just 1 month. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were 9,981 dragons with different expressions and images to be carved and painted on this true dragon wall, it would not take a month. After the last dragon scale was painted, the system prompt sounded as expected, ding dong. The 10,000-year appointment. The progress is 66%. The dragon needs to be painted. Please obtain the dragon eye through trading. The task time limit is 47 years. This is the first time that trading is clearly mentioned in the task released by the Taoyuan system. Dragon eye. She is very sure that there is no such thing in the alliance. Thinking of the trading house, she left and issued a task to all caravans, purchase dragon eyes, and directly set it as the highest level task, and spent a lot of money to remotely pass this task to all caravans outside. In this way, they don't have to wait to come back, and they can start the task on the way. But she was not very optimistic. If the dragon eye is an item that can be purchased casually, it should have appeared on the trade list long ago. But in fact, the caravan has never brought back similar goods, and there is no relevant news. So it is very likely that the dragon eye belongs to hidden type. Just like the copper tree, it must first sell the rare goods that the other party needs very much before it can be brushed out. With the idea of not missing any possibility, she carefully looked through all the caravan messages in the background. Throwing aside some really impossible goods, she began to contact people she knew. Some of the items were not allowed to be circulated among the people. But when they heard that she thought Guduo might be trapped and was trying to save him, all parties sent her what she wanted without hesitation. She put these things into the warehouse of the trading house one by one, marked them with the trading object, and then she could only wait. Surprisingly, the dried tall rose petals, vines and seeds that were previously collected casually and planned to be destroyed at an opportunity actually had a place to go. It was the trading object that provided the copper tree. The trade demand this time was very vague, only indicating rare animals and plants, complete individuals or parts, both dead and alive. So she left behind a purified tall rose seed and an Aphrodite rose seed, and set the others as commodities to be traded with the other party. The next step was to wait. For the first time, people who had always been very satisfied with the trading house complained, why is there no Krypton gold acceleration function? However, the Taoyuan system was silent, and obviously did not want to pay attention to her complaint. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. She checked the trading house every day. But unfortunately, there was no progress. On the contrary, the progress of the revival of the inheritance of Chinese civilization finally reached 100%. She had long thought that after this progress was completed, there would be generous rewards. But when she really got the rewards, she was still surprised. This was too generous. Rewards for the revival of Chinese mythology civilization, buildings, Huaxia History Museum, a set of animal and plant activatable gene banks Xinzhou version, and a miracle building ancestral temple, detecting dragon-related tasks. Get a special reward of Dragon Chief Protection. Taoyuan System Level +1. When the progress of the Chinese civilization recovery reached 100%, Taoyuan had successfully upgraded to level 8. And now the rewards have been increased, which means that the Taoyuan system is now level 9. Then another series of system prompts popped up. Taoyuan system has reached the maximum level. Do you want to start the special task? Taoyuan tracking? Yes or no? She stared at the words Taoyuan tracking. Even though most of the attention is not in this area now, it still aroused her curiosity. So she chose yes. Taoyuan tracking. Where to find the Taoyuan in the past? Go to the mountains and seas. She was confused for a while. This task has no goal or explanation. Just a vague sentence. Does it have to be deciphered first? After reading for a while, she temporarily put down this task and continued to study the tasks related to the Dragon Clan. There are 3 Dragon Clan challenge tasks. And the third task has also opened a new stage at this time, the Journey of Root Search to the Land of Memories. Chapter 485 Blessed Land. Fortunately, this mission gave instructions. Lu Jingdu entered the coordinates into the star map and was surprised to find that the destination was actually on Earth. What else can I say? Of course, I will go directly there. When I arrived on Earth, the mission instructions also changed. From a coordinate to a map. A certain position on the map was flashing, obviously guiding her there. As early as when she rebuilt the Earth, she had tried her best to make the landforms here close to her memory because of her selfishness. So when she saw the target location, she recognized the familiar place at a glance. The capital of the flower-growing family. There are no buildings here now. To the north is the Nuwa Temple, and to the west is the tomb of the first emperor. She suddenly felt strange. Although she tried her best to make the terrain here look like the Earth in her memory, she did not deliberately make the appearance of many countries on Earth. After all, this will be a cradle of resurrected civilization, and it is no longer a small planet where so many countries coexist. But she didn't realize it before, and she unconsciously left a blank area where the capital was when planning. Neither the miracle buildings nor the various buildings in Taoyuan were built here. If you look down from the sky, this place is surrounded by various gorgeous and magical buildings and tall plants, as if it is a secret place waiting to be discovered. There are too many places worth visiting in Taoyuan on Earth, so the scenery of plants alone is no longer attractive enough. So when she approached, she suddenly felt like walking in a primeval forest. However, after a moment, she suddenly noticed something and paused slightly. She took a few steps back and then stepped forward. Sure enough, she had just passed through some invisible barrier. Although the scenery did not change, and the air flow did not fluctuate, the mental power could detect subtle differences. No wonder she unconsciously avoided this space when planning. And now she knew the reason. This space is wrapped in invisible Qi, which has its own unique features. She suddenly remembered a document she had read before, but she only had a rough understanding at the time. And now she can't remember it clearly. However, after Taoyuan Library and the Capital Planet Archives were superimposed, the original collections of the Alliance had been registered in Taoyuan Library. She could directly call and browse in the system. And now she could directly find the document and look at it. This is a very rare document in the Alliance today, which records the history of the past. However, it was not recorded from the glorious period of Earth civilization, but from shortly after the invasion of Earth by Huan. Soon she found what she was looking for. All countries fell into chaos. The invasion of that terrible creature had almost no flaws. Many important people changed their minds without knowing it. Their influence was amazing, which made it easier for the invaders to radiate to more people. But perhaps God has not given up on us. People soon discovered that there are several blessed places in the world. The capital of the Flower Country, Ford County, the Mediterranean Sea in Central Asia. These places are almost inaccessible to invaders. Even if they approach these places with assimilated bodies, the assimilation power will be infinitely weakened. Scientists cannot explain this phenomenon. But there is no doubt that these places will become the hope of the earth. After reading this record carefully, she touched her chin, and a guess arose in her heart. Of course, she was familiar with these place names. Similarly, she was also familiar with the Taoyuan system. So she quickly noticed the connection between the two. In various legends of Earth civilization, these recorded places have legends, or records, that can represent a certain civilization. The capital of the Flower Country, of course, represents the system of descendants of Yin and Huang, descendants of the dragon. She didn't know if the two were related. But from now on, there was a strong possibility of a connection. She even vaguely guessed that the reason why she could activate the challenge mission of this race without actually seeing the dragon race was probably because she chose to revive the Chinese mythological civilization. If she had chosen another civilization, the object of the challenge mission would probably have changed. However, this guess could not be verified in the short term. After pressing down countless guesses and doubts, she looked at the task panel. She had already arrived at the land of memories. What should she do next? But she heard a dragon roar. All the leaves rustled. And suddenly the eyes darkened. She didn't feel any threat. So she didn't resist and waited calmly. The change in light and darkness was only in an instant. And in the blink of an eye she saw the endless forest again. This time it was really a primeval forest. A fern plant was several people tall. And the huge and thick leaves stretched above her head. She raised her eyes curiously. But as soon as she moved, her sight went vertically upwards, straight into the sky. Then she floated from the ground into the sky. And at a glance, she saw a group of primitive people hunting. This scene looks familiar. She blinked in confusion, and suddenly remembered to look down at her current appearance. Then she saw a slender body with golden light. She turned into a dragon again. She remembered why the scene looked familiar. In the struggle with the power of illusion, she took the initiative to change into the form of a dragon. It was also above the earth. And she also saw a group of primitive people. She adapted well to this new body, and found that she should be invisible in the eyes of the primitive people at this moment. A thought that did not belong to her rose in her mind. And she still did not feel any malice. So she let it go again, and did not resist. Then she felt curious. Curious about the busy little creatures below. She circled in the sky, followed the group of primitive people, and observed their lives. She could feel that this thought that existed at the same time as her was really just curiosity at the beginning. And there was no emotion other than that. The life of primitive people was so hard. They needed to make great efforts to survive. Sometimes they had to abandon some of their old and weak tribesmen for various reasons. Or a sudden natural disaster could destroy a tribe. And all this was just a drop in the ocean in the eyes of the dragon with a long life and powerful strength. The death and birth of life could not cause it to fluctuate at all. Lu Jinggu often felt sympathy. But although she could control her body to fly, she could not use any strength. Or, she just felt that she was controlling this dragon body. But in fact, she was just synchronizing with the real master. In short, she was forced to be a bystander and witness the vicissitudes of the earth in ancient times. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. And the first gathering place, the tribe, finally appeared on the earth. Chapter 486, 10,000 Years Covenant. The primitive people who had developed to a certain extent began to have their own totems and beliefs. They worshipped wind, rain, thunder, lightning, the sun and the moon, fire and ice. Lu Jinggu felt a very special power, which was a huge and pious power of faith. And this power finally moved the dragon. It showed its body for the first time in front of a tribe that had been paying attention for a long time. Unlike when she showed her body in the spiritual world and helped the tribe get rid of danger. This dragon really just showed its body. But it was enough to shock the whole tribe. This elegant and magical creature was immediately classified as a god. So soon, the shape of a dragon appeared on the totem of this tribe. As time went by, the dragon showed its true body from time to time, constantly strengthening the tribe's worship of itself. But in the blink of an eye, the human world has undergone tremendous changes. The Central Plains was in a war, with smoke everywhere, and more capable people appeared. And human life became more and more colorful. The dragon became more interested in humans, and began to bring down some miracles, and even left some offspring. She was forced to experience the process of the dragon choosing a partner, and thought of the famous saying, "The dragon gave birth to 9 sons. Each one is different." Well, I really can't tell that you have the same father. In short, the tribe blessed by the dragon stood out, and became the winner of the war. The descendants of Yin and Huang. The descendants of the dragon. This self-proclaimed name has been passed down. Another period of time has changed. And the Central Plains has completed the great unification. The true Dragon Emperor was enthroned on Mount Tai, swore to the sky, and inherited the great unification. At this time, the dragon, who had been observing for many years, sensed the call of the tribe, and was about to leave here. But the human offerings over the years have given it enough power of faith. The dragon race is the most powerful and mysterious race in the universe. And after gaining the power of faith, it is even more beyond the heaven and earth. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the strongest race in the universe. At this time, it planned to leave, but it did not completely abandon its former believers. That was the last time the entire Shinjo saw a real dragon. The son of the emperor's creation, the great first emperor, heard the promise of the dragon in person. From then on, the land of China will be forever blessed by the dragon's spirit, and there will be a turning point in the catastrophe of life and death. A drop of dragon blood fell from the sky and turned into a powerful rain. From then on, the land of China was completely different from other places. When the dragon left, the people who had been sharing the body with it had an indescribable feeling. It was like the weird and inexplicably comfortable tearing feeling when the skin was separated from the leather sofa in summer. Lu Jinggu left the dragon's body, and soon felt that his body became heavy, and could no longer fly in the air as he wished. She kept sinking, and her eyes fell into darkness again. It was as if she squeezed into a long and narrow corridor. When she finally saw the light again, she found that she had turned into a baby. She grew up step by step, and was engaged at the age of 14. However, before she got married, the war broke out. The village where she lived was hit by the war, and she and her family died under the sword. Then, there was a short darkness again, and she woke up from her mother's arms again. Time and time again, she experienced different lives. There were ordinary people who worried about rice, and there were high officials fighting in the temple. She sat on the high throne and rode in a bumpy and broken donkey cart. If it weren't for her strong mental power, such countless lives would have confused her memory, and she might have become a madman. In her life after life, she experienced the changes of China for thousands of years, and even lived the life of Lu Jinggu as a folk master again. Then time finally came to that node. The node where the illusion invaded the earth. This time, she was a researcher of time theory in the flower-growing family. The invasion of alien races instantly made her life a mess. A colleague who was on a business trip had changed his core when he came back and began to secretly invade more people. At that time, her research on time branches had reached a very critical time. In this life, she was a firm supporter of the multidimensional theory of time. And fortunately, she did capture the signal of another time node. Therefore, she was ambitious and determined to prove that her theory was correct. She even did not hesitate to conduct experiments in person to prove safety, just to get evidence that could convince others. When she was lying on the machine, Juan suddenly got angry. Perhaps it was this wonderful node that made things interesting. Juan's assimilation seemed to be successful, but it seemed not to be completely successful. They became a strange symbiotic state, and this mental power that should not be possessed by humans, in turn helped her experiment. She successfully connected to the flower-growing family in another time node, another self. But the development trajectory of that world is completely different from her world. It is a world of cultivating immortals. This success made her very excited. But the coordinates of time are so ethereal that she can successfully connect. But she cannot stabilize the coordinates in the long river of time. The next time she connected, the other side of the world became a strange magic world. Monster world, doomsday world, mecha world. She saw too many different worlds, and finally hit a completely dead world. When connected, she happened to be the last survivor in that world. But the other party was also dying. They only had time to say a few words before she was ejected. But in just a few minutes, the complete silence and nothingness still made her unforgettable. Just at this time, the invasion of illusions finally caused a catastrophe. Only then did humans realize that their family, friends, colleagues, and even enemies around them might have changed their course. The Earth has been occupied by invaders for most of the time without knowing it. And all this is so similar to the experience of that dead world. She may be the first and only one who knows what the outcome will be if things continue like this. She is also the only one who knows how to break the impasse. So she did it. Mount Tai Feng Chan Terrace. The 10,000-year covenant between the dragon and the believers. She used her mental power to smash the dragon wall that had been sleeping for 10,000 years, released the phantom of the dragon clan, and attracted other races who were chasing the phantom. A great war destroyed the Earth, but the people on Earth were able to truly rush to the Sea of Stars. The alliance was established. The dragon clan disappeared, and humans became the overlords of the universe. The light and shadow changed, and Lu Jingu found herself back in the paradise on Earth. A long adventure. She witnessed everything. A phantom slowly circled by her hand. It was the dragon energy she released. A chanting sound came from afar. That was the direction of the real dragon wall. But she saw the dragon shadow flying high. Something on the ground was steaming up. And a moment later, the phantom turned into a ball of light and fell into her palm. Chapter 487 Good News and Bad News. Suddenly, there was a round bead in her hand, which was translucent and seemed to have clouds and mist flowing inside. Lu Jingu gently held her fingers and felt a warmth rising in her palm. And there seemed to be the sound of wind and dragon roar in her ears. She suddenly realized that this was a dragon bead. She called up the system and saw that the challenge mission of the Dragon Clan had been completed unknowingly. Now there was only news about the Dragon Eye. At the same time, she also had a vague guess as to why she was lucky enough to become the owner of the Taiyuan system. The optical brain suddenly flashed, and after connecting, it was found that it was Gong Sun Chi, who brought a good news and a bad news. The good news was that after difficult calculations, it was determined that the portable wormhole channel was indeed activated at the moment when Guduo exploded. The instrument has been improved to automatically absorb energy within a certain range for emergency activation. And the last thing you lacked around you at that time was various energies. Gong Sun Chi said confidently, whether it is a black hole, a particle storm, or the power of self-explosion, it is enough to activate it. And I have captured the residual energy of the channel and am analyzing it. Maybe I can simulate and construct the channel soon. Will we know where Guduo went after simulating it? She asked hurriedly. An 80% probability. It was already very high. But she still felt it was not enough. If Guduo was really trapped behind a certain channel, she hoped that the probability of finding him was 100%. But she also knew that this matter could not be forced. It was already amazing that Gong Sun Chi could do this. If it weren't for him, they might all think that Guduo must have died and would not try to find him. She pursed her lips and asked, what about the bad news? There are too many possibilities for the wormhole channel. I just got a new experimental conclusion recently. The speed of time on both sides of the wormhole may be completely different. And the difference may even be 100 times. He hesitated and didn't say anything. But his meaning was clear enough. She bit her lips tightly, and her heart tightened when she thought that the speed of time on the other side might be much faster. This is just a possibility. Don't worry too much. Gong Sun Chi comforted dryly. I know. She forced a smile and shook her head. Anyway, please continue. I will work hard on my side. I know. Gong Sun Chi's eyes slid across her blackened lower eyelids. But in the end, he still said nothing. Then hang up first. Nodding. The light screen went out again. She stood there in a daze for a while, and suddenly patted her cheek hard. And then she regained her spirits and started to get busy again. No matter what the end is, she will do her best. Now Taiyuan Group has become a presence that can shake the alliance 3 times with just one stomp of its feet. Even the slowest people have now realized that although Taiyuan Group seems to have several top wealthy families as shareholders, Lu Jingu, a name without a family behind it, seems to be weak. But in fact, she is the real soul. So when she said she needed something called Dragon Eye, many people took action. This is the head of Taiyuan Group. Not to mention how much money can be exchanged for the Dragon Eye. Even if it is just a favor, it is extremely precious. For a while, Taiyuan Group's mailbox was almost overwhelmed, and countless people were asking for the details of the Dragon Eye. But she didn't have more details, and could only say that as long as everyone thought it was the Dragon Eye, she would have a way to identify it after bringing it to them. Then He Ping's workload suddenly increased by more than 10 times. After all, there is no shortage of people trying to fish in troubled waters everywhere. And there are always people who want to try those inexplicable things. She was very sorry. But apart from spreading the net like this, she couldn't think of a better way for the time being. So she could only say that everyone's salary and bonus this year would all be doubled as an apology. In the end, the news about Long Jing still appeared in the trading house. The caravan brought back a letter from that world that seemed to be cultivating immortals. The seeds and petals of the 2 roses she provided greatly improved her favorability. But unfortunately, Long Jing was also a very precious item over there. So she had to wait if she wanted it. Some regrets still needed to be weighted. But she felt that as long as there was news, it would be good. She could only suppress her temper. But every time the caravan came back, she became the one who cared the most. However, after a few months, the caravan had run several times, but still did not bring back Long Jing. Gong Sun Chi's research had made a major breakthrough. He could finally artificially construct a relatively stable wormhole channel. And he could do some debugging within a certain range to stabilize the coordinates on the other side of the wormhole in a range. Moreover, for living things, the safety of traveling through wormholes has been greatly improved. He has tested it with animals of various sizes, and all of them completed the round-trip experiments intact. Next, he planned to conduct human experiments. As for the experimental subjects, he would choose them from the prison. She had no objection to this. If Gong Sun Chi had not firmly refused, she would have wanted to participate in the experiment herself. Not long after Gong Sun Chi made a breakthrough, the trading house suddenly issued a reminder. Please note that the caravan brought back extremely precious goods. Please receive them in person. She immediately became excited, and her intuition told her that this commodity was the dragon eye. She immediately went to the trading house, and there was indeed a square object in the warehouse, like a huge ice block. There was also a line of warning next to it, asking her to read the instructions clearly before taking the things out. She didn't dare to be careless about it because it was related to Guduo. So she opened the instructions and read them carefully. This was the most terrifying instruction manual she had ever seen, with red warnings everywhere. She did guess correctly that this was the dragon eye, but the danger was far beyond her expectations. According to this description, the dragon eye is a super high energy aggregate. Just a few years ago, during the alliance period, it was still extremely dangerous to the trading partner. Once you get close to it, you will only die. A few years ago, they discovered another substance that could isolate the energy of the dragon eye in a short period of time, which changed things slightly. Because the dragon eye was too overbearing, they would not use it as a commodity. However, since she often provided special and useful commodities, and these commodities were quite dangerous, after evaluation, they believed that she was capable of dealing with possible dangers. So they traded a dragon eye as she wished. Then, they also attached the method of opening the dragon eye container, as well as the possible situations and coping methods after the dragon eye energy was released. After memorizing all these contents one by one, she looked at the ice-like container. This was the special substance that the other party said, which could isolate the power of the dragon eye for 36 hours. There were still 12 hours left. But if necessary, the box could be opened earlier. Chapter 488. The passage is open. According to the task requirements, she moved the box containing the dragon's eyes to the side of the miracle building, the true dragon wall. For the sake of safety, the Earth Paradise cleared the area, and then she began to open the box according to the instructions. The mental power seemed to be a nimble finger, unlocking all the hidden mechanisms on the box. And then the hard ice turned into a soft ribbon, hanging down in circles. The strong energy fluctuations spread out, and she also released her mental power at the same time, wrapping the power of the dragon's eyes layer by layer. Finally, the outer box was completely melted, revealing a pair of dragon eyes inside. It turned out that these dragon eyes appeared in pairs. The other party called them male eyes and female eyes. The two were completely inseparable. Once they were separated by more than 50 meters, they would cause a violent explosion. Looking closely at this pair of dragon eyes, they were all shining like mercury pills, and there seemed to be a vertical pupil in them. No matter where you stand, you can feel that the vertical pupil is looking at you. The energy of the dragon's eyes is indeed very terrifying. With her mental power, she quickly felt the pressure. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the task of the Taiyuan system and the true dragon wall responded together. Ding! The existence of the dragon eyes was detected, and the task was completed. At the same time, the soaring dragon sculpture in the middle of the true dragon wall suddenly generated a suction force, and the pair of dragon eyes flew towards the dragon shadow and landed in the eye sockets. This picture reminds people of the word finishing touches. After a few breaths, a long dragon roar sounded, and the true dragon wall made a crackling sound. as if it was about to crack on the spot. Then 1, 2, 3. 81 dragon shadows broke through the wall and rushed straight into the sky. She looked at this scene in shock, but soon found something wrong. Except for the golden dragon in the middle. The other dragons were already phantoms. They were extremely flexible, but they were definitely not entities. The dragons flew happily for a while, and the other dragon shadows returned to the real dragon wall, while the only real golden dragon slowly landed on the Fengshan terrace. Its body could be enlarged or reduced at will. At this time, it was so small that the dragon head was only the size of a Siberian tiger, and it looked into her eyes. She was slightly startled, and suddenly thought of the scene she saw when she turned into a dragon. But at that time, she and the dragon on the Fengshan terrace shared one body, looking at the emperor through beautiful dragon eyes. "Human, tell me your wish." The voice of the golden dragon sounded directly in her mind. She blinked and blurted out without thinking, "I want to find someone." When Gongsun Shi received the news and rushed over with the instrument, he was still confused, knowing that he saw the lazy golden dragon lying on the Fengshan terrace. The person who was always proud of his calmness almost dropped the precious instrument in his hand. Lu Jingdu released his mental power in time to catch those things, and was also scared out of his wits. This is a dragon." Gongsun Shi stuttered for once, and then his eyes under the glasses shone brightly, and it seemed that he wanted to touch the golden dragon directly. But the proud dragon clan would certainly not allow this to happen. The golden dragon soared into the air, and left the claws that might be stretched out in time, until she explained and learned that the golden dragon could help stabilize the coordinates on the other side of the wormhole channel. Gongsun Shi calmed down. In fact, she hoped that the golden dragon could bring Guduo back directly. But unfortunately, this request was rejected. All creatures must abide by the laws of the world. Even the dragon clan has various restrictions. So unfortunately, I can't bring any living creatures back directly from the other end of the channel. I can only help you confirm the coordinates of the wormhole channel that was opened for the last time. As for whether the person you are looking for is there, dead or alive, you can only find it by yourself. After getting this explanation, she was a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted her mentality. In any case, it is better to have hope than to do nothing. So there was the scene of Gongsun Shi coming over. There was no way. The golden dragon said that it had not fully recovered yet, so it was best not to leave the true dragon wall too far. Moreover, this was once the land of China blessed by dragon energy, which was more conducive to its recovery than other places, and it did not want to leave. So they had to accommodate it, and build the wormhole channel nearby. She could not help Gongsun Shi with the operation, so she could only run to pack her luggage. After all, she might have to take the initiative to travel to another world, so she had to make some preparations. She specially exchanged some gold and silver, and picked a few kinds of jewelry to put in her backpack, so as not to be unable to move without money. She also brought a large bag of food that was easy to store to avoid starving to death when she went there. She even brought several styles of clothes to ensure that no matter what era the other side was, she would not cause trouble because of her strange clothes. After making these preparations, the wormhole channel finally stabilized. Gongsun Shi checked the instrument, and the fixed coordinates of the golden dragon were indeed in that range. So it seemed that there was no problem at the moment. He wanted to go with them, but he was worried about whoever was responsible for watching the instrument. After all, if he was not careful, there might be another person trapped on the other side. So he had to keep an eye on it at all times. And he had to give up the trip with regret. LVE and others came after hearing the news, and the idea of following them was also rejected. Her reason was also very sufficient. "You are my followers. I don't know how long this trip will take. If there is anything that needs to be dealt with in Taiyuan, it will depend on you guys." This is indeed reasonable. But they also have their own opinions. Then just leave some of them, and the others can still go with you. No need. But she still refused. In her opinion, she had to find Guduo anyway, at least to find a definite answer. This was out of her personal feelings, and this matter was naturally a private matter, and she shouldn't drag other people into possible dangers. In the end, no one could convince her, and they could only watch her turn into a ball of golden light and rush into the passage. The feeling of traveling through the wormhole passage was very wonderful. She could feel an invisible force preventing her from moving forward. This was probably what Jean Long said about the law of the world. But the existence of wormholes weakened this barrier. As long as there is enough power, one can force through it. In this magical passage, the passage of time became meaningless. She felt as if a long time had passed. And it seemed that in just a blink of an eye, a completely different scenery appeared in front of her. That meant the exit. She was excited and urged her mental power to rush out. As if she had broken through some kind of extremely resilient bubble. She seemed to hear a pop sound. And the airflow surrounding her had changed fundamentally. Fresh air with a little water vapor rushed into her nose. She stabilized her body and looked around. There was an ancient town not far away. And she appeared in the sky outside the town. I don't know what day it is today. There are many people queuing to enter the town. So her sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Facing those shocked eyes, her heart skipped a beat. It seems too cool. Chapter 489 Immortal Lu. Half an hour later, Lu Jingyu sat in the Jinsho mansion. In front of a group of cautious people. She was quite helpless. She had tried her best to make various preparations. But who would have thought that the wormhole channel would appear directly in a prosperous place? Which was fine. But it was in the sky. As a result, many people saw, there are immortals in the sky. And they knelt down in front of her. And immediately alarmed the managers of this place. It would have been convenient to run. But she suddenly remembered that Jinlong said that if Guduo really fell here, the coordinates of the two channels would not be too far apart. Basically only 50 to 100 steps. Then it is very likely that Guduo had fallen here before. So instead of looking aimlessly, it is better to borrow the energy of the local snake. So she endured the goosebumps all over her body. Accepted the worship of these people. And when the Jinsho issued an invitation, she came here. So there is this scene now. The name of a deity can save a lot of trouble. For example, she is an undocumented person. So even if she feels uncomfortable, she still keeps an indifferent look and listens to their chatter. Most of them are flattering and testing. And there are also a few who are eager to make a wish. She ignored them all, but her mental power has silently scanned the surroundings. First, she can check if there is any danger. And second, in the mental world, everyone's emotions will be more prominent. People who are full of desires and malice will have a darker color in the mental world. So she quickly locked on to a person. Mingjiang Town Guardian. Fan Rumo. Among the people in front of him, the light representing him is the lightest. Which means that this person has the least desire and basically has no malice towards her. She slowly said, Shou Fang, I want to talk to you in private. After a large group of people left, she stated her purpose. I came here to find someone. I will not interfere with anything in Mingjiang Town. You can rest assured. Shou Fang. Fan Rumo looked at her obscurely, as if judging the truth of her words. He didn't know that the difference in mental power between the two sides was too big. Unless she deliberately vented her emotions, he would not be able to see anything. This situation fell into Fan Rumo's eyes, and it confirmed her identity as a fairy. Otherwise, how could a mortal have such a calm time? So he still bent down respectfully. I wonder who the fairy is looking for. Before I came, were there any outsiders who stayed here? She asked impatiently. Fan Rumo was startled. A stranger? Yes. He may have fallen from the sky. Or suddenly appeared somewhere. But he is not from here. And he may be injured. She thought for a while and added. He is a man. Little did she know that when Fan Rumo heard this, he imagined a good show in his mind, and was shocked that the days of the gods in the sky were also wonderful. Of course, this shock was also sensed by Lu Jingyu. But she didn't care. She just wanted to know the news of Guduo. This was almost her last hope. If she couldn't find him with the help of Jinlong, it was very likely that Guduo had indeed, or even his body was gone. As long as she thought of such a possibility, she felt heartbroken, and it was difficult for her to maintain a calm face. But no matter how anxious she was, she still had to wait. After all, it would take time for Fan Rumo to find out the situation. Once upon a time, she also imagined how great it would be if she could travel back to ancient times. Of course, it was not for some bloody reason like falling in love with the emperor. But she thought she could see it with her own eyes, and learn those lost folk customs. But now she deeply felt that ancient times were really inconvenient. At least in terms of transmitting information. She could only rely on human efficiency, which was so low that it was outrageous. It's not that she didn't think about using mental power to sweep directly. In fact, she tried it when she just came out of the wormhole channel, and was still floating in the air. However, if she wanted to explore Guduo's traces in this way, the power used must reach a certain intensity. And the creatures in this world have not developed mental power at all. Too strong power will cause irreversible damage to their brains. In other words, she might find good duo by doing this. But at the same time, she will also create a large number of fools with broken brains. No matter how anxious she was not cruel enough to do so. So she had to restrain her power. It was her limit to investigate the good and evil of others, like she just did. She now felt deeply frustrated that she had a treasure, but could not show it. But she could only stay in the garrison for the time being. Her only purpose in coming here was to find good duo. And she had no interest in interfering with the development of this world. Therefore, Fong Rumo observed coldly for a few days, and found that this immortal was easy to serve, and did not have any strange requests. She was more or less relieved and just sent people to look for the immortal's companions everywhere, thinking of sending this big Buddha away as soon as possible. But she never expected that he would have to come and disturb her after only a few days of thinking about it. Lu Jingu had said long ago that she would not bother her if she had nothing to do. If she could find the person she was looking for, she would naturally reward them. But she would not care about other things, nor would she interfere. So she was surprised to hear Fong Rumo's anxious request for a meeting, considering that the other party was not the kind of person who would rush to ask for benefits. She still let him in. Fong Rumo would not come to the temple for no reason, and soon made her request clear. 12 miles east of Mingjiang town, a village suddenly became empty, and the villagers disappeared overnight. If they disappeared inexplicably, there were people around who had conflicts with them, and caused a lot of bloodshed. But when the injured reported to the police and arrested people, those people disappeared. There were also girls from several families who disappeared inexplicably. And some clues were found, all pointing to the nearby mountains. But there have never been bandits near Mingjiang town. Even if there are wild beasts in the mountains, how could they specifically capture young and beautiful girls? This series of events caused panic in the surroundings, and the matter was reported to the town garrison. Fong Rumo did not think of asking her for help at first, and sent the Mingjiang town garrison to go there. But who would have thought that they would never return? In desperation, she could only ask for help from the power of the gods. She looked strange when she heard it. As a top-level combat force that could kill all the creatures in this world if she tried her best. She was sure that there were no such strange powers in this world. But after hearing what Fong Rumo said, it seemed that there was no other explanation except the power of ghosts and gods. It was boring to wait anyway. So she became curious and agreed to go and take a look. Fong Rumo prepared a carriage, but she felt that the bumps were unbearable before leaving the city. So she simply refused the other party's company, just in time to show the miracle and consolidate her own personality. Then Fong Rumo saw a flash of golden light. Her eyebrows twitched, and her vague doubts disappeared. At this time, she had already reached that place. Her eyebrows raised, and her heart was beating wildly. Chapter 490 Brute Force Cracking. She had been restraining her power before, and had no interest in controlling the strength of her power to do anything. So she had never noticed anything wrong. When Fong Rumo mentioned those strange things, she controlled her power to sense it. And then she found that there was a familiar power fluctuation in the mountain pointed by the missing girls. So she rushed in that direction. Lu Jingu was sure that she was not wrong. That was clearly a protective shield, produced by the Alliance. It is one of the necessary equipment for a single soldier. The smallest can be used for single-person protection, and the largest can also be used as a temporary shelter. When she was temporarily serving as the captain of the Sky Fortress, she often felt the power fluctuations of this protective shield. Of course, this thing cannot be owned by this world. So there is only one possibility. She took a deep breath nervously, raised her foot, and walked into the protective shield. And then she was stopped. She widened her eyes, and felt it was incredible. Guduo's protective shield actually blocked her out? In an instant, people with rich imaginations thought of 10,000 possibilities. Could it be that Guduo lost his memory because of his injury? Or did something bloody happen? Or was he threatened? But none of these can explain why he would ask people to rob girls from the surrounding villages. It can't be that he came to a backward place. So the bad nature of people broke out, and he planned to become a mountain king? After thinking about it, she felt that something was wrong. Looking up and looking around, because this place was rumored to be mysterious. No one dared to approach it recently. It is said that the surrounding villages are considering collective relocation. Only the families who lost their daughters are still unwilling to give up. So it is very quiet here now. As long as she controls her power and doesn't leak it, She can do many things with confidence. The mental power fluctuated and turned into a golden spear, stabbing at the protective shield. Swish, a string of sparks appeared in the seemingly empty place. But after a moment, the protective shield that should not have shown its shape began to flicker. After another second, the entire protective shield closed silently, revealing the covered part. A very simple gathering place, and a few panic-stricken peasant women. But in the spiritual world, she clearly saw that there were still many people hiding in hidden places, including the peasant women in front of her. Their lights were all black, indicating that they were not good people. She frowned slightly, glanced around, but did not see the person she wanted to see, and an older peasant woman timidly said, "You? Who are you?" Lu Jinggu felt a little uncomfortable. For the first time, she knew that in front of people who had never developed spiritual power, people with too strong power would feel uncomfortable, because they didn't know how to hide their emotional fluctuations. The malice they exuded made her very uncomfortable. If a person is not feeling well, he will be in a bad mood. So she is in a very irritable mood now. She does not want to be hypocritical with these people. So she goes straight to the point. "Where is Gu Duo?" But she sees the other party's genuine confusion. "Who?" They don't know Gu Duo. But they have his protective shield? Of course she doesn't believe it. Have you never saved a wounded man? This time, she clearly sees the other party's eyes shrink slightly. However, their faces are still blank, and they immediately deny, "I have never seen a wounded person." The elderly peasant woman pretended to ask others, "Have you heard of anyone saving a wounded person recently?" "No, I haven't heard of it." The other peasant women shook their heads. With narrowed eyes, she could see that these people were unwilling to admit that they had saved Gu Duo. As for the reason, she sneered, "Who cares what the reason is? It's not easy to get the clue of Gu Duo. So what if she is a bully?" The next second, a powerful mental force gushed out. Whether it was someone trying to deceive her, or someone hiding in the dark to ambush. They all felt their heads buzzing. The strong pressure came from the sky, and they had no power to resist it all. And they fell to their knees. She walked in slowly with her hands in her pockets, and asked for the second time, "Where is the injured person you rescued?" No one spoke. Malice was still stimulating her mental power, and she became more and more impatient. "Don't let me ask a third time." Before she finished speaking, part of her mental power turned into a blade and directly cut off a nearby ancient tree that required 4 people to surround. The obvious threat was effective enough, and the peasant women panicked and had to confess, "We hid him in the cave behind." No wonder she didn't notice that in order to control the power and prevent these people from becoming fools, she couldn't spread her mental power too far away, just to cover this small gathering place. Pointing at the older peasant woman, she said emotionlessly, "Lead the way." The other party did not dare to resist, and could only stagger ahead. After passing a house, she saw Gu Duo's individual tactical bag. The activated individual protective shield function was flashing garbled characters. She had just cracked it violently, causing some damage. But she knew that as long as it was not damaged further, the protective shield would reappear in an hour. She didn't want Gu Duo's things to continue to be used by others. So she directly operated the protective shield function a few times to turn it off, and then picked up the tactical bag. When she turned her head, she saw the peasant woman's face full of shock. But after making contact with her eyes, she immediately turned her eyes away in panic. The cave where they hid people was not far away, just on the hillside not far from where they lived. The peasant woman called this place Back Mountain. There were 2 men with fierce faces guarding outside the cave. When they heard the noise, they came out to check the situation immediately. She noticed from the corner of her eye that the peasant woman seemed to want to ask for help. She didn't give the other party a chance to imagine. Her mental power turned into 2 huge golden palms and directly pressed the 2 men down. The peasant woman was about to cry for help, but she swallowed it back. The cave was not small, and there was a cave inside the cave. It was obviously where the guards lived. When she entered the cave, she saw several terrified girls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The number of people just matched the kidnapped girl. When they heard someone coming in, they were so scared that they kept kowtowed. "We really took good care of this gentleman. Please don't bully us anymore." They were all begging for mercy, except for one girl. Although she was also kneeling, she was very clumsy and putting on a seductive posture, and said in a delicate voice, "I am willing to serve you." The voice stopped abruptly, and the girl looked at the person who came in surprise, and a look of relief flashed across her eyes. Lu Jinggu blinked, and his eyes fell on her waist. After a moment, He smiled faintly. Silly girl. You can't kill people with that thing. The girl was startled and silently took something out of her belt. It can be seen that this thin piece of stone has been deliberately polished. But it is still a bit unrealistic to use it to deal with criminals. However, she still admired this girl who had the courage to resist. But there was someone more attractive at this time. So after saying this, her attention was diverted. Chapter 491. Fortunately, she came. There was a wooden bed at the innermost part of the cave, and a person was lying on it. Even though the light in the cave was dim, she recognized it at a glance. She held her breath and walked a few steps quickly, but slowed down when she reached the bed. What came into view was a scarred person. Guduo's face and the part of his neck that was exposed from the quilt were all covered with dense wounds, the deepest of which was almost visible to the bone, and the shallowest was at least half an inch. Here were herbs applied on the wounds, but it was obvious that the effect was average, and some of the wounds had already shown signs of suppuration. She was heartbroken and quickly took off her backpack, thankful that she brought a lot of medicine. Is there any boiled water here? She turned to look at the 5 girls, perhaps because of the experience of being abducted. They were very frightened. The 4 of them were still kneeling on the ground with their heads down and trembling. Although they heard her talking, none of them raised their heads, let alone dared to react. The girl who was going to risk it all before looked up and said affirmatively, "Yes." "Then please help me pour a basin." She spoke gently, and when she saw the other party nod and stand up, she asked again, "What's your name?" The girl paused and said softly, "My name is Juanyang." "Okay, Juanyang. Thank you." After the warm water was brought, she cleaned Guduo's wound little by little with the help of Juanyang, with a very focused look, as if she had forgotten everything else. The 2 guards and the peasant woman were originally in the cave outside. At this time, they looked at each other secretly, and the 3 of them moved out quietly. Little did they know that her mental power still filled the entire cave, and even their heartbeats were monitored. Not to mention such a small movement. But she did not move at all, and carefully cleaned the deep wound on Guduo's right cheek. And then she gently hummed. Juanyang was helping to twist the handkerchief on the side, not knowing what happened until 3 screams of pain came from outside. Subconsciously looking outside, she happened to see a guard lying on the ground in pain, holding his head. Juanyang's eyes lit up, and the corners of her lips rose. But she immediately restrained herself. This small action did not escape Lu Jingu's sense. He glanced at the girl who was trying her best to restrain herself, but whose face was full of joy. She asked calmly, "Do you hate them very much?" Juanyang said without hesitation, "I hate them. I wish I could grind them to ashes. Tell me. These people kidnapped us and said they were here to serve this gentleman." Juanyang would not cover up for those people. She told him the truth. "I heard them say that this gentleman has a treasure. If they can win him over, they will be able to be the best and live a fairy-like life in the future. But they are poor. They can't provide him with fine clothes and delicious food. But that woman," she pointed outside, "said that this gentleman should not have been close to women yet. It's better. It's better." The girl was thin-skinned after all. There were some things she couldn't say, but just by looking at her blushing face and hesitating attitude, she could already guess what these people wanted to do. Lu Jingu was calm. Seeing Guduo's half-dead look, she didn't believe that those people's plan could succeed. So she asked calmly, "But from what you said just now, those people seemed to bully you? Since it was snatched for Guduo, how did it become like this?" Juanyang's shyness immediately turned into anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "This gentleman has been seriously injured and unconscious, so they asked us to take care of him. They were afraid that we would run away, so there were always a few guarding outside. After a few days, they became dishonest, and said that there are so many beautiful girls anyway, and the gentleman can't move now anyway. So why not? Why not?" "I know." She didn't force the other party to say those things, and interrupted Juanyang's words. "So you plan to do it yourself? Those people are getting more and more excessive. If I don't do it now, it will be too late." She smiled lightly, thinking that this girl is very similar to herself in the past. When you are forced into a desperate situation, there is nothing you can't give up. The remaining 4 girls finally calmed down a bit, and after listening to the questions and answers from the maid, they found that she was not a vicious person. So they finally dared to raise their heads and speak. "Please, lady, save us out." They all spoke, glancing at them. Lu Jingu said, The girls were overjoyed and hurried over to help. But she didn't want to, and asked them to rest nearby, leaving only the maid to continue helping. After uncovering the quilt, they found that Gu Duo was wearing a linen shirt, and the dark gray uniform that was originally tailored to fit him was gone. When she asked the maid, she shook her head. He was wearing this when we saw the gentleman go ask those people outside. She also wanted to check the injuries on Gu Duo's body, so she thought it would be better to let him go out first. The maid immediately went outside. The girl was very clever and probably guessed her concerns. After asking her questions, she did not come in and just sat outside. When they saw the gentleman, his clothes were already tattered, but they thought the material was very special, so they put away the pieces. She untied the bag of her middle coat and tightened her fingers as she looked at the wound that almost split the man in half. She felt a surge of emotions in her heart that she wanted to vent and take out her anger. If she had thought of using mental power to self-destruct to resist the black hole before Gu Duo, he would not have been injured like this and suffered a second torment. She took a deep breath and suppressed her violent thoughts. She said lightly, "Let the woman lead the way and bring all his things back to me." Juanyang first responded with a yes, and then asked if they have other intentions. "I'm afraid." "Don't worry." She began to clean the wounds on Gu Duo's body. "They can't move." Then Juanyang left. After finally cleaning the messy herbs and blood stains on Gu Duo's body, she took the tactical bag and began to unlock it. This thing is definitely not something that people in this world can play with. How did the protective shield come out? She was full of doubts. But she didn't have to get to the bottom of it at this time. The tactical bag contained the most basic medicines and a portable diagnostic instrument. After scanning it, there was nothing wrong with the bones and internal organs, which was somewhat relieved. Originally, she was going to give him medicine, but unexpectedly found a porcelain bottle that didn't fit in the corner of the tactical bag. Suddenly, she remembered that she fainted because of the 1,000 needles, and the Chinese medicine clinic gave her a few Xingxi pills. This thing can't be used too much. After she woke up, she gave the remaining medicine to Gu Duo, thinking that if she encountered danger on the battlefield, it could still save a life. Gu Duo always carried it with him. But thank God, he didn't encounter a situation where he had to use Xingxi pills before. After falling here, he was probably unconscious all the time. And although he had Xingxi pills, he couldn't use them. Fortunately, she came over, poured out a Xingxi pill, and stuffed it into the other person's mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and soon took effect. Chapter 492 Tasks that need to be guessed. Gu Duo's body is visibly healing, but it does not mean that he is out of danger. In fact, the most fatal thing is the mental damage. Actively triggering mental self-destruction is almost a dead end. His survival is completely a result of a 1 in 10,000 chance caused by various coincidences. It just so happens that the portable wormhole channel in her hand is an improved version, which can automatically absorb the surrounding energy to start. It just so happens that the particle storm caught by the black hole has an inhibitory effect on mental power. It just so happens that he fell into a low magic world, which naturally has an inhibitory effect on mental power. But this just happened to inhibit the complete death of the brain after the self-destruction. In other words, if she hadn't come, Gu Duo would have been sleeping like this forever. With the development of medicine in this world, it is no different from waiting to die. "Fortunately, I'm here. Fortunately, there is still hope," she murmured, holding his hand to her lips and kissing it gently. "Immortal," Juanyang's voice came. "All the things have been brought back." It can be heard that the girl is suppressing her excitement. She is probably excited because she sees that those people are really unable to move. Lu Jinggu gently covers Gu Duo's quilt and lets someone in. Juanyang has a cloth bag in her hand. When she opens it, she sees a pile of things, in addition to the clothes that have been rotten into a pile of rags. There is also a broken optical computer and a slightly deformed Legion Commander badge made of super alloy. In fact, these are all things that are not a problem if they are lost. But she doesn't like those people, and she just feels that she shouldn't leave these things in this world. So after checking them, she stuffed all the things back into the tactical backpack. Then she looked at Gu Duo and started to worry. Does she have to use mental power to move people back? That would cause quite a stir along the way. "Immortal, do you have any other instructions?" Juanyang's voice gave her an idea, and she looked up. "Is your home far away?" "Not far." "Then do me a favor." She gave a few instructions, and Juanyang agreed. After thinking for a while, she took off her necklace and a pendant. This is the miniature bomb she always carries with her, which looks like a cute candy ball. I lend it to you temporarily. If you meet a bad guy on the road, just squeeze it hard. She stretched out her hand and squeezed it hard on the other person's hand, letting Juanyang feel how much strength she had to use. Then throw it directly. Remember, you have to hide as far away as possible. At least 5 meters away. No. It's the distance from me to the cave outside. Otherwise you will get hurt. Juanyang listened carefully, nodded repeatedly, and her eyes were always on the bomb. Looking very curious, she asked the other person to repeat the usage, and after confirming that she really remembered it, she let her go down the mountain. As for the other 4 girls, seeing that they were still scared, she didn't dare to give them any tasks, and just told them to rest aside. Anyway, everyone has been rescued, and it's only a matter of time before they are sent home. There was nothing to do but wait, so she called out the Taoyuan system. At a glance, she found that a new task had quietly popped up on the task panel. The war spread, and the world was suffering. Now that I have seen the traces of the immortals, I wish to beg for Taoyuan. After this system was upgraded to level 9. Why did the task description become so confusing? Always making people guess. After carefully studying the 4 sentences, it is not difficult to understand. But how to complete it specifically still needs to be considered. Or just give up this task. As soon as this thought came to mind, the system prompt popped up. Please complete the task as soon as possible to obtain the qualification to leave this world. There was no such forced completion of the previous tasks. System, you have changed. Although she complained, she knew that the Taoyuan system would not do anything without a purpose. Since it had been clearly indicated, they would not be able to leave this world easily, and could only complete the task honestly. Her eyes wandered over the 8 words. Since I have seen the traces of the immortals, I would like to beg for Taoyuan. She was thick-skinned and assumed that the immortals referred to herself. This sentence could probably be understood as people who suffered from the war seeing her begging the immortals to build a paradise, so that they could avoid the war and live in peace. So it would not work if they just built infrastructure in the deep mountains and old forests. The key point was still people. Sighing, she had already vaguely felt the degree of trouble of this task. After all, things in this world, as long as they involve people, will always be a lot of trouble. After all, she was an outsider and knew only a few people here. After searching around, she felt that the hope of completing the task would still fall on Fong Rumo. After all, he was a garrison, which was better than her being in the dark. As she was thinking about what to do next, time passed quickly, and Juanyang showed up with a few people. They were a few young men who looked a bit like her. When they saw her, they knelt down and said, "The immortal is so kind. We will never forget it." After calling a few people, she looked at Juanyang in confusion. The latter hurriedly explained, "These are my brothers. They must come to thank you. I thought that my brothers have a lot of strength and may be able to help you later. So I took the initiative to bring them all." "Is that so?" She nodded slightly. It can be seen that Juanyang is very favored at home, and she really needs manpower now. So she accepted the thanks. It will be easy after that. Ask them to help carry Guduo down. Take the other 4 girls, and then use mental power to suppress the group of villagers. And then go down the mountain together. There is a bullock cart parked at the foot of the mountain. It was brought back by Juanyang, although it was a bit bumpy. Fortunately, Guduo's external injuries have almost recovered, so there is no need to worry. In Mingjiang town, Fong Rumo was uneasy all day, and he couldn't help looking at the sky from time to time while working. I wonder what the immortal is doing at this moment. In fact, he regretted it as soon as Lu Jinggu left. Although the female immortal had lived in the garrison for a while, the 2 sides had almost no communication, so he didn't know the other's temperament at all. What if this is a murderous and violent person? Maybe he will use extremely rough methods to solve the problem. That would be very bad. After all, even if he is a villain, he can't just kill him and get away with it. But the immortal came and went without a trace. So it was too late for him to regret it. And he could only wait anxiously. Just when he was sitting there restlessly, he suddenly heard someone report, "The immortal is back with a group of people." Fong Rumo ran out immediately. And when he arrived at the gate of the garrison, he didn't see the mountains of corpses and blood, nor did he see broken arms and legs. So he finally felt relieved. But soon he became numb again. What? These people picked up the couple of the female fairy and locked them in the cave? What? These people also planned to take the things of the male fairy for themselves. And even planned to attack the female fairy? What? These people also tried to match the male fairy? Compared to these, kidnapping and robbing are nothing. Fong Rumo felt that the female fairy did not massacre the village in anger. She must be a person with a very good temper. Chapter 493 The War Spreads. The good-tempered Lu Jinggu has taken Gu Duo back to her room. She knows that she should not interfere in other people's affairs. After bringing everyone back, she stuffed all of them into Fong Rumo's hands. And she tried to regulate Gu Duo's chaotic mental power. When she probed the power into his brain, although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but be surprised. Gu Duo's power was extremely chaotic. The power that should have been as deep as the seawater. If you have to say it now, it was probably tossed by the strong wind. Everywhere in the sky and on the ground. And each piece was like a rag. The largest one was only a palm-sized piece. And the smallest mental power was extremely difficult to capture even if she used her power to sense it. And these powers were still running around. And the movement trajectory was irregular. The mental power after the self-explosion became extremely violent. She only touched a grain of rice-sized power lightly. And it triggered an explosion. If she hadn't used her mental power to wrap that piece in time, it might have triggered a chain reaction. It was equivalent to another small self-explosion in Gu Duo's brain. Wiping the cold sweat from her fear, she dared not touch it casually. She was at a loss as she sensed Gu Duo's chaotic mental power. In the end, she could only leave a trace of power monitoring in his mind to ensure that if these chaotic mental powers did anything wrong again, she could react immediately. Perhaps only by building a Chinese medicine clinic can the problem of Gu Duo's mental power be solved. In this case, the construction of Taoyuan must be accelerated. She turned around and went to find Fong Rumo. Fong Jinsho has been very busy these days. In addition to the ambitious village, he has received worse news. Although Mingjiang town is still peaceful now. If the news is true, it will soon be in chaos. As a good official who works hard and loves the people, how can he watch the people displaced? Naturally, he was so busy that his feet hit the back of his head. Even when the servants came to report that the goddess fairy was coming, he had the courage to refuse. Of course, Lu Jinggu finally met Fong Rumo smoothly. Seeing that the town guard, who was originally thought to be a bit of an immortal, had dark circles under his eyes, she cut to the chase and got straight to the point. Fong Jinsho, is there a war going on somewhere recently? This sentence had an immediate effect on refreshing Fong Rumo, who immediately became energetic. She didn't care about being rude. Staring at Lu Jinggu and sighing, you are worthy of being an immortal. You even know this? That's true. She frowned slightly. What's the specific situation? The other party looked a little strange. Probably thinking that since she knew about the war, why did she ask him about the situation? But she was just guessing. Not really having clairvoyance. And she didn't dare to use it. So she just calmly stared at the other party and waited for her answer. After a while, Fong Rumo still talked about the current situation. It turned out that this country called Liang had just had a civil war not long ago. And the one who started the rebellion was the fifth son of the previous emperor. A prince who had always had a very good reputation and support among the people. Almost everyone thought that the fifth prince would be the next emperor of Liang. But the previous emperor suddenly came up with a move and passed the throne to the seventh prince. If the fifth prince left Beijing to become a vassal, it would be a good story if he became a wise king. The problem was that the new emperor of Liang did nothing after taking office. So both the officialdom and the people secretly missed the virtuous fifth prince. But somehow, this matter reached the ears of Emperor Liang. Or maybe he was secretly afraid of this brother, who almost ascended the throne. So the life of the fifth prince became more and more difficult. But anyway, this prince has never shown the intention of rebellion. And the main master has endured it. The other people in Liang state are still reluctant to live a quiet life. So they just drag their feet and secretly stop when Emperor Liang wants to kill the fifth prince. According to Fong Rumo, it is to think that no matter what, setting up the big Buddha of the fifth prince, there can at least give His Majesty the Emperor a warning not to do too much work. As a result, the Emperor could not do anything. And the fifth prince suddenly exploded. Just a few days ago, the fifth prince and the two states around his fiefdom started an uprising. And the momentum was fierce. In just a few days, they were approaching the capital. Mingjiang town happened to be located between the capital and the fifth prince's fiefdom. In other words, the war would inevitably spread here. For so many years, the fifth prince had been patient and silent. And even if many ambitious people had instigated him openly or secretly, he had always been determined not to cause civil strife, which really confused many people. Probably even the one in the capital did not expect that the fifth prince would either not move or move like thunder. Fong Rumo was just a good official with some talent, not a wise and brave person, and he had always been confused by the fifth prince's fake moves. So Mingjiang town was not prepared to face the war. Finally, I know how this person got his dark circles. What made Fong Rumo even more worried was that since there was no strategic location to defend in Mingjiang town, and the fifth prince's army was so aggressive, the court chose Wuyuan town after Qin's army in Mingjiang town, which was equivalent to giving up all the people in Mingjiang town. Mingjiang town only had 3,000 troops stationed, while the rebels on the other side claimed to have 300,000 troops, with a 1-to-1 ratio. Unless his men were all Guan Yu and Lu Bu, the other side could trample them to death. But if he did not resist, it would be surrendering to the enemy. And Fong Rumo's education prevented him from doing such a thing. What he was most worried about was the people of Mingjiang town. The sword had no eyes. And what good would these people get even if they surrendered to save their lives? The fifth prince was not a poor peasant uprising. Some of the people who supported him were wealthy nobles. And the common people who joined the army would inevitably join the most dangerous vanguard troops. Fong Rumo was so anxious that he was angry. And he wished he had the legendary ability to do everything in his sleeves and send all the people away at once. At this point, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked over. How could Lu Jin do not know what he meant? He smiled faintly. I don't have such ability. To be honest, even if I have it, I dare not use it. Why does the immortal say that? Fong Rumo was puzzled. The power is too strong. If you use it without scruples, you will be the first to be unable to bear it. He still couldn't understand it. After all, he also read the storybooks to relieve his fatigue. The immortals in the books didn't have such scruples when helping the world. She thought about it, and gave an easy-to-understand example. Don't you think those people who were caught last time were a little slow to react? This is true. Those people were caught, and naturally had to be interrogated. The prison boss's report mentioned that these people always reacted a bit slower when questioned. It was not intentional. So the prison boss had no choice but to spend twice as much time as usual to interrogate those people. At this time, when Lu Jingu mentioned it, he suddenly reacted and opened his eyes in surprise. Is it because? Chapter 494 Mission completed. Lu Jingu smiled helplessly. Yes, those people would have such symptoms. That is, they were stimulated by excessive mental power. At that time, she had to use more power to suppress everyone in the village. In addition, those people were not good people. So she was a little heavy-handed. With this example, Fong Rumo gave up the idea of asking her for help directly. She couldn't let the people of Mingjiang town become fools. But she threw out a twist at the right time, immediately attracting the other party's attention. Have you ever thought of building a paradise on Earth? A paradise on Earth? Fong Rumo was puzzled. Do you mean to let the people live in seclusion? He smiled bitterly. There have been many sayings about the peach blossom land in ancient times, and many literati and poets have expressed their yearning for the peach blossom land. But how easy is it to build a peach blossom land? Not to mention whether there is such a transcendent place in the world. Even if there is, how can the people support themselves? If it is only a peach blossom land for a dozen people, can it be called a real peach blossom land? She looked at Fong Rumo with a little more admiration in her eyes. This person can have such an idea, which shows that he is not a person who is too ambitious, and it will be more comfortable to cooperate with him. After thinking for a while, she said, life is not a problem, and even the location does not need to be secluded from the world. I can help you build a peaceful city away from the threat of war. If you want, you can start preparing now. Fong Rumo stood up suddenly. Are you serious? His voice trembled slightly, and he was much more excited than she thought. Later, Lu Jingu learned that Fong Rumo's ancestors had experienced several wars, and the ancestral teachings passed down had many words of hatred for war. He received such education since he was a child, so he hated war very much. At this time, she didn't know these, but was a little confused about the other party's reaction. But she was also very happy. After all, the more active the other party is, the faster her plan can be completed. Although her original major has a lot of research on ancient times, it is still very inconvenient to live in this era. She really wants to go back early. Moreover, unknowingly, she has many people in the Alliance who can care about her. I believe that at this moment, they are also thinking about her and Gu Duo. After realizing this, she felt as if something in her heart had shattered, and her mood became much brighter. She used to call herself a ghost, but now she can say I am a member of the Alliance. Home is where the heart belongs. She let out a long sigh, pulled back her thoughts, and looked at Fong Remo and waited for him to make a decision. It didn't take the latter long to make the decision. Build. She was also unambiguous and directly called out the Taoyuan system. Then she found that the Taoyuan here was not connected to the Alliance. So the Taoyuan flowers and branches she brought were useless. Instead, a huge Build Taoyuan button appeared on the system page. Thinking of the first construction on star 7133, she already knew what to do. But now she is not the useless person she was before. After introducing the needs of building Taoyuan to Fong Remo, she was expecting her to find a suitable location around Mingjiang town. However, his boldness exceeded her expectations. He actually asked, "Can we build it directly in Mingjiang town? Are you sure? Will the court allow you to do this?" Fong Remo gritted his teeth. If it really can avoid the suffering of war, it will be inconvenient if people want to come and seek refuge in a remote place. She felt better about him. In the troubled times, he could take responsibility for the world. This person was worthy of the word knight. It seemed that her luck was not bad. At least, she came to a place where she was unfamiliar with people, and did not face a group of wolves and tigers. Since Fong Remo had made up his mind, she did not say anything more, and chose to build Taoyuan directly outside Mingjiang town. The giant tree grew rapidly, and its crown soared into the sky, attracting the attention of many people. Fong Remo was also shocked, but soon adjusted himself, and quickly began to promote according to the previous arrangement. The gods bless Mingjiang town. Mingjiang town is protected by immortals, so it is not afraid of war. If you want to live a good life, go to Mingjiang town. Such statements quickly spread under deliberate promotion. This change naturally attracted the attention of both the court and the 5 princes. Fong Remo soon received a secret report that more and more people had entered Mingjiang town recently, many of whom were spies. He had not seen the magic of Taoyuan yet, so he was naturally uneasy, and could not help but come to find Lu Jinggu. Relying on her strong mental power, she had already transformed Taoyuan Mingjiang town. And by the way, she also discovered the intelligence of the Taoyuan system. In a new world, the construction in the system has also been changed, and many things cannot be built to ensure that the Taoyuan built is not at all inconsistent, including the Taoyuan army. It actually directly turned the people who Fong Remo recognized and agreed to join into the Taoyuan army. This is not just a title. For those who join, 1 day of training in the barracks is equivalent to 3 months of training in the past. However, Fong Remo was still a little nervous. He made the decision, but when it really came to a critical moment, he still couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. She had no way to comfort such a mentality. After all, only facts were the most convincing, so she could only say, "Don't worry." When the battle line really spread to Mingjiang town, Fong Remo really put down her high heart. Mingjiang town became famous in one battle. Although it was not any party involved in the war, it was famous all over the world because of 0 casualties in Mingjiang town. The name of Mingjiang Taoyuan resounded throughout the country. As Fong Remo thought at the beginning, many people came from thousands of miles away just to come to this real paradise and avoid the suffering of war. And the number of people in Mingjiang town increased, until it exceeded 3,000. Her mission was suddenly completed. She didn't quite understand what the Taoyuan system's mission was for. But anyway, when the word completed popped up on the mission panel, the stable wormhole channel was indeed opened again. Without saying goodbye to the people here, she took Gu Duo back to the Alliance. But she didn't know that when she entered the impulse, a phantom flew out of her body, landed at the roots of the giant tree below, and soon disappeared without a trace. And the legend of Taoyuan Immortal has been left here since then. Unlike other gods and monsters, some people believe in it, and some don't. Taoyuan Immortal left a city that was not affected by war, which is the biggest evidence of her existence. So it soon became a national belief. Time will not stop because of her departure. Day after day, the world has changed, and Liang State has disappeared in the long river of history. But this Mingjiang Taoyuan has remained forever, until the world encountered new challenges. Many people gathered under the giant tree to pray for peace. and a phantom flew out, where no one could see it. It circled a circle, and finally landed on a girl and disappeared. Chapter 495 Alliance Events. The first thing she did after returning to the Alliance was to send Gu Duo to the Chinese medicine clinic. Lu Jingdu felt that she had not been so nervous for a long time, since Gu Duo's bed disappeared. She could not stand and kept pacing back and forth. Why hasn't it been healed for so long? After a while, she couldn't help asking. Knowing that her son was rescued, Gu Li squeezed out half a day from her schedule, which was not even available for meals, and came to watch in person. He was also very nervous and worried, but seeing her like this, he calmed down a lot. Hearing this, he looked at the light brain and shook his head. It's only been 5 minutes. Really? She was a little unconvinced. Why do I feel like 2 hours have passed? But in fact, it was indeed only 5 minutes. She finally realized what it meant to feel like a year in a second. 40 minutes later, the Chinese medicine clinic finally sent the person back. The first thing she did was to rush to the bedside. The diagnosis results of the Chinese medicine clinic were always placed here. Sure enough, there was a diagnosis sheet. She skimmed over the flowery diagnosis process and went straight to the last paragraph. Treatment completed. Everything is normal. She almost trembled when she saw these words. Gu Li actually wanted to see the results quickly, but as an elder, he couldn't compete with his son's girlfriend, so he had to suppress his anger. However, when he saw her crying and laughing, the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. That's good. That's good. The serious Lord Gu finally showed a hint of weakness. Gu Duo slept for another whole day. Fortunately, the diagnosis sheet mentioned that he might continue to sleep for 1 to 3 days. Otherwise she might be worried to death. She had been watching over him, feeding him little by little, giving him water, wiping his body. He hadn't closed his eyes for several days, but he fell asleep at this critical moment. He slept very deeply, and when he woke up, he found that someone had carried him to the bed. It was self-evident who it was. At this moment, she was surrounded by a pair of arms. As soon as she moved, she heard Gu Duo's voice. Awake? She raised her head suddenly and bumped into a pair of affectionate eyes. You woke up? All the emotions in her heart at once turned into these 3 words. Yeah. Gu Duo also had a clear smile in his eyes. I thought I was dreaming, because he doubted the reality of all this. He was still squeezed on the narrow bed, hugging her, feeling her breathing and heartbeat, to make sure that all this was not a beautiful dream that would disappear with a move. But he was afraid of disturbing her rest, so he didn't dare to hug her hard. Until now. She woke up and was suddenly hugged tightly before she could say the second sentence. Feeling this hug that almost crushed her, her nose was sour, and she stretched out her arms and hugged the other person tightly. It seemed that only such a strong hug could prove that the person she loved was really back. She had always been hopeful and was so excited at the moment. Not to mention the person who blew himself up with the intention of dying. Gu Duo was almost unwilling to let her leave him even an inch away, so she had to tell him what happened in this position embedded in his arms. No matter what she said, Gu Duo just responded softly. And finally she closed her mouth helplessly. This person was clearly not in the state now, and whatever he said was just a passing cloud, and he would forget it all when he turned around. She raised her head with difficulty in the tight embrace, looking at Gu Duo from bottom to top, raised her hand to stroke his eyebrows, and whispered, You are really alive. Ah, Duo. Everything is over. We don't have to separate again. Gu Duo's eyes surged, and suddenly lowered his head. They exchanged a lingering kiss. She said that everything was over, and it was not an exaggeration. In fact, in the past few months when she was only busy running around for her boyfriend, several major events happened. The first was the border line that the Alliance had been focusing on monitoring. In the previous war, due to the rapid expansion of interstellar pollution, the border line had shrunk a lot. It has now been proven through interrogation that the sudden riot of the Black Beast and the rapid expansion of pollution were not accidental events, but were jointly created by the Xia family and Gu Qing, who had been hiding in the polluted area in the Black Alliance. Now they have been arrested and executed. The war is over, but the sequelae have not disappeared. The already spread poisonous fog will not retreat just because the war is over, and it will even continue to slowly spread to the heartland of the Alliance. Therefore, building more paradises has become a top priority. But the monitoring data of the past few months shows that the poisonous fog has not expanded. This is the first time since the interstellar pollution appeared. In the past, even if the spread speed was slow, it was always spreading. Now, after several months, the poisonous fog has not advanced at all. What does this mean? It means that the pollution may be contained. And even if the vertical and horizontal network can be rolled out, it may be completely purified. In short, it is very good news. Secondly, some non-human intelligent races that had been hiding somewhere before have come out again, saying that the dragon race has returned and they can live a normal life. This is as if the Alliance did not allow them to live a normal life before. But in the eyes of the Alliance people, these are mudlegs that have been isolated from the world for many years. And it is normal for them to say something that is out of touch with the times. But no matter what, the emergence of these races represents that the situation of the Alliance has indeed improved. However, for the people of the Alliance, the third thing makes them more excited. On the 679th star where Taluan number 1 is located, an unregistered sapling appeared. The so-called unregistered is an internal usage of the Taluan group, since every plant in Taluan actually comes from Lu Jingu's mutation skills. It is not cultivated from seedlings. So these plants are also counted as company assets by the Taluan group. The plants in each location have been counted, and regular inspections are also carried out to prevent some people from digging up decorative plants in public places and taking them home. It was because of this inspection that they found a tinder sprout in a street park. After rigorous analysis, verification and inspection by various departments of Taluan Group, it was finally determined that the sprout was indeed not in the registration file. There is no doubt that this is a sprout that grew by itself. Compared with the pollution of the distant border line and the inhuman intelligent races entering the world, this matter is obviously closer to the lives of the people. As soon as the news was released, the flow of people in Taluan number 1 surged, and all of them went to the street park. Taluan Group immediately arranged a cordon around the sprout, set people to guard and take care of it 24 hours a day, and allocated 3 teams of Taluan army to take turns to guard it, making sure to prevent the sprout from being harmed by watching the excitement. It is comparable to the treatment of national treasures. But thinking about how many years the Alliance has not had plants that grow and sprout on their own, it is understandable that they are making a fuss about nothing. Chapter 496. It's time to consider the next stage of life. In short, everything is moving in a good direction. It's just that her attention was previously focused on finding Guduo, and she didn't have time to pay attention to these things. Now that her beloved is back, the war is over, and there is hope that even the pollution can be purified. The two of them can finally feel free. So when Guduo's body was completely recovered, the two of them disguised themselves and ran to Taluan number 1 to watch the seedling. After a period of growth, the buds that were less than 10 centimeters tall and had only a few small leaves when they were first discovered have grown a lot taller, and the originally tender branches have become much more solid. But He Ping and others are obviously still very worried, and they are still taking care of this plant as if they were protecting their own eyes. When they ran quietly, 679 star was almost dusk, but the street garden was still surrounded by people, and some people even ate while watching. Lu Jingu was speechless for a while and couldn't help asking, "Brother, why are you eating here? You don't understand." The elder brother's rough voice was full of joy. "Did you see that sapling? That is the symbol of hope for the entire Alliance. Looking at it is better than any delicacies." As the elder brother spoke, he looked at the sapling affectionately and took a big mouthful of rice. "Okay, there are more than one strange things in the Alliance, and it's no problem to have another sapling star." Suddenly there was a noise in the distance, and I turned my head and saw that it was Isabella's team surrounding her. When they arrived near the cordon, the agent Hualien showed something to the guarding soldiers, and a moment later Isabella was put into the cordon. The staff quickly set up the live broadcast equipment outside, and then they heard the big star, who was already well known in the Alliance, saying in the sweetest voice, "I am now next to the Tree of Hope. Everyone hopes that I can live broadcast at close range. Today, I will satisfy everyone." Lu Jingu: "Not really. No one probably knows what kind of seedling this is now, and the leaves haven't grown much. What can be live broadcasted?" But what she never expected was that Isabella's live broadcast actually ranked second in the list of the best live broadcasts of the year, second only to General Gu's live broadcast. When she knew the result, she had only one thought: good guy. She was narrow-minded. Of course, this is a later story. At this time, she felt boring after watching for a while, and turned her head to ask Guduo if he would leave. But he looked at the sapling with a look of deep affection. Fortunately, it was just a tree. Otherwise she would be jealous. Fortunately, Guduo was restrained and did not suggest such an unreliable suggestion as let's also eat with bowls. She only looked at the tree reluctantly for several times and followed him away. She had properties in every Taoyuan. It was time for dinner. So the two of them went directly back to the house on Taoyuan number 1. They washed their hands and went into the kitchen to cook dinner together. So far, Guduo's cooking skills were still average. At the stage where the food could be cooked, but the taste could not be guaranteed. So he took on the task of helping. The two of them worked together and prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup very quickly. When they sat at the table, they smiled at each other and felt a dreamy sense of happiness. It felt like I hadn't experienced such a peaceful and tranquil life for a long time. Good news came one after another. The Taoyuans that were expected to be built were completed one after another, and the hinterland of the Alliance had been completely covered by the vertical and horizontal network. This seemed to have sounded the clarion call of a new era. People's living scope was no longer limited to Taoyuan, but began to expand to the outside world. Without pollution, many dead planets have undergone great changes. Everyone then realized that those seemingly completely dead lands still had tenacious seeds hidden in them, and they would be reborn when the time came. She contributed the gene reward she had received before, and it was worthy of being a reward produced by Taoyuan. All the artificially cultivated gene seeds survived, and a large number of plants and animals of the Earth era were born one after another. They were placed on suitable planets, and the plants are growing, and the animals are growing stronger. It is conceivable that in the near future, they will contribute to the richness of the Alliance's species. The most important thing is that this batch of artificially cultivated gene seeds can achieve self-reproduction. Plants will produce seeds, and animals will give birth. When many people saw plant seeds mature and fall to the ground for the first time, or were eaten by birds, they screamed and even blamed the Alliance for not sending people to collect precious seeds. Then they were taught the reproduction process of plants, and after a few months of watching, they saw the fallen seeds sprout with their own eyes, and such sounds gradually disappeared. In short, as the pollution was gradually purified and the environment slowly recovered, the people of the Alliance found that they needed to learn a lot of common sense. Fortunately, in Taoyuan's school, this forgotten knowledge can also be learned. Many adults have returned to the classroom just to learn how to take care of the reproduction of animals and plants. Modern farmers who use advanced machinery to cultivate plants and animals once became the most popular occupation in the Alliance. Factories that used to produce combat machinery to fight pollution and black beasts have transformed into civilian industries. Mental power still occupies an important position in the life of the Alliance, but it is no longer the basis for class division. In fact, since Taoyuan Group has never recruited workers based on the strength of mental power, as the group's status has become more transcendent after the war, many industries have also begun such a transformation. The mechanical research of the Alliance has also taken a new direction, highlighting the auxiliary role of mental power, rather than using the strength of mental power as the operating threshold. Now the only one that still has strict requirements for mental power level is the Alliance Army. After all, the control of mechas is still not possible without strong mental power. However, since the Alliance is now peaceful, the requirements for the army are not so high, and many soldiers are ready to demobilize. So in general, it still does not affect the Alliance's weakening of mental power level. Lu Jinggu still stands at the top of the Alliance's spiritual power masters. Now, unless a planet-destroying weapon is used, it is almost impossible to hurt her. So those things that are locked in the private vault and whose origins are difficult to explain can be taken out boldly. Anyway, even if everyone thinks these things are unusual, as long as she doesn't want to explain their origins, no one can force her. These products, which are obviously not from the Alliance's technology tree, have certainly caused a lot of discussion, but they have also brought a lot of inspiration to the Alliance's technological development. It is said that the wormhole channel solidification technology is almost mature, and maybe everyone will have the opportunity to try the feeling of time travel in the future. The young couple who have been together every day during this period have a panoramic view of these changes. In addition to the two of them being happy, she asked Guduo, "What are we going to do next?" Then she was hugged tightly, and the warm breath sprayed on the ear. "I think we should consider the next stage of life." Chapter 497 Secret Admirer. In the 399th year of the new calendar of the Alliance, 3 days before the Festival of All Things, Zhou Ling was admitted to Taoyuan University this year. On the day when the scores came out, her family had promised that she would be allowed to spend the festival of all things on planet 7133. She started packing her luggage half a month ago, and took out the pocket money she had saved for many years, went to the branch of Taoyuan clothing store to order a set of clothes, and agreed to take them out on planet 7133, so that she would not have to worry about wrinkles in the luggage. Today, their whole family will go to planet 7133 together, but since they do not live on the planet directly connected to Taoyuan, they have to take a short-distance flight to the nearest Taoyuan first, and then go to planet 7133 through the post station. Now there are more than 3,000 Taoyuan cities in the entire alliance, distributed in various locations of the alliance, which greatly shortens the time it takes for people to travel between various planets. For example, her family is on planet 410. Originally, if she wanted to go to planet 7133, she had to stay on the spaceship for half a month, and she had to endure the discomfort of space jumps. But now, they only need to take a 6-hour spaceship to reach planet 403, then go to the post station to buy tickets, and then take a 40-minute carriage to reach planet 7133 directly. However, this has only been possible in recent years. Previously, planet 7133, as the former residence of the two, had never been open to the public. It was not until a few years ago that the descendants of the two finally agreed to open the former residence around the festival of all things every year. Since then, the biggest celebration of the festival of all things has been moved from planet 679 to here. Zhou Ling's university major is the history department. Unlike the history departments of general colleges, which teach new history, that is, the history after humans entered the Interstellar, the history department of Taoyuan University covers the era of Earth civilization. That was also Ms. Liu's favorite period of history during her lifetime. Almost all the textbooks they use now have the participation of Ms. Liu in the compilation. Since she chose this major, she naturally admired Ms. Liu very much, so she was full of expectations for this journey. Of course, strictly speaking, Ms. Liu, who created a new era for the Alliance, is the object of worship for many people. This unreachable woman worked hard for many years to solve the problem of interstellar pollution, and made great contributions to the recovery of the Alliance species. Many technologies that changed the direction of the Alliance's technology tree all had research directions provided by Ms. Liu. Such a dazzling person will naturally be liked by many people. Not to mention the various descriptions of Ms. Liu's legendary life in official and unofficial history over the years. The unswerving love with Mr. Guduo, the youngest general of the universe. The deep friendship with various non-human intelligent races, and even the most mysterious and powerful dragon clan, are very fond of Ms. Liu. It is said that every year on Ms. Liu's birthday, a dragon will appear. Now the dragon clan has moved to a more distant universe, and it is extremely difficult to see one. In addition, the records in unofficial history are even bolder, and Ms. Liu has many loyal secret admirers. The most famous of them is probably Mr. Gongsun Qi, the first scientist of the Alliance, who has not been surpassed until now. In the official propaganda of the Alliance, Mr. Gongsun devoted his entire life to the laboratory, with more than 10,000 achievements of varying sizes. Almost every reformative research was presided over by Mr. Gongsun. But in unofficial history, it is said that the reason why Mr. Gongsun remained unmarried and only passed on his legacy to the best students was because he always had someone in his heart. The evidence is some secret files about the war unlocked in the 176th year of the new calendar. There are clear records of how Mr. Gongsun, when Ms. Liu was assassinated and in danger of death, rushed into the Black family's base camp alone and finally saved Ms. Liu. And as famous as Mr. Gongsun's dazzling research results is the scientist's hot temper. Almost all of his students have mentioned that once there is a mistake in the experiment, wait for Mr. Gongsun to roar violently. But if Ms. Liu was beside him when he was scolded, she could have escaped. If you want to find a person in the entire alliance who has never been said a harsh word by Mr. Gongsun, it must be Ms. Liu. What's more coincidental is that after General Guduo passed away, Mr. Gongsun handed over the laboratory to his most proud student and moved to planet 7130. According to the insider, Mr. Gongsun often went to planet 7133 in the name of free meals. It can be said that after General Gu passed away, Ms. Liu's life was almost accompanied by friends. Even when Ms. Liu was dying, Mr. Gongsun was by her side. And in the second year after Ms. Liu passed away, Mr. Gongsun also passed away, just following her. What a touching relationship. Silently guarding without disturbing, but never leaving. The overimagined Qi Lu CP fans cried every day for such a touching love. Gongsun Qi is only one of Ms. Lu's secret admirers in the unofficial history. And he is also the one with the most supporters. After all, Mr. Gongsun has no descendants. So no one will come out to protest no matter how he plays with his CP brain. But those who support other secret admirers have to be careful. For example, Mr. Greenleaf Serency, the current elf king of the elves. This handsome elf king is powerful, and has countless admirers. Although he has never debuted in the entertainment industry, he has a large number of fans who firmly refuse to recognize that their idol is a humble secret admirer. Another example is Mr. Chu Hung, General Xingheng, who has also been unmarried for life. But his supporters are unwilling to take on the title of secret admirer. It is said that this is because he was a member of the 7th Army and fought under General Gu for many years. If he admits that he has a crush on his boss's wife, it will tarnish the image of this hero, who has dedicated himself to the alliance. As a student of history, Zhou Ling has always felt that these unofficial histories are unreliable, and even suspected of dragging down Ms. Lu's image. However, her teacher thinks that although unofficial histories cannot be fully trusted, they can also assist in research, and encourage students to understand unofficial histories while reading official history. Therefore, when she was looking up information, she could see articles from various CPs without paying attention. I have to say that some of them are really well written. Just thinking about these, the carriage arrived at the station, and she and her parents got off the car with their boxes, full of excitement. She had already seen pictures of 7,133 stars on the Star Network, so she was not surprised to see that there were no high-rise buildings and a pastoral landscape here. Even the places for tourists to stay here are the most ordinary houses. And there are not even high-end houses. They are all ordinary houses after upgrading. It is said that because Ms. Lu felt that as the place where she and her husband lived, there was no need to build such a big house. There were not enough people, and it would be deserted. However, because of this, it is hard to say which house was decorated or even lived in by Ms. Lu herself. For tourists, it is as exciting as opening a blind box. Chapter 498 Festival. Zhou Ling's family booked a whole set of houses. Since her parents felt tired from the journey, they decided to rest in the room and go out for a walk after lunch. But the young people were obviously energetic. After packing her luggage, she didn't feel tired at all. After a while, she began to explore the room. It is said that if you draw the room where Ms. Lu lived in the past, you may find some traces of the past in it. This can be regarded as a small Easter egg of the 7133 star travel. With anticipation, she began to check one place after another. When she finally found a sentence engraved on the partition under the table, she almost cried out in surprise. She crawled directly under the table and turned on the light computer lighting. And then she could see the sentence clearly. The heart is like a double silk net, with thousands of knots in it. There is also a signature of L next to it. It is exactly the same as the habit of Ms. Lu in her later years in the history book. She opened her eyes wide with excitement, and recalled an anecdote her teacher had told her. In her later years, Ms. Lu and Mr. Gu were still in love, and they had many little hobbies as husband and wife, one of which was finding things. The two would take turns leaving secret codes somewhere in the Peach Blossom Land, waiting for each other to find them. According to some memoirs of the two friends, these secret codes often appear in unexpected places. For example, the bottom of a teacup that has been drunk to the bottom, and the traces left by special seasonings. For example, a note in the stamens of a flower that has bloomed to its fullest. For example, handwriting that can only be seen from a certain angle. And she felt that the poem she found was probably a secret code left by Ms. Lu at the time. She just didn't know if Mr. Gu had found it. The two left too many secret codes, but they didn't leave records every time they found them. So this doubt may never be answered. But this did not hinder her excitement. Gently stroking the line of words, she seemed to be able to feel that Ms. Lu, with her hair full of silver hair, crawled under the table like a child, raised her head and carved this poem, expecting to be discovered by her husband one day. At this moment, she felt a kind of envy, and she wanted to drag all the supporters of CP to come and see. How could such a relationship accommodate the thoughts of a third person? The emotional girl was full of emotion, and it was not until she went out in the afternoon that her emotions were finally diverted. The Taoyuan of 7,133 stars has preserved its original appearance as much as possible, compared with the prosperous and advanced Taoyuan they are familiar with. This place seems very primitive. There are blue bricks and black tiles everywhere, and the road is a slightly rough stone road. A large field is still lush and full of crops. There are pig pens, chicken coops and other livestock sheds not far away. It was the first time that Zhou Ling saw such a primitive agricultural and livestock production area from a place other than the virtual image. When approaching each building, you can choose to receive voice explanations. And if you pay a fee, you can also see the holographic simulation of the year. She paid without hesitation. Then she saw the images of Ms. Liu, Mr. Gu, and their friends. They were either working in the fields, or spreading food and water in the livestock shed, or picking fresh fruits in the orchard, and cooking together in the kitchen. Zhou Ling stared at those vivid images blankly, almost thinking that she had returned to that era. These holographic images are said to be restored based on the relics left by Ms. Liu and Mr. Gu, claiming to restore their lives 100%. So she discovered that the characters in those words and pictures were also like ordinary people, laughing, frowning, bickering, and getting angry. She even saw a clip where Ms. Liu disliked Mr. Gu in the kitchen, and she felt like she was seeing her own parents. In addition, Star 7133 also retains many games that Ms. Liu restored. According to Ms. Liu, these are all games from the era of Earth civilization. Zhou Ling tried several games with great interest, winning and losing, and made a new friend. He was a very handsome boy, and I heard that he also had good grades in the exam. So he was allowed to come to 7,133 star to participate in the Festival of All Things. The two young people of similar age talked for a while, and found that they were actually very interested in the past history, and even had similar aspirations for the future. And they both wanted to go to Earth Paradise to do related work. However, since Earth Paradise is a popular choice of job nowadays, if they want their dreams to come true, they must work very hard. They quickly became friends, and the parents of both sides got along well with each other. The interests of the older generation and the younger generation are different. So on the day of the Festival of All Things, the two young people left their parents and went to participate in the festival together. The Festival of All Things is a festival set by the Alliance to commemorate the emergence of naturally grown plants 100 years after the extinction of ancient species. In addition to the big carnival, there are many ancient festivals. There is no doubt that the Festival of 7,133 stars is the most authentic. On this day, Zhou Ling wore a custom-made dress, which was an ancient Chinese costume. The wide sleeves and complicated skirt made her look like a fairy. Although they were just friends who had just met, they also wore the same type of clothes tacitly, and the colors and shapes were very well matched. The two smiled at each other and went to the giant tree early. There was already an altar there, and the style of the altar was also from Ms. Liu's manuscript. The people wearing sacrificial clothes stood solemnly behind the altar, and this solemnity also infected the tourists who came to participate. Slowly, the surroundings became silent. A long dragon roar appeared. Zhou Ling suddenly became excited. She couldn't speak, but just held her friend's arm tightly. Her movements were not abrupt at all, because the people around her were almost the same as her. Everyone raised their heads and opened their mouths, looking at the golden dragon coming from the sky. The ritual music started, and the people on the altar unfolded a prayer embroidered with gold and silver threads to start the ceremony. The dragon floated in the air, and a pair of majestic eyes swept across the crowd, and soon landed on the altar. However, the surprises were far more than that. Soon, one ancient beast after another appeared. Zhou Ling knew what they were. They were all creatures born from the Nuwa Temple in the Peach Blossom Land on Earth, representing the earliest intelligent creatures of Earth civilization. For a time, the sky was covered by the huge figures of the ancient beasts. They looked down quietly, as if they were listening to the prayers carefully, until the last note fell. The carefully prepared sacrifices were placed, and they suddenly chirped in unison. But it was not harsh, and it sounded more like a mysterious music to Zhou Ling and others. The giant trees in the Peach Blossom Land rustled, as if responding. Zhou Ling looked at this scene infatuatedly, and felt that her luck was full. The Festival of All Things is held every year, but there has never been such a grand occasion. Suddenly, she felt something and looked towards the giant tree. Chapter 499, Independent Rebirth. Ms. Liu disclosed many secrets in her later years, including the secret about mutated skills. All the people in the Alliance knew that this lady's skills were very magical. And they were unprecedented skills since humans awakened their spiritual power. There has always been a saying that Ms. Lu was destined. So she awakened such a magical skill when the Alliance was in danger. This saying is very popular. After all, almost everyone admits that if it weren't for Ms. Lu's Taoyuan that came out of nowhere, the Alliance would be different now. Even the descendants of the once prominent Black family have bluntly stated that from the records left by their ancestors, the Black Alliance was very well prepared. But the rebellion was rather hasty in the end. All because of the appearance of Ms. Lu, which disrupted their original plan. But no one expected that Ms. Lu didn't rely on skills. But what was it? Ms. Lu only explained that it was probably a powerful idea gathered by all the lives that were unwilling to disappear in the universe. This explanation is too subtle. So many different opinions have been born. Supporters of these schools still quarrel when they meet. Because she denied that everything came from mutated skills, but did not give a complete explanation. Many people criticized her for this. It must be said that she is worthy of being a woman who has influenced the entire Alliance. She has many admirers, and definitely many controversial points. Zhou Ling didn't know why she thought of these things at this moment. But her mental sensitivity has been higher than others since she was a child. She can capture fluctuations that others cannot feel. Therefore, she is very sure that just now, some power flashed by. But when she wanted to feel it again, she could no longer find that feeling. The puzzled girl did not notice that the worshippers on the altar were all looking at the Taoyuan giant tree with deep awe and nostalgia in their eyes. The ancient beasts chorus lasted for a few minutes. And then, led by the dragon, all the beasts disappeared as abruptly as they appeared. A drizzle fell, which did not make people feel annoyed. On the contrary, Zhou Ling felt very comfortable bathing in this rain, and could not help but raise her face to greet it. In addition to her, her friends and some other tourists had the same feeling. But some people complained about why it suddenly rained, and hurriedly left the open space to hide from the rain. Fortunately, the rain came suddenly and went away quickly. In just 10 minutes, the rain stopped and the clouds cleared, and the weather was as good as before. The festival of all things naturally had more than one festival as a celebration. Zhou Ling and her friends had a good time for a day, exchanged contact numbers, and agreed to go out together next time they had a holiday. And then went to find their parents. They were leaving tomorrow. And Zhou Ling couldn't sleep that night. She suddenly remembered an article she had read, which said that Ms. Lu liked to climb to the roof to watch the stars. Although she couldn't remember where she watched it, she also became interested. So she climbed up the ladder to the roof. And she looked up at the slowly rotating starry sky. It is said that before the new calendar, humans could only see the dim gray-black night sky at night. At that time, although the poisonous fog had not spread to the hinterland of the Alliance, it did not mean that there was no pollution in the Alliance. It's just that the pollution level has not yet reached the level where poisonous fog will gather. But the air has long been turbid. At that time, all those who lived in Taoyuan would feel uncomfortable breathing when leaving Taoyuan. It was not until the mobile Taoyuan was launched that everyone did not have to endure this gap. Now, no matter which planet you are on, you can see the beautiful starry sky at night. One of her classmates is an avid star chaser. For this reason, he did not even take the college entrance examination. After graduating from high school, he took his equipment to various planets just to shoot different starry skies. Not long ago, he just held a personal starry sky exhibition. At this time, lying on the roof, looking at the sky that seemed to be inlaid with gems, she seemed to understand her classmates' madness. If she had the opportunity to go back to Ms. Lu's era and take a look at those excellent and great people, she would probably do everything she could. Thinking about it, she fell asleep in the warm wind. In her dream, she seemed to float up and floated all the way to the sky above the Taoyuan giant tree. Since Ms. Lu's death, the Taoyuan giant tree has never bloomed again. But now she can see bright and beautiful flowers. They were crowded among the lush green leaves, blooming very lively. The faint fragrance filled the nose, making people intoxicated, until she clearly saw a wisp of breath slowly rising from the stamens. They soon surpassed her position, going up, up, until they reached the invisible sky. She suddenly felt reluctant and sad, and subconsciously wanted to keep them. However, she reached out her hand but couldn't touch anything, and the breath was still leaving. Flowers withered, leaves fell, and she suddenly woke up. Then she heard a scream, "Hurry up!" The giant tree withered. Her heart tightened. and she quickly climbed down the roof and ran to the Taoyuan giant tree with her parents. Without getting close, you can see from afar that the treetops covering the sky and the earth are quickly turning yellow, and the green leaves eventually turn golden. When the breeze blows from nowhere, they leave the branches. In an instant, it seems that golden rain is falling between heaven and earth. Zhou Ling's running steps paused, and the picture in the dream overlapped with reality. She sensed the power of departure again, and tears suddenly filled her eyes. Not only her, but many people suddenly cried, and the sudden sadness quickly infected more people. In the end, almost everyone who ran out was crying. It seemed to say goodbye to the Taoyuan giant tree. Not long after, Zhou Ling discovered that the star network had become a mess. It turned out that it was not just the Taoyuan giant tree on star 7133, but all the Taoyuan giant trees withered overnight. In just a few dozen minutes, it turned into a lifeless dead tree, and the spring water that never stopped also dried up quickly. For a time, all kinds of terrible speculations were rampant in the star network, and some people even shouted the slogan of, "The end of the world is coming," until the news of the alliance government appeared strongly and occupied all the top positions in the star network. The people of the alliance knew that the government had known all this for a long time. That was a top-level secret, a prophecy that Ms. Lu confided to Sun Yiqing, who took over as the leader of the Guli alliance at that time. When she was dying, one day, the Taoyuan giant tree will wither, which means that the nature of the alliance has recovered enough to build a complete ecosystem. The alliance will eventually break away from the protection of this magical power and embark on a future that belongs only to itself. And I hope that all the people in the alliance will remember the past history and not let the world go to terrible destruction again, because miracles will not come a second time, and everything can only rely on themselves. This will is kept in the most confidential place of the alliance, and only the core of each generation of government is qualified to listen to it. Ms. Lu did not give a specific time, but each generation of government is preparing for it. Today, the alliance bid farewell to the barrier left by the ancestors and ushered in a true new life. Like many people, after reading this news, Zhou Ling looked at the completely withered Taoyuan giant tree in a trance, tears streaming down her face, but also extremely excited. After a long time, she bowed deeply in the direction of the giant tree, solemnly bidding farewell to the completely disappeared breath. Chapter 500, Extra, I miss you very much. Master, I am a lightning beast. My name is Dubai. My tribe has been secretly discussing my name, saying that it does not fit the dignity of a lightning king beast. They dare not say it in front of me, but I have known it for a long time. But I don't care at all. They are all stupid lightning beasts. And I am Dubai. This is the name that person gave me. As a king beast, my life is actually very easy and happy. Every day when I wake up, I will take a few boys to patrol around, and then lie down to bask in the sun. Occasionally, when the tribe members fight, I will be responsible for criticizing both sides. Then, when a certain split cloud beast comes over, I will play with it. If it doesn't always step on my head, life will be more beautiful. I know that many tribesmen think that this kind of life is too comfortable, but every time I bask in the sun, I always think of the past. The tribesmen rarely mention my past, because they think that as a lightning king beast, being raised by people is a very shameful history. For the sake of the peace of the tribe, I did not deliberately change their minds. But they did not know that I actually missed that time. How did I get to know that person? At that time, I was already polluted, and my mind was not as clear as it is now. When I saw living humans, I just wanted to tear them apart and eat them. Then, I was beaten. Okay, I admit that this part is a bit embarrassing. But anyway, I got a new life. From the moment I regained consciousness, I decided to follow that person. The world she created was so comfortable that breathing became a pleasant thing. It was not because the food she made was so delicious. She liked me very much. To be precise, she liked all furry things. Every time she stroked my head, I felt like I was in heaven. But not long after that abominable, I looked. Okay, I was really the only one around. And the cloud-split beast appeared. It was so cunning that it actually ran into the peach blossom land to be purified. It was obviously very smart, but it always acted cute in front of her. By the way, I learned the word acting cute from her. The worst thing is that the guy always snuggles into her arms because he is smaller than me. I am not envious. No. It's just that the guy is too cunning. Damn. I want a hug too. But no matter what, I still like those days very much. But, yes, the word but is always indispensable in the life of Lightning Beast. A man who is more hateful than the Cloud-Split Beast appeared, and he took her away. From then on, she became busier and busier, often not seeing her for several months, and rarely cooking for us. But she said to me, "Dubai, you must protect our home. I think loneliness is also tolerable. After all, only I, oh no, and the Cloud-Split Beast are qualified to stay in her home. So we are still her favorite little cuties." But I didn't expect that she would bring back a group of little Cloud-Split Beasts later. One bullying me is not enough. And there is a group. But, okay, I have to admit that the cubs of Cloud-Split Beast are cute. At least it's much cuter than a certain one. Humph. What? It came to me. So I quickly hypnotized myself. It's cute. It's cute. It's cute. I can't let it see what I was thinking just now. Today is the anniversary of that person's death, and we are going to pay tribute. Compared to forgetful humans, we are much more affectionate creatures. But what I am a little bothered about is that it's not just me and the Cloud-Split Beast who have always remembered her. Then we are not the most special existence. But the Cloud-Split Beast said that it's a good thing that so many people and strange beasts remember her, so that the traces of her existence will remain longer. Well, its IQ is indeed higher than mine. And since it said so, I believe it. Her cemetery was not built in her home, but on the distant Earth. At that time, this incident made me very unhappy. Why can't she rest here? In this way, I can accompany her every day. Those people don't understand where my bad temper comes from. But the Cloud-Split Beast knows it very well. It obviously doesn't want to be separated from that person. But it still laughs at me. Say I don't understand her. Don't understand what fallen leaves return to their roots means. Who says I don't understand? When we Lightning Beasts die, we will go to the tribe's cemetery to prevent our bodies from being left outside. But Cloud Splitter told me that being buried on Earth was her last wish. Humph. Relying on her petite body, I was able to squeeze by her side even at the last moment. Woohoo. I am still very jealous. But I won't show these emotions in front of her. I just want her to know that we are living well. Even if she leaves, we didn't fight and still live well together. I am here with the Cloud-Split Beast, and I can't think about those messy thoughts anymore. This cemetery is just like the past. Cleaned up, and there are many strange offerings around. The most beautiful tail feather of the bluebird. The horn that thunder howl fell off. The most gorgeous scales on the belly of the dragonfish. I pushed those things. Very good. And vacated the middle position. A very natural action. But what does the Cloud-Split Beast's contemptuous look mean? And why did it put the things it brought on the position I vacated? It was a cloud-like mat, woven from the hair of the Cloud-Split Beast. No wonder its hair looked like it was missing a layer. Since it fought so hard, I won't fight with it. It's definitely not because I can't beat it. Absolutely not. I also presented my own gift. A glass ball. Don't underestimate this ball. It is a container that can store lightning, and every flash of lightning in it is made by me personally. I heard that the world of the dead is very dark. I hope my lightning can illuminate that world for her. The photo of her on the tombstone is her young appearance, which is also her best appearance. I really want to go over and lick it, but the Cloud-Split Beast bit me and told me not to spit on the photo. She never refused this kind of closeness when she was alive. I sat down next to the tombstone. I used to do this often. She would lean on me, bury herself in my fur, and tickle me. But now there is only a cold tombstone. Is it raining in the sky? I don't like rain very much. It will wet my fur. Every time it takes a long time in the sun to dry it. I looked up at the blue sky, and realized belatedly that the rain came from my eyes. I cried again, and the Cloud-Split Beast would definitely laugh at me. But when I found the Cloud-Split Beast hiding behind the tombstone, I found that it was also crying, and it glared at me when I found it. It turns out that after so long, we still miss her the same way. My master. Chapter 501, Extra, Xiao Yunyan's Diary. The first day I met Lulu. I am a split cloud beast. I have known since I was a child that our tribe is strong, smart, and beautiful. So many people like to raise us as war pets. But I am much smarter than my tribesmen. So from the beginning, I was determined not to be anyone's war pet. Humph. I am beautiful and smart. And I must be free. But I never expected that the planet I live on was polluted by toxic fog. My parents, tribesmen, all died painfully in the pollution. And I was the one who held on the longest. I don't want to die. I want to live. Maybe it was this persistence that I did survive. But I also felt that I had become a little different. Thinking was a very simple thing for me before. But now every time I need to use my brain, I feel it is very difficult. In the past, I didn't often have the idea of killing them. But now when I see living things, I just want to tear them apart. No, this is not the life I want. But pollution is everywhere. And I thought I could only degenerate like this. Until Lulu appeared. Actually, I have seen her before. Or rather, I have seen another one of her. She also lives on this planet. But she is very pitiful. Without any tribe members. All alone. And looks like she will die at any time. I have no interest in humans. So I have seen her from a distance. But never appeared in front of her. But when I saw her this time, we both became different. I became bad. But she became good. The dejection that lingered around her was gone. And the place where she lived was also different. Those green things, like the plants in the tribe's memory, when there were still plants on this planet. We, the cloud breakers, actually lived in trees. So I should be very happy to see these plants. But I don't know why. I have a fear and disgust for that place. I want to stay away. But I also want to completely destroy it. But I know that I am polluted. So, if instinct makes me want to stay away, maybe I should get closer. I don't want to keep falling like this. Recently, I have less and less time to think about problems. Maybe one day I will become a puppet. No, the beautiful and powerful cloud-splitting beast, will not be a war pet of humans. Nor will I be a polluted puppet. So I rushed into the place where Lulu lived at night. And then, I was reborn. This was the first day I met Lulu. The 10th day after meeting Lulu. Taoyuan. I heard Lulu call this place like this. Life is so comfortable. The air is sweet. The water is sweet. And the fragrance of flowers is sweet. Lulu's body smell is also sweet. I also have a new name, which was given to me by Lulu, called Zio Union, although it is not domineering enough. Every time I hear Lulu call me so softly, I feel very happy. The only thing that is a bit unpleasant is why there is still a stupid lightning beast in this place. Look at that stupid big guy. He eats a lot, and his tail shakes wildly at every turn. And he even licks Lulu's face with saliva. I really want to throw that stupid big guy out. But I can't. Lulu also likes it. I must be the one Lulu likes the most. Declare war. Big fool. The 25th day of meeting Lulu. My ancestors of the cloud-splitting beast. I really didn't grow so fat casually. I have been suffering during this period. Look at the meat I caught. Woo woo woo. No cloud-splitting beast can be as fat as me. But the food Lulu cooks is really delicious. I think I will start to lose weight after this meal. The 27th day of meeting Lulu. My weight loss plan failed. I didn't expect Lulu to like me when I am chubby. Since I gained weight, she has been holding me for more time every day. Of course, the cloud-splitting beast should be chubby. Yes, that's it. The 55th day of meeting Lulu. Lulu is getting busier and busier. She no longer has so much time to play with me. As a clever and considerate Krax, I certainly have to worry about Lulu. I lived in some people, and I heard them call Lulu. Since they were rescued by Lu, I barely regarded you as your own. But when did these people as craftsmanship? I miss Lulu. Xiao Xiao was stupid. I encountered Lulu. I didn't know how many days Lulu actually had dogs outside. Where did those two little rascals come from? And why were they held in Lulu's arms? The big fool was still excited. Did he know that our position was about to be replaced? No. They must be driven away. Lulu finally took them away. And I knew that she still loved me the most. I don't know how many days I met Lulu. Lulu came back. With the man who first fell on this planet and scared us all. I jumped into Lulu's arms before the big fool. And meowed in her favorite voice. Lulu was really distressed and said that I had lost weight and wanted to nourish me well. Yes, I really lost weight. You can see that my cute little belly is gone. Lulu said she would not leave. And she kept her word and stayed. If the man had not stayed with them, things would have been more perfect. I really don't understand why the man is always with Lulu and always holds Lulu in his arms. And I am very worried that he has bad intentions towards Lulu. Otherwise, why does he always look like he treats Lulu as food? Once I saw him biting Lulu's neck, and I was so scared that my hair stood up. I want to protect Lulu. But that man is too strong. He saw me, and his mental power suppressed me so that I couldn't move. If Lulu hadn't been injured in the end, I would never let him go. But I still decided to put him in the first place of Xiao Yunyan's most hated creatures. And even the big guy had to move back. But Lulu didn't seem to realize that he was a bad guy. And he often smiled sweetly at him. Sure enough, Lulu still had to rely on me to protect him. I decided to follow Lulu day and night. And I must not let him have the opportunity to hurt Lulu. Unexpectedly, this plan failed on the first night. I clearly heard Lulu's painful sound. And when I was about to jump out of the window to fight, that man threw me out. I swear I really wanted to die with him. But his mental power pressed me there, and I couldn't move for a whole night. When I saw Lulu intact the next day, I almost cried. Of course, I still held back. From then on, I couldn't get close to Lulu's house at night, because the man would always use his mental power to wrap it up. So until now, I still don't know what he did to Lulu. Damn it! Chapter 502, Extra, Anna, 1 Anna. When Joe and Valentine rushed out of the Black family's mansion without any image, the servants turned their eyes away and avoided them, fearing that they would be punished if they accidentally saw the two masters being so ungraceful. But even if they didn't see it, they knew what was happening. Miss Anna Black, the most delicate rose of the Black family, was once again in danger because of her overactive mental power. Anna fell to the ground, feeling that every part of her body was cut by an invisible blade. She had learned and followed the etiquette of the nobility since she was a child. But she couldn't help but groan in pain at this moment. Big tears fell from the corners of her eyes and soaked the expensive carpet. It hurt so much that she even wanted to faint. But the consequence of her overactive mental power was that her senses were 10 times more acute than usual, and it was even more impossible for her to lose consciousness. So she could only bear the pain. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until her father and uncle's faces appeared in her sight. Joe and Valentine didn't even have time to stand firm before they released their mental power. They worked together carefully to calm Anna's restless power bit by bit. The delicate little girl's eyes went dark, and she finally fainted as she wished. When she woke up again, she had changed into soft snow-white pajamas and lay on the white bed. Ms. Meg was standing by her side, with deep heartache on her always serious face. When she heard the slight movement, she quickly got up, holding the exquisite carved porcelain in her hand, and asked softly, "Miss, do you want some water?" The pain made her sweat a lot and shed a lot of tears. Now she really felt a lack of water. So she smiled and nodded. And the cup said, "Thank you." She took a lot of effort to let herself sip the tea elegantly instead of drinking it all at once. She looked around the room and saw that there was no one else except Miss Meg. Her eyes dimmed and she asked softly, "Sassy was sent away?" A subtle regret flashed across Miss Meg's eyes, but her voice was steady and there was no abnormality. "Yes, Miss. Sassy failed in her duty and lost the qualification to stay with you." Anna pursed her lips and asked softly after a while, "Where did my father send Sassy?" I'm not sure about the master's decision. In fact, she knew that this would be the answer. But when she really heard it, she was still a little disappointed. In fact, she felt that it was not Sassy's responsibility for her illness. But her father and uncle would not listen to such words. In their opinion, as her personal maid, it was their responsibility to protect her from any harm, including from themselves. If possible, she didn't want to have a new personal maid. Anyway, she won't live long. The atmosphere in Blake's house has been very depressing recently. Everyone who works and lives here knows that the beautiful and lovely Miss Anna is born with an overactive mental power. And this situation becomes more serious as she grows older. And an overactive mental power will not only affect the future level assessment, but more frighteningly, it will endanger her life at any time. Family doctors are privately saying that Miss Anna is unlikely to live past the age of 10. Her mental power is too active. Even if the two masters try their best to create a peaceful living environment for her, how can a little girl with a sound mind maintain a state of no emotional fluctuations at any time? The servants all feel sorry for this. After all, Miss Anna is really too cute. As a little princess held in the palm of the hand by the Black family, she is born with sympathy and concern for the weak, and is the kindest noble in their hearts. Miss Anna, who is missed by everyone, is sitting in a high-backed chair by the window at this time, quietly flipping through a book that is said to have been passed down from the Earth era. However, after reading only a few pages, Ms. Meg gently but firmly took the book away. "Miss, you need to keep your emotions stable. These?" She smiled and nodded. "I know, Ms. Meg." Then she stared blankly out the window. But in fact, there was nothing to see. The scenery described in the book had long been extinct in the Ancient Species Extinction Alliance. Even Blake, who was as rich as a country, had only flowers decorated with gems in his yard. She couldn't even imagine what the green mountains and clear waters, birdsong and beast roars described in the book looked like. However, she might not be able to see these sceneries soon, although everyone kept it from her. In fact, she knew her ending very early. It didn't matter. The little girl gently stroked the complicated hem of her skirt. Her life might be short, but she had enjoyed things that most people could not get in their lifetime. But she was still a little unwilling. She didn't want to leave so quietly. She wanted to leave something in this world to prove that she had been there. Anna thought about what she could do for a long time. But she knew very well that no matter what it was, her father and uncle would not agree. After all, any emotional ups and downs could directly detonate her mental strength. Only this bland life without any surprises could keep her alive. But in the end, she still found something she could do without participating. When she heard that she wanted to set up a foundation, Joe agreed without much hesitation. In fact, which noble family doesn't have a few charity projects? With the wealth of the Black family, it only takes a few minutes to set up a foundation. As long as Anna is happy, he can do anything. Looking at his daughter's petal-like face, Joe's heart twitched. How unfair is God? Why let Anna experience such a life? He will never admit defeat, and will never watch his daughter die. With her father's permission, Anna felt happy for the first time in a long time. Although she quickly suppressed her mood, she had a rare dream that night. When she woke up, she was smiling at the corners of her mouth. The foundation named after her was soon officially established. After Anna's repeated requests, she was able to attend the ceremony. To prevent accidents, Joe and Valentine both took time out to accompany her. Anna was happy but also a little guilty. After all, her father and uncle were always busy, and she didn't know how many things would be delayed because of her willfulness. However, the warm hand fell on her head, and her father's loving voice sounded, "Don't think too much. We have found a way to stabilize your mental power. Soon, you will be free to do anything." "Really?" Anna looked up in disbelief, but felt dizzy because of the sudden surge of emotions. Joe and Valentine kept an eye on her situation and immediately helped her calm down. It was not easy for her mental power to return to calm, but she found that her father and uncle were pale. She knew that this was because her mental power became more active as she got older, and it was naturally more difficult to calm down. So she prayed sincerely that the method her father said would succeed, even if not for herself, but to accompany her relatives for a longer period of time. Chapter 503, Extra, Anna 2. Anna didn't expect that the method her father said would actually work. Of course. In fact, there are still some risks. Not long ago, she started to have a fever, and no matter what means she used, she couldn't lower her body temperature. She once thought that her life was about to end, and she had secretly written a suicide note. Anyway, she had been preparing for a long time, and when death was about to come, she felt a sense of relief. It's not that she is very pessimistic, but she is tired of this kind of life waiting for death to come. Not being able to laugh or cry, not being able to run or jump, not having friends and certainly not having enemies, which is more bland than boiled water. She thought that death might be a terrible thing for others, but for herself, it is undoubtedly a relief. Her father and uncle have done a lot for her, and it's time for them to be relieved. If possible, I hope the foundation can continue to operate after her death. After all, she couldn't get too close to anyone, so as not to have any emotions that would affect the fluctuation of power. Looking at those thank you letters was the only thing she could do. Although those letters were screened and those with 2 warm words had been taken away, she still felt a long-lost, happy emotion. After confirming that there was nothing missing in the will, she let herself fall into a coma. Anna never thought that she could open her eyes again. It was the nth time that her father and uncle lost their temper because of her. They squeezed beside the bed without any noble manners and hugged her tightly when she woke up. "Anna, my most precious rose. You are fine. You are completely fine. It was the first time she saw her father cry, and the hot tears dripped on the back of her hand, igniting the mood that she had been forcing to calm down. I am fine? The day she woke up seemed to enter heaven. Anna secretly called the year when she was 10 years old the year of rebirth. She no longer needed to suppress her emotions. She could laugh happily and cry wantonly. However, her long-standing habits and the noble etiquette engraved in her bones prevented her from really doing so. But it was enough. She was already favored by God enough. The new personal maid was selected. A cute girl named Susan, with a round face and a pleasing smile. She liked this girl. Or rather, she liked everyone. She liked this world. She liked a new life. The foundation was indeed preserved. But this time, she could finally do it herself. Her father and uncle were worried at first, but Anna knew that they really loved her, and seeing her joy from the bottom of their hearts, they quickly compromised. In addition to arranging a strong enough guard to follow her, they often asked Susan about her affairs. Anna had no complaints about this. After all, she had been the one that made the elders worry the most for 10 years. And she was willing to give her father and uncle enough sense of security. And the outside world was just as she imagined, full of suffering and extremely kind, since she had long regarded the foundation as a spiritual support. Even now that she was well, she sincerely wanted to run this business. The little princess of the Black family had no living pressure after solving the problem of mental strength. So she was willing to bring this hope to more people. Her father fully supported her after putting aside his worries. Many news about people in need were found out by her father and then provided to her. Slowly, the reputation of the union rose for kindness gradually surpassed her background, appearance, family business. She received more thank you letters, and this time, she didn't have to remove those passionate parts. On the nights when she was alone with her personal maid Susan, she cried countless times because of those letters. Susan would not tell others about such things that damaged the image of the nobility, and even the little maid would cry with her. Seeing that she had strong feelings for these people, Susan suggested, "You may write back to them." This was certainly not in line with her identity. But Anna felt that if a letter could make these people who had experienced suffering happier, it didn't matter if it was a little inappropriate. However, such a thing could not be known to Ms. Meg. So the two equally young girls secretly replied to the letter together in the middle of the night. And then Susan found an opportunity to mail it out. She did not reply through the Star Network. Firstly, it would be easy for her family to find out. And secondly, she liked to read those outdated physical books, and felt that such touchable words could bring a different kind of power. Unexpectedly, her unintentional act made her reputation reach its peak. Of course, because the supporters who called themselves Alliance Rose Guards were too excited. Her act of writing letters to civilians was soon exposed. Anna was prepared to be criticized. But her father only thought for a long time, and actually approved of her approach. She was very happy and touched. Sure enough, although she was healthy, her father still doted on her to the core. In general, Anna was very satisfied with her life after the age of 10. But people are always greedy. When she couldn't laugh freely, she just wanted to live a peaceful life one day. But now that this wish was fulfilled, she gradually had other ideas. She wanted friends. The kind of equal friends who could talk and laugh freely. Due to her special childhood, she had no close friends. As she grew older, she realized that it was difficult for her to make friends because of her prominent family background. Originally, the children of the 7 families in the parliament should be able to play together. After all, everyone's background is similar, and no one needs to envy anyone. But she probably missed the most suitable age to make playmates. When she finally could socialize normally, her peers in the other 6 families had already been divided into close and distant. The boys from the Gu and Gong Sun families were crazy together all day long. The Xia family has always been mysterious, and almost no one can see their young people. The Sun family seems to be aloof from the world. The only ones left are the Alexander and Dachi families, who are on good terms with the Black family. But for some reason, their children rarely come to the Black family's mansion. She occasionally wants to go over and meet people of the same age. But the children of the 2 families always have a lot of things to do, and don't have time to get to know her slowly. Well, people may not be too greedy, but Anna still has some small regrets in her heart. This regret? She didn't expect it to be filled suddenly. She met a, how to say, very wonderful girl. The other party has eyes as bright as stars, long black hair and a gentle smile. But sometimes she is aggressive. And even the uncles of various families have been defeated by her. But for some reason, when she saw the other party for the first time, she had a subtle thought. That was the intuition brought by the strong mental power. They can become good friends. Chapter 504, Extra, Anna 3. Everything was just as Anna had intuited. She and Lu Jingu did become familiar with each other soon after. Completely different from the rigid life she was used to. No matter what he did, he had a sense of casualness. But he would not make people feel rude. This was a lifestyle that Anna had never been exposed to. And she felt attracted unconsciously. However, the two of them did not have much intersection in their lives. And they were both very busy people. So they did not have many opportunities to interact with each other. But it was probably true that if you keep thinking about it, there must be a response. Finally, they had a legitimate reason to interact with each other. Anna felt that it was worth remembering for a lifetime. The closeness of the blue bird and the sudden lowering of the other party's defense made her feel very happy. After that, she slowly integrated into the other party's circle of friends, and got closer and closer to the Tsin sisters and the popular star Isabella. Of course, the Tsin family was not unfamiliar to her. But how to say it? It seemed that after becoming Lu Jingu's friend, the relationship between her and the Tsin sisters also changed subtly. But anyway, it was a good change. Those days were probably the happiest time of her life. She had a family that doted on her, a career that she loved, and a few good friends. Anna felt that she deserved the title of winner in life. But the joke of fate never ended. She never expected that things would suddenly develop to that point. In fact, she did not notice anything at the beginning. And there was no flaw in the reason why her father kept her at home. If Gonsun Chi had not suddenly come to kill her, she might never know the truth of the matter. If Ms. Meg had not really been reluctant to let her be kept in the dark and become a devil who deprived countless people of their lives, she might have regretted it for the rest of her life. Relying on her long-term restrained aristocratic life, she actually maintained basic sanity. After leaving Planet 3, she knocked down the defenseless guards with her good image. When questioning Susan, this little maid who had always regarded her as a belief, confessed everything without resistance. At that moment, her heart seemed to have fallen into an ice hole. She could not believe it, nor did she want to believe it. It turned out that everything around her was an illusion. She did not hide her friendship with Lu Jingu from her family, and even happily shared her interactions with her father and uncle. However, they instigated their personal maids to assassinate each other, and they were almost successful. If she could not imagine what would happen in the future if things went wrong, and she did not know the truth in time. So she followed Gonsun Chi to Planet 6 without hesitation and asked Susan to take back the 1,000 needles. The waiting time was not long, but she seemed to have spent several centuries. She never knew that people would split in half in extreme pain, and emotions and reason would be independent. Before Lu Jingu woke up, she had already made a decision, and the development of things was as she expected. Although the other party was very angry, he still did not mean to vent his anger, and only asked her to hand over Susan. But she could not do this. Susan was her personal maid. If she was found in their hands, or even died on their territory, it would attract the attention of her family. She wanted to end it all. Before she was ready, she must not attract attention. So she was in a tearing pain, facing the disappointed eyes of her friend, and pressed the bottle of mental dissolving agent. Break up. Silent farewell. For a short time, she seemed to have lost her memory. When she came to her senses, she had already left far away on the spaceship. In front of her was the tearful face of the little maid. However, from this moment on, the simple and kind Anna in the past seemed to have disappeared. She moved her facial muscles and showed Susan's familiar, compassionate smile. But she watched everything calmly inside. Perhaps this is the truth of the black bloodline, Anna thought so self-deprecatingly in the middle of the night. I always thought that 10 years old was rebirth. But I didn't know that this moment was a complete transformation. She followed her father's hint and went to the planet that was almost isolated from the outside world to continue her charity. Every time she had to use great strength to restrain her sneer. She couldn't help but suspect that the black family had too much blood on their hands. So they always supported her kindness. This kind of distorted charity would only make people feel sick. But she was not ready yet. So she could only endure it. She never expected that after drinking the mental dissolving agent, her strength was slowly recovering. She thought the blow was enough. But fate told her that the terrible fangs had just been revealed. With the help of the assault team, She saw her father's live broadcast. The person in the picture made her feel so strange. Completely different from the father, who was always loving and doting in front of her. She once suspected that someone was pretending to be her father. But in the end, she had to admit, this was her father. The person she thought was the best in the world. Now he has become the one who tore open the terrible truth. So the truth that she was able to survive was like this. The memory of 10 years old was very vague, and she always thought it was because of the high fever. But now, those forgotten things were remembered because of the severe impact. And she suddenly realized that so many people had become stepping stones for her survival. And her good friend. Oh, no. A former friend who had broken up was also one of the stepping stones for her survival. It's just that the other party was a little luckier than other experimental subjects and did not die on the operating table. And why she took the solvent and her mental power could be restored. There is already an answer. She is no longer a pure person. In the future planned by her father, they will all become the most powerful existence of the illusion clan. Now those who are deceived are just their nutrients in her father's eyes. What a terrible person. What a terrible plan. Anna wanted to shout, wanted to scream, wanted to rush to the public to expose this horrible truth. However, to her own surprise, she once again held back. Although her impression of her relatives had always been distorted, there was no doubt that she had always been clear about one thing. Her father and uncle were both extremely powerful people, and a plan that had been planned for more than 10 years could not be broken by a few words. She suspected that if her father knew that she had discovered everything, he might detonate the plan early, and she might not have the opportunity to choose, but to completely become a monster that devoured the power of others. Anna almost used up all her strength to control the impulse, and began to lay out her own plan. She looked at the little maid who swore to devote her life to her, and took advantage of others for the first time. Chapter 505, Extra, Anna 4. After Susan left, Anna fell into deep self-loathing. For the nth time, she felt that she did have black blood flowing in her body. Otherwise, how could she learn all these things without a teacher? Everything was as she expected. As her personal maid, Susan could represent her in the eyes of various nobles. And her father knew Susan's loyalty to her, so he naturally would not doubt it. So Susan successfully met many nobles who were on good terms with the Black family. In the name of charity, Miss Anna's good reputation was so loud that no one doubted why she was still doing charity at this time. But she felt tortured, because in order to achieve her goal, she even used the things she loved most. But she couldn't show any, so she could only endure it. Finally, the time came, and the Stab team won 2 hours of live broadcast time on the Star Network. Although those who knew her plan looked at her with pleading eyes. But no one knew that she finally felt relieved. Everything went smoothly. No one could have imagined that the delicate rose of the alliance, the little princess of the Black family, the girl with only kindness in her heart and eyes, had become a poisonous flower. She revealed the conspiracy of her relatives word by word, and turned her words into sharp knives to stab them. The 1,000 needles were finally used in the right place. She took advantage of the trust of those people in her, and assassinated them. Her uncle came, but she was already prepared. The Phoenix crystal was burning, and listening to her uncle's angry roar, she felt that it was finally over. She had lived in lies all her life. Before she was 10 years old, her father and uncle did not allow anyone to tell her about her physical condition. After she was 10 years old, they sealed the mouths of all those who knew the truth. They created a pure white world for her, but sprayed poison in places she could not see. They tried to bring her to the throne full of corpses without her knowing, and used thousands of rays of light to cover up the blood and cruelty below. However, they would not know that when the truth was revealed, her world collapsed, floating in the darkness without light and hope. She felt exhausted physically and mentally. Can the countless sins of the Black family really be covered up? Perhaps she was destined to collapse this day since the first lie was born. Across the flames, she saw Susan hit the pillar and died. But she did not feel sad, but smiled. Well, you have done so many terrible things under the premise of for my good. So go to hell with me to atone for your sins. When she completely lost consciousness in the flames, Anna was always smiling. But no one could see this smile of relief. It felt like she had experienced a long darkness. When she regained consciousness and opened her eyes again, Anna found that she was lying in a warm cradle. It took her a day to finally figure out her situation. It seemed that the legendary reincarnation happened to her. Her full name now is Chen Anna, the old girl of the Chen family. Her new family is not aristocratic. Oh, by the way, it should be said that there are no aristocrats in the Alliance now. The war ended with the complete defeat of the Black Alliance, and the entire Alliance has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Chen family is just an ordinary family. They have a little savings, but they can't support a luxurious life. But her parents are willing to give their daughter the best of everything. But it is completely different from the life of the Black family. They will also talk to her carefully about the truth and rules. And they don't just spoil her. The days are peaceful and simple. And she has reached the age to enter school in a blink of an eye. Taoyuan Academy. She heard about it in her previous life, but never had the opportunity to experience it. And now, she has become a member of Taoyuan Academy. Student life is busy and fulfilling. She has long adapted to such a life, and gradually put the things of her previous life behind her. She likes this kind of life. Only occasionally, she will stare at the news about Ms. Liu on the Star Network in a daze. But she never expected that she would have direct contact with Liu Jinggu in this life. That was when she was admitted to the Department of Medicine of Taoyuan No. 1 University. Suddenly, she learned that Ms. Liu was going to give a speech on campus. Each department had to select a group of outstanding students as representatives. And she was selected. Anna was completely confused, and her first reaction was to refuse. However, when she came to her senses, she had already agreed. Finally, the task was assigned, and she waited in the audience with a bouquet of flowers, staring blankly at the speaker above. The other person had white hair on his temples, but he was still energetic, with gentleness between his eyebrows. He seemed to have never changed from her memory, but also seemed completely different. After the other person's speech was over, the teacher gently urged her, "Anna, it's time to present flowers." She felt like she was sleepwalking, and her whole body was a little out of control. But only then did she realize that the past life she thought she had completely forgotten was still affecting her. Her body seemed to have self-awareness, and even when she was distracted, she could still show a perfect posture and walked in front of Liu Jinggu. The two looked at each other, and she saw that the other party was slightly stunned. Anna heard herself say, "Ms. Liu, Taoyuan University welcomes you." Then she handed over the bouquet of flowers. The other party took it, and her mission was completed. For some reason, she felt relieved, and Anna turned her head and prepared to leave. However, the other party's soft voice sounded in her ears. "What is the name of this classmate?" She paused, and it took her a while to remember to answer, "My name is Chen Anna." A very good name. She looked over in doubt, and some suspected that this was a mockery. But she only saw a gentle smile. She ran off the stage as if she was escaping. Then the two met again, in the school library. "Student Chen, are you willing to accompany me around the school?" She was in a trance again, and when she came to her senses, she was already walking side by side with Liu Jingdu on the campus. This woman who was in charge of Taoyuan Group was very gentle, and her temperament was not soft. So many people around recognized her, but no one dared to disturb her. This also allowed them to have a quiet conversation environment. She heard the other party say, "I'm sorry, because my mental power is very sensitive. Your power fluctuations were a little intense in the auditorium just now, and I accidentally captured your mental power." Pursing her lips, she felt a sense of no way. "Your power fluctuations are very similar to someone. Who is it? Your high school textbook should have her name." The other party turned her head and smiled softly. "Anna Black. Come to think of it, she has the same name as you." Her voice was a little sour, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Chapter 506, Extra, Anna 5. Of course, she had checked what happened after her death in her previous life. Because of the crimes committed by the Black Alliance, she, a dead person, would inevitably not escape the comments of future generations, and was destined to be praised and criticized. However, she was no longer Anna Black. She was just an Anna, so she didn't really care about those comments. But for some reason, at this moment she suddenly had an impulse, and turned this impulse into action. "What do you think of Anna Black?" She regretted it as soon as she said it. Liu Jinggu paused and turned his head to look over. She saw the understanding in the other person's eyes. Anna was a little confused, and always felt that the other person seemed to have guessed her identity. Then she heard the other person's evaluation. "I think she is a very brave person." "Brave?" she murmured. She has been living in the dream woven by her relatives, and she thought that the world was as pure and white as what she saw before her eyes. "Isn't she a fool?" "Well, Maybe in the eyes of people who have not experienced it personally. Anna's innocence is indeed a bit silly. Lu Jinggu laughed. But think about her living environment. The Black family was a behemoth that could confront the Gu family. In addition, Anna had a disease of excessive mental fluctuations when she was a child. So she had to live a life isolated from the world. For all these reasons, the Black family wanted to raise a pure white rose that could never see the outside world. It is completely possible. They used power and money to build a world without shadows around Anna. But they forgot that wherever they walked, they would leave traces. They created so much darkness themselves. So how could they expect Anna not to be surrounded by shadows? Anna was silent. And her self-righteous I am Chen Anna, not Anna Black, heart was rippled. She couldn't help looking at Lu Jinggu, stammering, and finally asked, There is a rumor that you broke up with Anna Black because of her. She forcibly protected an assassin who intended to assassinate you. Why did you still speak for her? As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed that Lu Jinggu's deep gaze fell on her. She moved uneasily, a little regretful for asking this question. After all, Chen Anna and the other party had just met, and this question was too private. Just as she was about to say something to save it, she heard a chuckle, and the gaze on her body also moved away. Lu Jinggu looked into the distance and whispered, Everyone has their own persistence. Although I can't empathize with Anna's choice, there is one thing I can't deny. At the beginning, the situation was stalemate, and the Black Alliance always had the upper hand. It was she who broke the stalemate. Our victory saw the dawn from that moment. Anyway, I am proud to have such a friend. Boom! Anna felt something in her heart broke. What she had thought she had forgotten was actually something that was locked deep in her heart. And suddenly it was liberated. The only true and most important friend in her life may have forgiven her long ago. Her mind was surging, and her eyes could not help but turn red. She hurriedly lowered her head to hide it. But her voice was choked with sobs. Thank you. She knew that what she said was incoherent, but she was too excited at the moment to care about these flaws. However, Lu Jinggu did not ask why, and did not even look surprised. Anna always had a hunch that the other party might have guessed something. When the day of ups and downs passed, this feeling became stronger when she lay in bed at night. But she was unexpectedly not surprised. This good friend had created too many miracles in her life. Perhaps because of this, she always felt that no matter what the other party did, it would not surprise people. Isn't it just that she might be the reincarnation of Anna Black? A small scene. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but smile. She thought that the big stone that could never be removed from her heart in her lifetime actually disappeared like this. For the first time, she realized that now she could devote herself to being Chen Anna. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, she graduated from Taoyuan University. In this year, the Wormhole Channel jointly researched by Taoyuan Group and Gongsun Chi Laboratory officially entered the civilian industry. Before this, the Wormhole Channel has always been in the category of not being open to the public. But the occasional news is exciting enough. It is said that in the multiverse plan, there are as many as 127 worlds that have reached a joint development intention. And this number will continue to increase. And now, the Alliance government feels that this technology has finally reached the time to open to the public. Starting from this year, the people of the Alliance can choose to travel to another world through the Wormhole Channel. The Chen family also caught up with the trend and went on a trip together to celebrate Anna's graduation. However, when choosing the destination world, the Chen family, who has always been harmonious and warm, broke out into a fierce quarrel. Isn't Star Trek good? Look at the introduction. The technology in this world is decades more advanced than the Alliance. You can experience full brainwave mecha and super intelligent AI technology when you play there. Dad Chen waved the flyer in his hand. Mom Chen was not to be outdone. What's so good about those? It's better to go to the world of cultivation. There are flying monsters in the self-funded projects. You can also experience those monsters in the paradise. It's different. This monster can speak human language. Super AI can speak 300 languages. Neither of the couple was willing to give in. Finally, they looked at their daughter in unison. Anna, where do you think we should go? But the well-behaved daughter raised the flyer in her hand. I want to go here. Dad Chen and Mom Chen looked closely. The flyer in their daughter's hand said, according to AI calculations, the Earth world that is closest to the development route of Earth civilization, where you can experience the life of the Earth era thousands of years ago, is the world that Ms. Lu Jinggu chose to go to for the first time. Dad Chen, Momchun, eh? Finally. The parents who love their daughter compromised. What Star Trek experience of cultivation is not as important as their daughter's thoughts. But the Chen family didn't expect that they would have the honor to be with Lu Jinggu on this trip. In fact, the Alliance people often see the figure of this legendary woman on the Star Network. But it is still exciting to see the real person. Only Chen Anna felt a little sour in her nose. The person in front of her looked much older than a few years ago, and time seemed to have defeated her all of a sudden. During this trip, the other party had been sitting in a wheelchair, and it was obvious that her legs could no longer stand. But the other party's brain was not confused, and he recognized her at the first time and greeted her very gently. When the other party called Anna, she suddenly seemed to have returned to the past. Oh my God! Ms. Lu still remembers you. Worthy of being my daughter. However, this moment of trance was quickly restored by the proud voice of Chen's father. Anna greeted the other party politely, and neither of them said anything more. This was the last time she saw Lu Jinggu. Not long after the trip ended, the Star Network posted an obituary, and the originally brilliant colors turned into black and white. This was the first time since the Star Network was built that the entire network had observed a moment of silence. Anna cried until her eyes were swollen. But fortunately her actions were not noticeable. Many people cried for Ms. Lu, and her eyes became walnut-shaped. But she never expected that she would receive a courier. It was an extremely beautiful rose. Dear Anna, this rose is a specially cultivated variety. The only one in the world. I named it Reality. I hope you like it. Signed, Lu. She hugged the rose and cried again. In this way, the last regret was gone. Chapter 507, Extra, their ending. Lu Jinggu and Gu Duo had 2 children in total. The elder brother Gu Yao inherited the tradition of the Gu family and followed the military path. However, there is no fighting in the Alliance now. The wormhole channel is currently being developed in secret. Due to various restrictions, there are not many conflicts of interest between the connected worlds, so they get along well. The army's current task is more to escort to deal with the inevitable risks when crossing the wormhole. Perhaps stimulated by his father's great achievements. Gu Yao's life plan is very grand, although it is unlikely to surpass his father and become the youngest Xingzhou general in peacetime. He can't embarrass the Gu family, so he soon won the title of workaholic in his army. It's just that recently everyone found that Gu Yao actually asked for leave. Not once or twice, but directly used up all the saved vacation time in one go. What's wrong? His comrades talked about it, but they didn't know that the military leaders had already received the news, so they approved the leave very quickly. When Gu Yao walked out of the post station, he saw Aunt Wanqi at first sight. This girl from the Wanqi tribe is now one of the managers of Taoyuan Group. She is busy and can't be seen for several years. This time she came over. His heart sank slightly, and his expression became more serious. Xiao Yao is here, Wanqi said in a heavy tone. Go over quickly. He just quickened his pace at first, but he couldn't restrain himself as he walked, so he simply ran wildly without caring about his image. From a distance, he saw a lot of people gathered outside the house where his parents lived most often. Hearing the noise, everyone turned back and quickly made way for him. Gu Yao rushed into the house in one breath and saw his sister Gu Mixia kneeling beside the bed. Her eyes red. Obviously she had been crying for a while. The white-haired old man lying on the bed was their father. The heroes who once dominated the battlefield are already old, even if the age of the Alliance members is generally over 150 years old. There will be a day when their lives come to an end. Although Gu Duo was lying, he seemed to be in good spirits. He tightly held the hand of the person next to him, and his eyes were full of tenderness and reluctance. When he rushed in, they both turned their heads to look at him. Gu Yao opened his mouth and finally uttered, "Dad." Mom. Lu Jinggu, who was also gray-haired, smiled gently. You are here. Come and see your dad. He walked to the bed step by step. Tears in his eyes were shaky. He clenched his teeth and resisted. Gu Duo smiled. Cry if you want to, but don't cry for too long. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, the brother and sister couldn't hold it back. Gu Duo was helpless. I have experienced both pain and joy in my life, but generally speaking, I am mostly happy. Staying with your mother for more than 100 years makes me feel that I have no regrets in life. After a pause, he looked at Lu Jinggu again, tightened his fingers again, and whispered, If you really decide, then let the children scatter my ashes into the universe. No matter what. We will not separate. Lu Jingu smiled slightly and nodded gently. The night Gu Yao returned, Gu Duo died. In fact, according to Gu Duo's achievements, the Alliance planned to preserve his remains permanently, and he should have a place in the Alliance Hall of Heroes. But the person concerned left a completely different wish, and they could only comply. Gu Duo's body was cremated. But the strange thing was that the ashes were not buried in the tomb immediately. Lu Jingu temporarily placed the urn in their home. Gu Yao and Gu Mixiao actually felt a little strange, and always felt that their father's words, "If you really decide," were worth it. However, when he asked his mother, he only got the answer, "You will know when the time comes." With the death of Gu Duo, Lu Jingu's health became worse and worse. When the wormhole channel technology was open to the public, she could no longer walk on her own. But even so, she still insisted on going to the world that was most like the Earth civilization. The brother and sister couldn't persuade their mother, so they could only take care of her carefully and accompany her to that world for the second time. As people who grew up completely under the influence of the Alliance's technology, they didn't think there was anything amazing about this world. Oh, it can't be said that way. The technology in this world is much worse. But the various skills, traditions, and artworks that have been passed down from history are much more brilliant than the Alliance. Of course they like it, but when it comes to life, they still feel more comfortable in the high-tech Alliance. However, the brother and sister cleverly hid this idea in their hearts. Since their mother likes it, they certainly won't spoil the fun. After the trip, Lu Jingu seemed to have fulfilled his last wish, and the whole person quickly declined. Those close to her have already started preparing themselves mentally. Gu Yao and Gu Mixiao cried in secret countless times. They never expected that their mother had already planned. They were called to their mother's side one day, and then they knew that their mother, who was always gentle and kind, had a mental power so strong that it could not be determined by the mental power detector. Illusion, royal family, mental world. These things that were deliberately concealed were now laid out in front of them one by one. After the war, I don't want to be that alien, so I ask everyone to cover this up. Compared with the royal family of illusion, I prefer the title of the Lord of Taiyuan. The eyes of the dying man were still bright. She smiled gently and touched their heads gently like treating her young children. But even though I have the power of the royal family, my body is just a human after all. I have persisted for so long, and my body is old. So I decided to take on the mission of the last royal family. Mission? Both the brother and sister had a bad premonition. Yes, the Huan race is really strange. When they are just ordinary individuals, they live by plundering. But once the power of plundering reaches the requirements of qualitative change, they will eventually end up giving back. It is really a creature that is difficult to comment on. Now, it is time for me to give back to the world. They finally knew what the bad premonition was. Powerful mental power emanated from Lu Jingu's body, and the golden light went up, and broke through the atmosphere of star 7133. It seemed that endless power was constantly spreading. At this moment, countless people suddenly stopped what they were doing. The mermaid floated to the surface of the sea. The elves jumped to the top of the tree, and the ancient crocodile tribe and the crocodile bird tribe looked up at the sky together. The gentle power continued to merge into the universe, turning into energy without attributes, repairing the wounds hidden in the long pollution damage. This process seemed long, but in fact it was only a few dozen minutes. When Gu Yao and Gu Mixiao came to their senses, there was only a set of clothes in front of them. Lu Jingu disappeared. They finally understood the meaning of their father's last words. 3 days later, Gu Duo's ashes were scattered into the universe, and a cenotaph was erected on the Earth's paradise. The whole book is finished.